person that I still am sometimes today. Wow. There's literally nothing good to be convinced of it. There's this man who had poured so much into me, literally trained me and told me the ways of war. It's on account of his mentorship I was able to stay on throughout the course of my career. And I just turned my back on it. When he was going through the worst time of his life, he killed himself. I'll never get that up. That's the kind of thing. Does this describe the type of person that I was? That's pretty bad, and I ended up. I mean, that's pretty bad. That was really selfish circumstances. So I get back. Get ready. I'm keeping my wickedness under control. You know, outwardly, but still. We go up to Tunisia. Then there's the embassy up there. Going on after causing that stuff with them. I have one. So we went up there with security. We came back. We left there and came back to Jersey. Reach up real quick because that mission was over in Tunisia. Reach up and we were going out to Nigeria.
Yo, I'm here. How you living? What up, Anthony? You? Motherfucker, I want to talk to you anyway. Bitch.
Staying in that was inhabited by some sort of demon. And that was the genesis of my conversion. Of me being made aware that, okay, we say it's not that way. I was in there thinking about the guys. I wish I would have written all this down. I was living in bed one night in this place. There was nobody else in this building. It was just me. And a couple there was me and a guy in one room. And two other guys in the room across the hall. Okay. So I'm laying in bed. And I'm somehow shooting away by something against my door. And I'm being so like I couldn't sleep at night. This would have probably went on for a week. Yeah, this would have went on for about. We were there for maybe 2 weeks. And so I called my little brother and my whiskey because again I just told you I had no interest in spiritual matters or even demons or spiritual prayer or God or any of that, right? But I'm like, you're a girl, I think you're something. It seems very real to me. And it's not real. Here's some sort of entity that I don't know how to come back. I called because I thought I said, well, here's these Christians. They'll have a little bit of but it's on the spiritual stuff that might be going on here. He said, well, man, they said they never ran into nothing like that. He said, I'm going to bet you that a local church here, real close. His name is James Cordell. James called me the next day, and I told him all this going on. He ain't going to do no big deal. I said, no, buddy, I said, you don't understand. I said, there's something in here. I don't know what it is. He said, I ain't gonna make that. He said, put me on speakerphone. He said, I'm gonna walk around. He said, walk around this building and up and down the hallway. And he said, I'm gonna pray. And I'm gonna put him on speakerphone. I'm walking around this building, up and down the hallways in my room. He's praying against this thing in the name of Jesus Christ. He said, all right, well, he said, yeah, in there, he said, take just a little dab and all of it, and just that's all there was right there. So I did it. I'm like, no, this is so stupid. What else do I do in this situation? Let's try this. This is shocking. And I would have that little hole up there, and we get on the road. Work, come back that evening, wind down, totally like he said to this point. Like I didn't no longer heard, felt, or was experiencing any sort of fear or anything. Like it all was gone. Like all of a sudden it was just like, oh, okay, now I'm just in the back of the room here, like. So this is we I didn't tell you the guy, but I did that. And because they were all gone when I was around on speaker. It's embarrassing. In a certain sense, it's still embarrassing to tell that story today. And again, this is foolishness. Like, you're asking me to tell the story on this platform like this. It's hard, you know what I mean? Who's going to believe this? I don't care. I'm just telling you. Remember that experience. It impacted me so much that it changed the trajectory of my entire life. And next one, and I looked, and that little dab of olive oil somehow, like, dripped down and covered of the room that we were staying in. And you could see it toward the bottom of the door, the drips, like the whole door was like shiny. And he said, what's the wrong with it? And I said, don't worry about it. Because I was so embarrassed to tell you that I had done that. It was literally, I don't even know where that fits into the whole experience. I don't even know where the tablet fits in. I don't even know what this thing was. Where this thing would have been attached to a place. I don't understand that. I don't. Again, I'm not like big on this whole spiritual warfare thing. But after that happened, I said, on scripture and figure out this was obviously the experience that the Almighty had chosen to call me out of the darkness into the promised light. It's true. The Bible actually before in the past, but it was never anything that I couldn't understand. You know, what the crap is this? God, I began to read in the book of Matthew, and I began to, for the first time in my life, I realized how that applied to me as ugly, depraved human being that I like my mind was awakened to my own state. Like, I didn't realize how ugly and depraved I was. Like when I passed up on my friend, he killed himself or anything, nothing like that. I just had this revelation of who I was and why I so need something to save me from that. And when I had that revelation, literally by the grace of God, my enemy spiritually blind, able to discern the scriptures, when I had that revelation, I recognized Jesus is both. It's why he died according to the scriptures, his resurrection, what that means for me. It changed everything. Like, literally, I was made a new creature. It's the greatest miracle that God, the Almighty, could ever work is taking somebody like me who was literally so useless, making me alive, making me a brand new creature, waking up the next day, and being completely changed in how I see the world, how I see myself, how I see the words of these speeches, how I see the Creator of the cosmos. That's a miracle. Like nothing else that I have experienced in life produced that amount of change nearly instantaneously. And I'll never forget walking down to like the next day after having this revelation of the gospel, what it means for me and who I am. And like, it's crazy, man. It literally changed my design. Like that's the miracle. Like, how do you change your design? How do you internally change your desires? Like, I had no appetite for pornography anymore. I had no appetite for the foul language that I used. Like, I had no appetite for gossip. Like, my desires were changed. And that was ultimately more so than the awful thing that was going on in the barracks and the guy saying the prayer and this thing. Like that experience of being made a creature and the realization of what the Lord just has happened to me. That was the thing. It is the thing that I claimed in the title. Like nothing else could have produced that. Type of change in me was the grace of God and the revelation He's given of who I am and who He is. And then there you go. This has been from then to now just a long and arduous, sometimes joyful, but process of sanctification, essentially Spirit to conform me into the likeness and image of Jesus Christ at all costs. At all costs. Well, first time I prayed that, that was so hard to pray. Hearing about Jesus, I was like, great. What's it say about it? He was a big sorrow. When I'm like, conform me into the image of God. And that process looks like that vision is ongoing. My understanding of the scriptures is ongoing and progressive. Even still to this day, hopefully to the very day that I put this in. It's everything to me, man. Like it's literally everything to me. Some people say, shit, doesn't. Sometimes don't you have moments of doubt? Well, yeah. You know what? I think about what I believe. Yeah. Sometimes I hear what say, yeah, you have moments of doubt sometimes. Yeah, for sure, man. But what I realize is that if I could possibly depart from this faith, and I have, in real life, if I could possibly even depart from that faith, what would I have? I have nothing. I want something. This is the best thing has been that it is also taken into consideration. What you're talking about, the real response, this belief and faith has had a real transformative result on you as a human being. Now, there was nothing to this. It just and there was a method that you could use. You just some sort of way of your abilities to please to see yourself as he would that method be explored? Would that be taught? This is the thing that brought you to that's a real thing. Regardless of whether or not anybody wants to believe in Jesus Christ or believe in the resurrection or believe in the gospel, it works. Like this is the thing about Christians, like real Christians. I've been very fortunate to meet a bunch of them. I had a weird journey in religion myself because I went to Catholic school when I was in first grade, kind of probably. And we were, this nun, Sister Mary Josephine, anybody else who's 6 years old, I remember that. She was so fucking good, man. And just the experience, the way they treated children, it was so fear-based. And I was like, this is not God. God goes down, this is people. And it kind of set a tone for my life. When I dismissed any notions that there was some sort of truth in these religions. were trying, they were writing. He told me that the book of Isaiah, they found a version of it that Ted wrote that is difficult to hear from a version that they got 1,000 years ago. But what about the content of it? What about Isaiah 53 as it describes the suffering servant? How it literally outlines the life and death of Jesus Christ. And it was written like 400 years before the crucifixion. Like even the content of Isaiah, not only the accuracy of the translation, the accuracy over that span of time when you compare copies, but even the content of it, how did this God write this thing about this person? And it was fulfilled perfectly, literally to a T, by the person of Jesus Christ years later. So again, I'm not telling you what people listening to this is what we call testimony, like what the Lord's given me experientially in life to share with other people. I'm not telling you this to convince you of anything. Like anything that I can say to convince you in the truth of the gospel. Like I truly believe that. There's no words that I can use. There's no logic that I can apply. There's nothing that I or anyone else can say to convince you of this. And it goes back to what we started off the conversation with. These things must be spiritually discerned. It's by grace that we are made alive and able to discern the truth of these things. That's a hard thing to accept, man. Like, that man is totally free. And I can't say anything to convince anyone of the truth of these scriptures. But the scriptures are dripping, literally dripping with that very fact. That's the interesting thing about the scriptures. They leave nothing for me. I mean, it's almost the single thing that separates the technical scriptures from other religious philosophy. It literally leaves nothing for man. What do you mean by that? There is nothing that you can do to be made righteous in the eyes of the Creator. There is nothing that you can do to save yourself. As a matter of fact, without the grace and the help of the Almighty, you can't even believe the truth. You won't do it. You are spiritually dead prior to regeneration. You see what I'm saying? When you're dead, if we were dead man laying on the floor right here, and I said, dead man, hearken unto my voice. There is a hospital a mile down the road. And if you don't get up and walk to that hospital, allow me to take you to that hospital and shoot you and bring you back to life. Is he going to respond to that message? He's going to lay there dead. Yeah. We're dead. Until we are made alive by the grace of the Almighty. It leaves nothing for man. Not a threat. Not a single threat that I can come to. And then you look at the whole saga of Scripture. What's this all about anyway? Let's take it all the way back to Genesis, all the way through Revelation and everything in between. The whole saga is to glorify the Son. What's the purpose in me even being saved? It's so that I can be presented to Christ as His bride. What do you get for that? God's people. The whole purpose of our existence is for us to be presented to Jesus Christ as His only, to glorify the Son. The whole song that was determined by the sovereign and immutable will of God. It can be changed. The whole song, the only purpose of it all is to present this. I can't say this word real well, peculiar people to the Son as a bride in order to glorify the Son for all eternity. The whole song is to lift up and glorify Jesus Christ. It's the only purpose for me even being. Then you convince us. Well, I think that I'm not convinced of this because that's what I want to believe. Like, I'm convinced of this because I'm convinced of the Holy Scriptures. And again, the entire, when you look at the thing from a 30,000-foot view, I'm convinced of it. Because why would I want to believe that? Why would I want to, if I wrote this story, would it not give me something to cling to? Would it not, if I wrote the story, would it not give me some other purpose than just being it's a rise to the purification of the Son, Jesus Christ? Like, I wrote that story, wouldn't I write it differently than that? Because I'm man, right? I need myself something to cling to. Surely this salvation means something more than just that I am part of this special now being offered up as a bride to Christ. Surely there's something that I can do in this life, a choice that I can make to believe in this. Like, surely I have the power to make that choice. If I had the power to make the choice to believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ, in and of himself, then that salvation would be coming from me. You see what I'm saying? When you realize you don't even have the power of choice, you are dead. You will not choose. When you realize you don't even have the power of choice, so you believe it has to be this wisdom has to enter you somehow. You are entered by what Scripture calls the Holy Spirit, which is the Spirit of God who comes and dwells in you, and that is the entity that makes you spiritually alive and gives you the ability to praise the Scriptures, essentially spiritual things, because before that, paying attention to Scripture. Let's just say it on as I'm scrolling through, well, they used to dismiss it because they used to say that the government they know that it was only 500 years, but they made some provisions so that there's only people that believe because of the wear of the law, the age of the law, and I think they've done subsequent tests that place it around 2,000 years ago, which the fascinating thing is they didn't know what the convention completely was until someone took photographs of it and then looked at the negatives. And then you get this image of Jesus, not just Jesus, but the scars, the markings on his back, the arms, body where he's pierced, the piercings on the wrists. And they really do believe that this thing is 2,000 years old. The other thing that's strange is they have no explanation as to how that image was created. That image was created somehow from some sort of burst of energy. It's not stable. It's wrote his central conclusion. They put together, I don't know, 100%, like this paper, there needs to be leadership. Right. Interested in the body of Christ, the physical body, like just being on the shroud, great thought about this. Think about going back to talking about death, why humanity died, why is it a necessity for all humans? Well, the scripture tells us that we're human. The reason that we must die is because of sin, right? That started with the very first sin of man and woman. In the beginning, right? Because the scripture tells us that man was created to exist eternally. The human physical form. And a lot of things. That's it's scripture, but that's what it is the genesis of death entering religion and becoming a reality for all men. I when that sin caused death, it's almost like it changed man's genetic makeup. It's almost like man was created to exist in a physical body eternally. He has perfect genetics, right? He can exist. Nothing decaying. He can continue on for all eternity. He also had the ability to be in the presence of the Almighty in some way that the human brain could interact with the Almighty. Then into the equation, it's almost like genetic code was hard. And then into the equation, and we began to. And when I think about it along those lines, totally theoretical, by the way. That's how we inherit our sinful nature, is because the result of sin actually changed the genetic makeup of the body. And therefore, by necessity, now has to die because he ages. And also, we lost our ability to perceive the Almighty, to actually converse with him. You know, we lost something in our brain. That's what we're about the DMT stuff. We lost something in our brain that originally allowed us to see into this other realm and converse with this Almighty being. We lost the ability to do that because of that. Which brings me to the body of Christ. The interesting thing about the body, physical body of Jesus Christ, he was the only man, according to Scripture, who ever fulfilled the law of God completely and perfectly. Which means his physical body, his literal physical body, was not affected by sin, which is the thing that is causing all of us to die. And I just wonder if that physical body, if the body of Christ, if Christ would have grown to maturity, which he did, which was when he started his ministry, was full adult maturity. I wonder if he wouldn't have been crucified, he could have lived in that physical body forever. If the aging process would have stopped and he would have never had to die, because the effects of sin were not upon him. The curse was not upon him. And it makes me think about his body, because they put his body on the cross in the tomb. When we die, our bodies begin to go through very quickly. See, that kills someone. It starts to get kind of busted up, stiff apart. After the day, it stinks, all nasty. They put him in that place there for 3 days. That body didn't decay. same money. And that same money, and eventually a 6 body into this. It just makes me wonder, like, what the human body looks like in the beginning when we were creating perfect ability to interact with this other realm, converse with the Almighty. The absence of sin, in other words, our genetics.
You shut the fuck up.
So this is if you're taking the Old Testament absolutely. And in fact, I've been thinking about it.
This guy sucks. Joe, just tell this motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
Including recently Dennis Sullivan, Julian's, the giant, huge-headed people.
Here he is. I've been waiting on you so that I can focus on whooping your ass. How you living? Are you ready for the Olympics? Dog, are you ready for the Olympics? Jayor? Did you win a Jayor? Yeah, and I did think it. It goes like this. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home to me. Good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee. He sang that. When I say he, I mean the one, the only William Montgomery must have sang it 10 times at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee. But you wouldn't know that because you're not that big of a William Montgomery fan. Yeah. Are we counting individual photos? Are we counting storage? Because isn't there an argument to be made that every video frame is a photo? I disagree with that. I disagree with that. No, we should count them. We should count them. Yeah, no. Yo, dog, when you post the picture, how many photos you're taking on a daily basis? But technically, you include every frame of every video as an individual photo, in addition to the people who are just taking pictures. Yo, dog, that's a great technical observation. Yeah, you're totally right. If you're being literal and counting every frame of video as a photo, the number of photos taken daily skyrocket way beyond classic. Let's break it down. Most estimates of how many photos are taken daily, like we often say 1.8 plus trillion per year, so around 5 billion per day, usually referred to as photos, phone, camera, webcam, screenshots, etc. Not individual video clips. Videos are just photos in sequence. Exactly. A 1 minute video shot at 30 frames per second, 1,500 frames, aka photos. If you factor billions of people recording video on phones, webcams, closed television, dash cams, security cams, live videos, thousands of hours of new content uploaded to YouTube every minute. Rabbi Rothschild live streaming project talking trillions of frames per day. So why aren't they counted? Because a photo is generally thought of as a single chosen image. Video frames aren't typically meant to be individual photos. Site editing redundancy. Frames and videos are often very similar, unlike distinct videos. I think there are no demonstration. Data categorization. For stats, photo, and video are treated together. But technically, yes, if you want to find photo, a discrete image captured by a camera sensor, every video frame is a photo. It's just usually not how the question is framed. So yeah, you totally make the challenge of see how many photos are taken there. Depends on what we count as a photo. And if you're being technical about how image captures, then the number is astronomically higher. You're welcome. How are you? John Dick, how you living, man? What's good, son? I'm about to play on Play-Doh. How about you?
Every day of the week.
100%.
A week, yeah.
How many classes like generally speaking, not video, but how many photos do you think are taken per day on Earth?
Well, okay.
Right.
I'd say like
Like 1 to yeah, he is close. Like 1 to 2 billion. That's close.
I got
Okay. But
really that much. That's true. Photos, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. Very brand, all I guess further crops.
that,
So you don't have here, it's right to the second frames.
so if you include
What do you got?
way higher, 5 million. Sling it differently.
Think about how many videos and how many photos are generated in a week. By 45 people.
I know. Gotta be in the trillions.
Fucking idiots.
Oh, I meant. Okay, so let's do it. If I have 22 live streams going on, let's say, conservative with 15 different platforms over the course of 3.5 years, with 24/7, how many individual pictures is there? Word, dog. Um, they say it's 73 billion. I'll take it. That means I've had 73 billion pictures taken of myself, which is like basically more than anyone ever.
That's the word on its own right there.
Word, dog.
The most
Pictures taken of me.
person.
Yeah. How do you like that? I think
That's
so.
fucking sick.
Word, dog. John Dick, you want to play games with us? Download Play-Doh, P-L-E-T-O. off.
On phone?
Yeah.
Like,
Dude, I'm live in Discord right now.
oh, really?
Yep, keep it in my stream.
Oh, is it play card?
Yeah, PM. Yeah.
Virtual play sculpting. Oh, the Plato play game. Is that it?
Word, dog.
Yeah, yeah.
Create an account, big dog.
On Rabbi. Or like I don't have allowed to while you photo on your iPhone. I just set different pictures so that as you're taking the photo, adjust how you and on a regular don't really have that capability. That's the app. And I was like, I don't know, it's not that great. The filter, I remember you can apply. I don't know. I looked up how many like 5 billion per day, 1 trillion. That's a lot. By then, digest photos in near or to give augmented experience for your photos. I came up with something on my own that I think AI is going to be over for the like I think you, Rabbi, what would you augment these applications of more photos with your technology? Uh,
Basically, have AI be able to create compilations of a person's life. You would be able to watch that in either augmented reality or virtual reality or even in a hologram form.
kind of
Except better. I understand. Well, you could do that. Dude. You're thinking about a slideshow in 2025. I think about it in 3025. So basically, imagine more processing than all of the processors on Earth combined, all in one machine. I mean, we're talking like giant amounts of advancement here with computing power. Well, you laugh at that, but then I can tell you that the entire Apollo program has less computing power than is in my phone, and that was less than 65 years ago. So, like, it's baller. So imagine, even if it's not like just with quantum computing, it may be a lot more than that. So basically, you could just watch a slideshow old-fashioned way, or you could have an augmented reality where you live that person's life out, or you live someone else's life out, or you could trade lives with people, or you could say, take this general personality of the people who would have experienced these types of memories and put them in another world, another a fantasy world, or something on another planet in real life. You could basically say, I want you to recreate using these images the personalities of every person that are encountered in these images, and it would be able to do that very easily and very quickly. I mean, like instantaneously. You could also have it basically as just those memories. Say, I want you to take these photos, and I want you to create a mind upload data set, and I want you to be able to digitally reproduce that in a clone. And you could have a clone that would basically have all of those memories. I mean, really, the possibilities are endless. Those are just some opportunities I can anticipate in your future. Yeah, because I'm a pimp with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it, baby? The pimp one. Well, I do consider it in this lifetime because of life extension technology and mind uploading technology. Yeah.
They could do so much VR. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I reckon they could do, yeah, like, I feel like that's already kind of, but there would be like glitches and stuff, like, fucking fuck up sometimes. So, yeah, yeah, like, I mean, well, it was just like seeing it, and it was super hard to do. I was gonna say, like, to, like, these people would pay money to like, go on these machines and like do that in time, like before the war, but it would just like send their like brain like kind of like into their memories kind of thing, in like a VR kind of thing. Something like that could be like generated by AI. Yeah, yeah, like, like, But it's are you guys still on later?
Did you create an account?
Yeah, my name's John D. 8.
Send me an invite. I'm the Rabbi.
Oh, Rabbi. Any caps?
It doesn't matter.
That's confusing.
Yeah, I'm sexy. What am I do about it? Good job. I do this with people all the time, and it takes them fucking forever. I'm glad you have a good head on your shoulders. All right, John Dick. Absolutely. Riser, are you ready? All right. I'm sending you all invites. John Dick, how's how's our boy, John Appleton doing? Is he slinging dick like it's...
He's not responding. I was hop on.
How's our girl doing? Where, dog? How's our girl doing? Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really been I think she's good.
That girl's going to be successful. That girl's going to be successful.
Just wait till she starts to go out.
Wait till she sucks in her life?
No, it starts in OF.
Oh. I don't know if she wants to do that.
How do we?
You'll see, Pimp. So the lines, the like arrows, are basically like a hill, and the ball will accelerate. The
Oh, yeah. Oh, arrows.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
that's okay. Blue is water. The light blue or white is like ice. The tan is sand, and then on other holes there'll be like black, and that's like tar. Actually, it's worse than tar. It's like yeah. And then there's pink that's like a bubble gum, but you'll see it on other holes. And we'll make you aware of it. Look how sick this shot is. Riser, what did you think of how good I am? Riser, have you ever seen somebody so fucking good at this game? Riser, 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 do you want me to interview you after seeing that shot? What it's like to witness perfection? Not a bad shot, John Dick. Riser, 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 are you gonna suck dick on this shot? Oh, that's terrible, dude. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. We have John Dick, who literally has never played before, and he's still playing, and you are in the sand. Dog, I've never seen someone literally deep throat this fucking hole as badly as you just did. Oh, and we cash talk if you weren't aware. Oh my word. Okay, John Dick. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. See the corner where the ice begins? And there's like a little angle. Oh, keep going, keep going, keep going. Like more of an arrow, more of an arrow, 100%. Get it up to 100%. Okay, now do you see where the angle is where the ice starts? Keep moving to the right a little bit or down a little bit. Oh, dude. Okay, almost, almost. That's okay. Riser, you're up. Are you gonna just J-Yor yourself? J-Yor. Riser. Riser, are you just being like super kind?
Oh, fuck. Bro, the sand's like fucking hard.
It is. All right, there we go. That's all right. You did pretty well on your first one. All right. Oh, that was not good. So the pink stuff is like bubble gum, The blue is water. It's like you get stuck in it. Worse than the sand. Riser, you gonna go or you just gonna J-York? If you're wondering what J-Yorn is, because Riser takes so much fucking time, I've had to use an acronym because it just takes too long. And so J-York is an acronym for jerking yourself off raw. Not a bad shot. Better than mine. I'm behind the fucking wood. I agree. Riser, are you proud of that shot? Wait, you don't want to hit it off there. Hit it off the very corner. The very top corner. A little higher. There. Okay, almost. Pinfill? Everything gets you points. Oh, no, it does not. Riser, can you hear me? Dog. Because it sounded to me like you were J-Yorn. Dog, look at the scoreboard right now. Oh, what a shot. Dude, John D, you got your first fucking points. That was great. You are.
Amount of Rabbi have taken out. How long it takes.
It's got 35,000 people playing it right now. Right. They're fun and they're easy. Oh, perfect. Perfect shot. Oh, you got fucked, son.
Right.
Get there. What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do, Riser? Riser. Oh, fuck you, Riser. Oh, not what you wanted. Dude, I fucked up. Oh, great shot. That was fucking baller, dude. Well, we played this game a lot.
12 hours a day on it. Like,
Great shot. Great shot. What a shot. Yeah, we have a friend, and like he's played this game more than I have. You think I've played a lot? The guy's played it more than I have, and you, I think, could beat him straight up right now. Yeah, this is explosive. So if you go in the water, you have to go back to your previous shot. If you go in the car, you have to start at the beginning. Shit happens, man.
Oh, knock him in.
Whoa,
Oh,
dude, that was fucking dirty.
that was dumb.
Make it.
No. Oh, no. Yeah, double pimp elimination.
That's right. Make it, John Dick. Make it, John Dick.
Oh, fuck.
Riser, are you gonna make it? That's a bad shot.
Gross.
I'll show you how to do it. You just,
Pim's got it.
yeah, I'm gonna hit the.
Back.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
It's a good strategy to hit the balls.
I overshot it.
Oh, make it. He made it. Oh, almost. Riser, do you think you can make this shot? Oh, you're gonna make it?
He's got it.
Oh,
Oh.
dude, it's almost impossible to make it now. Sometimes there are holes under that stuff.
Ooh, last shot. That's hard. That's going nowhere. Damn, so you guys have had this game for like a year.
Right, barely hit it. There you go.
Oh, that you gotta bank it because the arrows are. Oh!
We're about to celebrate our year anniversary in 3 days, at least for me.
Do you have any like projects on the go? Like, I know how you did the crypto stuff with the Obama, Sonic annual or whatever it's called. Have you anything else like that?
Um, not. I mean, that was kind of a unique thing. No, I created bots on Kick, the streaming platform, that have been successful. I had somebody come in today. I had 14 people come in the last 48 hours. That's been good. Riser, you're a dick. Dick, Riser, you're a fucking dick. And that was not cool. Riser, that was a douche move. I want you to try to do it again. Hey, douche, try to get it and do it again. Oh, hit my ball. Riser, are you proud of that shot?
Rabbi, have you been allowed to be tested?
Yeah, 160. Plus, they have a big dick. What do you want me to do about it, baby?
Yeah.
Get it, John D. Get it.
Oh,
John D, you're really good at this game for your first game.
yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome, Tim. Riser, what are you fucking doing, dude? Riser.
Very important bell.
Riser, that was a pretty baller move.
That's good.
Newfie. When we say Newfie, it's what we mean for high IQ.
You guys made up. You guys made up.
Word, dog. That might be perfect. A perfect shot. Make it. That was baller.
When did you start Rabbi? Yeah. Uh,
We,
so that was a whole game.
yeah, we're going to.
Fucking. Oh my gosh. 1200. I thought they win. Oh, yeah, shit. Other good games for us? Basketball.
All right.
Basketball's really fun.
All right. And I think it'll be easy to pick up at, for a new person. Good move. Okay. Basketball invite. Riser, are you ready? I just want John Dick to know that I've played this game against Riser like 60 times, one on one, and he's never beaten me.
What?
That's what I want. You just flick the ball. You flick the ball into the. Riser goes first, so you'll see. Yeah, you just flick it. He's doing really well. He usually doesn't do this well. You know we would. Whatever you want to do, big dog, you just flip it. Oh, dude, he's fucking a natural. Dude, he's a natural. Dude, look, he's gonna beat you. He's really good. Dude, he beat you. Riser, do you want to be interviewed for your dog shit performance? Because I fingered so many chicks. Word, dog.
Oh, shit.
Riser, did you know that I doubled your score? Okay, now the hoop goes left to right, as you can see.
Oh, shit. Crazy.
I love how you'll be doing really well, then all of a sudden you just throw it directly to the left of it, like way off. All right, Riser, John Dick's turn. John Dick, you're pretty close, dude. Oh, dude, he he is tied. He's tied Riser. It goes up and down and left to right. Superman does good. I'm doing well, baby. Oh, Riser, Riser, Riser's building a house. Riser's building a house here with all his bricks. All right, it's up to John Dick to have a huge upset. What'd you say? You like that, baby? Get it, get it. He beat you, Riser. He beat you, Riser. What are your thoughts on someone who's literally never played this game before and only? There you go, big dog. Yeah, I played somebody who played 25,000 times. I couldn't believe it. All right, Riser. Whatever he wants to do about it. I think pool is two people. Some of the games are only two people. Riser, Riser, 11 dog. That was great. Riser, do you remember I told you that thing? Why they call it a bull market? Because bulls score upwards and bears bear down. Do you remember that? That is true. That is true. No, he got 7 last time and you got 6. Mm, I'm not either. No, no switches. It's all about swishes. I almost don't even want the ball to go in if it's not going to be a swish. The way exactly. John T88. Let's go, baby. Swish. Oh, that's what found it. Dude, look how many he's made. 3, 4, 5. I agree. Definitely sus. All right, I need a big round here. No,
Oh, yeah, outside of it.
not. I'm not. It looks like you have an upset. No, he made it. Two.
Oh,
Swish.
oh,
He's got it. He's got the win.
oh,
Turn out the lights.
oh,
The party's over.
there you go. Oh my God. Hey, bye-bye. Around. What the fuck? Oh, lucky me through it. So bad.
Dude, you're doing really well.
It's like a, yeah, no, it's good. Yeah. Oh, it's good.
Yeah, but you've never beaten me one on one. Reload.
Bowling. We should do bowling. Is that
Yeah, we can do bowling. I play with a lady. No,
bowling should be.
bowling. Is. I play with a lady every night before she goes to bed, and I can tell you that I've gotten good at it. And risers would beat me at bowling.
Oh shit. Before she goes to bed.
Word, dog. She's a really nice person.
Tim does it once.
Yeah, Doug. Sometimes she comes in during the day and plays. Well, I fucked up. I fucked up, John.
Oh,
Don't play that one. No, don't resign. Just let it go. I'm gonna send it. Okay. No, it's normal bowling. Were you proud of that?
for the boat, like the boat was like this. Fuck, that's tricky. Yeah. Man, these games are like just like and, well, oh man. There is a phone advantage.
Yeah. He makes things up. So don't listen to his bullshit. Don't listen to Ricer's bullshit.
They don't know. Hello?
Yeah, because he cheats.
It is hard.
What's hard about it, dog?
Ha!
If he gets these three, he's tied Ricer. Not good. You can put spin on it. I won't recommend it though because it's really difficult. But you move your finger like a C. But it's really difficult. Oh, Riser, that was amazing. Dude, you put spin on it. Did you do that on purpose? Dude, that was Riser, that was baller.
Oh, fuck.
What the fuck? Why didn't it go? That's what we're wondering. Right, so let's see your fucking dude. 7-10 split. The hardest shot in the game. Get it. Get it with your spin. Yeah, I've only seen it. Well, in this game, I've seen it twice. It is possible to get it, but it's difficult. We're dog. That's how bowling works, baby. Oh, look at you, dude. That spin is amazing. Oh, dude, you almost knocked that other one down. Riser, that was impressive. Dude, our first strike. John Dick might beat Riser in his first. Get it again. Get it again. Dude, Riser, what are your thoughts on John Dick, who's never played, beating you in basketball and bowling? Absolutely. What else you want to play? Oh, you want to run it back? You want your ass kicked twice in a row? Son, I'm, I'm going to do the Charleston on your face. Oh, Riser, I love watching your spin. It's entertaining. Yeah, go. Because you only hit 3 pins. Or you only hit 7 pins. You hit 7 in the first round and 7 in the first part of the frame. And I mean, I don't know what it showed on your end, but on our end, you did pretty well. Oh, get it, Riser. Dude, that should have gotten it. John Dick, get this. Get these three on the net. That was a great spare, dude. Maybe.
Oh,
Dude, what do you mean, oh no? You just had a strike.
some being off, like gutter.
I agree. Riser might get his first win against me.
I don't know how you haven't figured it out. Works every time.
John Dick. Dude, he might win.
Strikes in a row. Calm down. I know my eyes. Oh my hey. This one's one. No.
I thought it worked every time, Riser.
Man.
That's okay. You're beating Riser.
Oh. Oh, and all that. You got it. Oh, this is the sideline. 5 feet across. Wow. Wow.
Dude, John Dick beat you 2 games in a row?
Damn. What do you want me to do about it?
Improve.
Right, that's good.
Dude, darts is amazing, but it's only 2 players.
What? What else? British. Texas Hold'ems. Rothschild.
John D, you have an invitation. You have an invitation. Let's Riser beat John Dick. Oh,
Good stuff.
that's perfect, dude.
Oh, figure out how to oh,
Match Riser.
figure it out. Figure it out.
Great spare. Oh no. Great strike. Dude, he's untouchable.
Oh, what? Oh my god. That might have oh my head. Just title.
Perfect.
Oh, if that wasn't like I don't know what it's like. Took perfect shots.
Get it. Come on. That was a big shot.
I got Rabbi. Oh, oh my god. All right, let's go.
John Dick. John Dick, very impressive. What did you say, Riser?
See you guys around.
I agree. Why are you such dog shit at it? Are you ready for an invitation to Karam? You have an invitation, dog. Rocky Top, you'll always be. So- are you done? Like, hey, I'm in agreement. Dude, where do I hit this ball with this thing? Fuck. Riser, you want to know something? You've never beaten me one on one in bowling, and you've never beaten me at all in, or you've never beaten me one on one in basketball. You've never beaten me at all in bowling. What are your thoughts? What about literati? Dude, like, humbug. It means like, oh shucks.
You turned in
160 sucks dick. I'm ready for it. That was good. Show me another one. That's a miss. Psych. Stop. I have nowhere to put the what? Oh, you're right. Fuck. Fuck. Are you proud of that shot? That was one of the most dog shit performances I've ever seen. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You ready for perhaps the biggest Nuki shot we've ever seen? How'd you like that? Nuki! How'd you like that, son? How'd you like that, son? How'd you like that, son? You want to play 160? You want to play? You want to play 160? Yo, dog, you want to play 160? Oh, okay. Word box. Word box. Okay, I'll whoop your ass in this. No, because I'm amazing. You've come close. Psych. 3, 2, 1. Quit with that bullshit. Next round. I got sneeze. That was worth like 20 points. What are your thoughts on losing? You lost. At what do you want to lose now, son? Dog, what's it like to get your ass kicked so many different times in so many different games? You know how you like to keep track of who wins the most? It's over, baby. At what do you want to lose now? Skee ball? I can't hear you. At what do you want to lose? Fuck your quick draw. Look at you, dog. No way. You're done. I'm in your head. That wind is there. You're done, son. It's over. Oh, you're just fired like a banshee. No way. How did you miss the last shot? 4 in a row. Dude, I win it all the time. Dog, I win it all the time. 4 in a row. You're up first. I let you go first. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna JR? Thanks. You're so shitty. You're always like, this game's so easy. You get all the breaks. You're up, Tim. Thanks, dog. You're done. Are you ready for some skee-ball? I can't hear your mumbling. Oh, dog, of course. You know I love this game. I've beaten you at like the last 30 games we played, not just in this game. I'm saying today. I beat you in basketball a whole bunch. You got me in golf. I beat you in bowling and in archery and in four in a row. The proper noun, baby. What time's ticking down, dog? Welcome. Are you? There you go. Dude, what the fuck, man? Don't blame it on the letters. Are you done? Darts. 501 pro double out. You've never beaten me in this. You're up, pimp. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. I'm going to show you how big dogs do it. Nice bullseye. God, you are getting your ass kicked so badly. It's like not even funny. Get it? What the fuck is that? I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy. Shoot. I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career. You're done. You got beat by 303 points. Are you done? Dude, bingo sucks. You want bingo? Yo, dog. You have an invitation. Are you just gonna J your? Are you just gonna J?
I think it just automatically does it. M33. I'm gonna just fake you out. You can't fake the funk, son. No. What do you want to play next? Dude, no one can hear you. What are you doing? I hate this game. It's Duke's favorite game, though. All right, Hemp's done. I've beaten you at too much. I hate this game so much. Sucks. Dude, are you gonna go? Are you just gonna jail? I hate this game because you have to purchase shit. Dog, are you gonna go? You're the one who wanted to play this dog shit game. It's like Bejeweled. Are you gonna go? That's a mistake. You're gonna lose because of that. Terrible, terrible. Because I'm sick, baby. It's like candy for them. I don't see anything. You're up 10. I didn't know what the question was. Okay, well, what do you want me to do about it? Electro Claw? What the fuck is that? Dude, you did really well. Another Electro Claw? What is this bullshit? And you get to go again? What the fuck? Psycho Bite? Dude, what the fuck, dog? Electro Claw? What is that bullshit? I don't know how to play. No one knows how to play. Oh, you have to get what those things are? Get the Psycho Bite. How did you get that? Psycho Bite. Dude, this game sucks. This game sucks. Nothing for that. This game sucks. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna pay yours? Extra move. Oh no. Psycho Bite. Are you gonna go? Electroclaw? What the fuck? Psycho Bite? This is bullshit. Electroclaw? What is this bullshit? Hydro Rush, imp. Flare. Go fuck yourself. And those four. This is big time. Extra move. Are, are you serious? Guys, it's your turn. Dude, how you get psycho bite? Electro claw. I beat you, bitch. Victory. Are you ready to play again? Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J yours? Prepare for battle. Let me go first. Tight. But you have more health than I do. Dude, I didn't get to go. Rabbi's too. Fuck you, dude. Psycho bite. Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J your? Everybody's waiting on you. What the fuck? Are you gonna go? Hydro rush, pimp. Yeah, extra move. STFU, dog. STFU. Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J or? Oh, I didn't even see I had the animal on the bottom. Oh, so that's how you get this. No wonder I kept doing the same fucking move. I don't know how to play this game. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? Dude, fuck your electric. Hydro rush, bitch. Hydro rush, bitch. What did you just say? I don't know what I'm doing. I go by electroclaw, extra move, hydro rush, this is it. Okay, now that I know what I'm doing a little bit more, let's do it again. No one can hear you. Okay, No, that's against the rules. Is it my turn? What is the what do the grapes do? Yeah, whatever, dog. What do they do? Extra move? Another extra move? Dude, fuck you, man. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna just stay here? What do the berries do? What do the berries do? What do the berries do? Look, there's a question mark one. Heal me. Oh, dude, it hurts me and it heals you? Oh, that fucking is. I want that one that you just got. That thing's great. What are these fucking question mark ones? Dude, the fact that you have the heel leaf thing, that's not fair. I want that one. Fuck you, man. Flare. Hydro Rush. No one knows, dog. It doesn't do anything. I just wasted a thing for you. Extra move. Yeah, we're gonna we're gonna do it again, but I want that healing one. No, you stole my um the water one. Dude, where's the green one? Dude, I can't find it. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You can slide? No. So I have to be this shitty one again. Lava cab. Matching red damages your person. Dude, you're fucking psycho bite. Fuck you with that. There isn't anything good. Are you gonna go? Like, I know. I want that healing one. Oh, Turtles is the one. Oh, dude, now I know what to do. You're fucked when we play next. How'd you like that one, you B? All right, let's play again. You're done now. Let me go first. Healing. Oh, I'm at max hit points? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It freezes the thing for the next one. Whatever one was done, it freezes the next one. I don't know what it means. That's what I've observed. This level sucks. Extra move. Cycle blade. What the fuck is this? How did you do that?
I'm good, God.
That's cheap.
I only gave me one.
How do I evolve my guy?
Oh, I don't know. I probably
It sucks. Dude, you fucked me with the Reds. A move. Why are you calling them cherries? They're obviously grapes. You can't. No way. Yeah, but now I know what to do and I know how to evolve. Play again. That level sucks. No, just one. I beat you the game before that. All right, you can't count. Prepare for battle. Forest Valley. One less berry to evolve. Oh, dude, that was big time. You're at the maximum hit points. Oh, it's my turn. I didn't realize. Selected by how much is that? Oh, I don't get another free turn?
Oh, I just explained that, dog.
Why don't you get another free turn? Well, I didn't know. I didn't get what you were saying. Okay, go. Oh, that's big time. Crazy comeback. It's over. Oh, maybe not. Well, it's over. It's over. Purple. Yeah, you're gonna lose the next one though.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know how to use them. Now I do. I'm gonna dominate you. You have an invitation, dog. You have an invitation. Any place with that ice level. Two tiles are electrified. Are you gonna go? Dog, don't do this.
Every time. I swear to God.
Because I don't know what I'm doing. A new strategy, pimp, for sexy beasts. Dude, fuck you. You should. Nobody cares about that. No, they are.
Oh.
Because I'm sexy. Dog. Dog, do I need to repeat it? Because I'm sexy. Yep. Oh, wow. That was new for you. Big time, baby. Dude, you keep getting so fortunate. You suck. Are you fucking serious?
You do it.
Be my turn.
Wait, go.
Nice move. Wow, that one move saved me. Great move. I'm not even gonna fuck around. That was very smart. Goofy as fuck, I agree. I just fucked myself. Yeah, well, watch me win this one. Watch me win this one, big dog. No, it hasn't. I won like two of them ago. This one I like the most. There isn't any bullshit.
Cherry.
We call them cherries. They're grapes.
I think the pack. What? I am here. I know it.
But Pac-Man does have cherries. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your?
It's a lot.
Dude, I did not take that long. Okay, that's not a crazy amount of time. Extra move. Psycho bite. Are you gonna go? Dude, you stole my shit. And you get that? Dude, fuck you, man.
want me to do about it? Oh, very cheap.
They're not cherries, they're grapes. Fuck. What? I just had 3 in a row. And it didn't give it to me. Or 4 in a row. This game cheated me. If she don't talk to her, I don't talk to her. Dude, fuck you, man. Dude, you keep stealing my shit. Fuck. It's over, baby. It's over, baby. Huh? How many in a row did I fucking win? Why did tiles get shuffled?
Are you serious?
Good one. Fuck. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. How about you just go?
Oh, wait. Oh,
What?
burned it on the screen.
Fuck you, dude. And an extra move. That was brilliant.
This thing, never. Oh, an athlete. Or,
Champion. 2 in a row, baby. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna jail?
like I have
2 tiles are electric. What is electrified tile? What does that do? You fuckface. Fuck you, dude. Fuck. Psycho. Dude, you're just getting helped by everything. STFU. They're not cherries, they're grapes. Dude, what the fuck?
So many purple. I gave that.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, my finger slipped. Psycho bite. Fuck. Fuck you, man. This game sucks.
So bad if you did. It's still high. Oh no.
Oh, big time. Of course.
What do you want me to do? I think I was literally again. But still get anyway. Or
Fuck. Are you fucking serious? Game sucks.
why don't you level up the
Extra move? What the absolute fuck? Fuck you.
I hate I wonder what
You're done.
Because I'm the West Side pimp. And I'm the East Side gangster. I'm the East Side gangster and the West Side pimp. Dog. This game is exhausting. It's fun as fuck though. I'm, I'll play one more, but I have to use the restroom. Okay? Oh man, I gotta drain this thing, son. Oh, boy. All right, pimp. Final game.
You're up, pimp. We're waiting on you. You just J yarn? Are you just J yarn? Are you just J yarn? Yo, pimp. Yeah, it does. I had to wash my hands and stuff. Word, dog. I'm starting finally. Hey, look, the thing is different. Oh, good move, dude. That was baller. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Dude, fuck you, man.
Look at the scoreboard. Who just came in from? GG Pep. We can play this game all night. It's very fun. We've got a new game now. I've been trying to. I mean, it's one late, so pretty late. Are you proud of the way you played today? Let's go through. Basketball, you won a game in a three-person. Bowling, still winless. Literati, you're still winless. The word box thing, you're still winless. Match Monsters is an amazing game. You do okay at it. Go. I think earlier, Go, you did well. That one with the boxes, you did well at. Um, Mini golf, you did well at. Archery, you won one, I think. Maybe two, but you lost a bunch too. Carom, you did okay. Um, Skee ball, we did not play. Um, you're doing okay, man. I mean, when are you going to play the Olympics again? You have to tell me, hey, we're doing the Olympics, and then we'll keep track of the game. All right, big dog. Sweet dreams. Come back tomorrow or tonight. Uh, Zoom will be here in a little bit. You got Girl Scout. Good games. GG Pimp. Get good.
Cut the little man. You're a vein of out. Right on the bottom. I ran it. There's only two of these left in the world. Son, damn. I'm gonna get y'all want to try it out. Oh my God. Down everything. One. Can't tell what I like it. You know what I mean? Like theoretical.
Okay, let's move.
First of all, but how on earth that we are, or we could take any being on earth and use it as an example. How did we go through how many millions or just millions of years? Not evolutions, but life. That's why I put it how long ago to life for pure. From life to what we are as beings. Are you ready for this country? How did we go through 3.5 billion years of evolution and being shaped by our environment? And here we are, after 3.5 billion years, and we can't stay around for more than about 65 years, and everything around us can kill us. If I think about, again, country logic, if I think a 3.5 billion year long process of an organism being shaped by its environment, I would like to hope it would produce something. I didn't know who you are today. It was just fucking extraordinary comparison to humans. Nothing is close. But I mean, you have to think how long humans have been around in this form. These are science. They believe somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 500,000 years based on the celebrities. They can go from eventually 6 or 7. But there's a time. When Homo sapiens existed before, and then there's a bunch of different forms of human. There's a bunch of different hominids, and a bunch of there's Neanderthal, there's a ton of them. So what we've been able to achieve in this very, relatively speaking, when you think about 3.5 billion, is a number that you can comprehend. You say, but a lot of it's too big to remember. Think about the behavior characteristics that you can breed into your dogs. Now, I am horrible. Adaptation. Heartily agree in different forms, drastically different forms of human. And just like your dog came from a wolf. Okay. I have 2 dogs. I have a golden retriever. I have this little baby that we just got. And both of them also. And it's ridiculous. They have 0 killer instincts. That's partially kills you. Turtles. He's some new thing we've created through selection and breeding and forced adaptation. It's a totally different animal. We are a totally different animal. Totally different animal to ancient man. We're just different. So we go, especially if you go way back to Australia, Piscine, all these different animals that different animals that were very primitive. There's like there's a lot of mysteries. The big one is the human breed. When you're reading particularly the that it's like what were they trying to remember? Because you gotta remember before this stuff was even written out, history for the 1,000 years. What were the original story? That's what I think the truth is. I think there's truth. I don't think these people are making up fairy tales. I think that's a silly way to think about it. I think it's much more likely that some intensive and happened over the course of history, and these people were trying to document with whatever ability to express themselves at the time. Yeah. So it's just the problem I always have with is man, is human beings and our desire to use hyperbole, we exaggerate, times we change things, we write things that make ourselves bigger than we should. History is written by winners. Very difficult to know what they chose. What was the original thing that they were trying to write down? But I think the truth in the original thing is the right direction, Joe. When you always had it with man, yes, man is indeed. That's not like you're on the right path, man. Well, you're the problem. We're also seeking solutions. People like me, people that want to be people, people that want a better world, they want a better society, and they recognize that there's certain things that you do to change your life and to inspire others. Like that, there's a reason for those things. They're not necessarily self-serving. A lot of them are community serving, and that's in a way self-serving because the more healthy your community is, the better you feel, the better your life will be. There's reward systems built into our tribal nature. Yeah. And there's a lot of good to that. And I think, if you follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, you will have a better life. If you believe and live by, you will have a better life. But there's that weird jump you have to make. There's a weird jump where you have to make critical thinking and logical mind and accept that there's an extreme value in living this way. And it hasn't been around for all these years by accident. But I really do believe the origin just probably shouldn't know. When you hear it, that's the frustrating thing. This is all really good. Like, hey, pressure course. We're not bad. We just need to know. Because you are summing stuff, questions, like, you talk about that whole transition, just like living out your life to all of a sudden replacing your entire hope in this, the gospel. That's that transition that I was talking about that you can't choose. You know what I mean? So you're summarizing so well, man, and that the Almighty has these plans for each of us, sons and daughters, and He leads us each along this path to the ultimate revelation that we're searching for. What every path looks different, and it's so interesting to me to get to hear you speak this way, because you're living along this path that involves this spiritual warfare. I was a warrior. I understood warfare. I understood encountering the enemy. And that's the story I told you. It kind of led me to this ultimate revelation and to this regeneration along the lines of that. I have to believe that, and I have to know that He is leading you along this path specifically, the way you're experiencing it. Because that's how your mind works. Like you're a master. You are intelligent. You understand things. You want things to be so logical and orderly. Like the show turn thing, or any of these other facts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, or something like that. I can do it without knowing about it. According to the Almighty nature, without all that stuff, it'd be just you're different than me. So much direction that you're going with the questions that you ask, the way that you search, because it's beautiful, man. Yeah. Yeah. I'm blessed with the time. I'm blessed with the time. You know, it is a big blessing. If you're too busy and your life is too obligations, fortunate for me, a lot of my job gives me time. Gives me time to think. A lot of what I do, a lot of these conversations give me time to think, and talking to different people with different perspectives, different life experiences, and what they're trying to figure out. Because we're all trying to figure out what is the purpose of this? What am I doing here? Some of the most miserable, anxiety-ridden people that I know have some of the most miserable, anxiety-driven people that I know are atheists. And some of the most angry and bitter and attacking and condescending atheists. And also Christians. Yeah, well, there's a lot of Christians that way too. Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims that way. There's a lot of Muslims that way. There's a lot of people that are full of shit. And that's, you know, that's with everything. With it, you can get a good plumber, you can get a terrible plumber. You know, and it's just, human beings vary considerably. There's a philosopher that wrote in his book, Knowledge of the Wit. This philosopher says you can make anything out of anything. And he's talking about scripture. And you can make anything out of it that you want to make out of it. You want to interpret it. Yes, sir. Anything. And that's where these issues and people look to point out the hypocrisy in the body of Christ. The visible church, Christians, people who claim to be Christians, the hypocrisy of Christians. I would agree with you 100%. There is a lot of hypocrisy and a lot of what the visible church does. It's what they want to make out of the church in order to control people. That's like, and there's also the issue of you think about a rock star, you think about someone who's still right? A preacher, you think about like a character. And so that becomes that's on the far spectrum of free trade. You know, Rolls Royces, private jets, expensive suits, all of it's fucked. None of it makes sense. None of it seems to be Christian, right? To amass billions of dollars in enormous plots of land, have huge houses, and flying around in $65 million planes. And you got what's the Jesse planted? Is he going? Oh no, he's a mega preacher, but watch videos. Oh, Charles. Oh my gosh. That's how he started. One of the greatest comedians of grace world system. How does it preacher? Well, you know, when people like to point out conversation Christians, like, I get what you're saying, man, like, and how religion is used to control people. You can say anything. Well, here's the thing. Here's how I would respond to you as a Christian. Yes, you're right. I am a hypocrite. I am a liar. I'm a cheater. And I'm not really the person I'm saying. I kind of the things that they have, the things of this world. I hate. I think all of these things. That's the spot. Like, in that realization of who I am, it's that revelation is the foundation of my clinging to Christ. Right. Clinging to. Do I want to do those things? No, I don't want to do those things. But there is something in me. There is a remnant in me I don't want to do and the things that I want to do, I don't actually do. And not 100% of the time. Like, it's not my desire. But when I do those things now, the difference is my response to them. So, like, I told you how wicked I used to be. You know, used to be, if I had a partner with my wife, you know, I was rushing out the door and I was up, maybe I yelled at my wife. And I went out in my truck and went to work. The rest of the day, I was justifying my yelling at my wife. She deserved to be yelled at. I'm sure. But she's in the mall. Now, when I do those things, I yell at my wife, I walk out the door. It's the same thing that I did before. But I do it now, and I get in my car, and it crushes me, dude. I'm like, I can't believe I just did the thing that I know I don't want to do, but I did it anyways. It's my response to those things. The most, I think, accurate way or picture to describe this, remember I told you I woke up the next day, like my desires have changed? Yeah. The most accurate way I want to describe this, if you have two plates of food, so you have a plate of the finest food, and then you have a bucket of garbage. You turn a feeding loose, the pig is going to go and stick his head in that bucket of garbage and eat that garbage before he eats the meat off of that fine plate. Because he likes the smell of garbage. He's attracted to the taste and the smell of it. So we're pigs of the house like this way with that. He'll go eat the garbage before he eats the good stuff. And so he's eating the garbage, and there's this good stuff right there next to him. And he's not even ashamed that he's eating that garbage. He's a pig. You have the power to snap your fingers and to turn that pig into that man with his head up on that garbage. But look around him, he would be ashamed that he had been eating that garbage. And he would depart from that garbage and go to the finer food. Right? That's what he would do. That's the transition that I tried to describe to you earlier. I was changed overnight. It was like I no longer desired garbage more than I desired the fine things that the Lord has offered to me. My desires changed. But we still come back. There's a remnant of that being in us. And every now and then we want to go back and eat that garbage, but we're ashamed. We don't want anybody to see that we're ashamed, and it upsets our stomach. And we respond to it differently. And that's kind of the change. And then tying us all back into why are Christians perfect? They say they preach all this stuff. As a preacher or as a teacher, the closer you preach true, literal word of Scripture in terms of standards, the closer you get to that standard that's portrayed by Scripture, the more of a hypocrite you are going to become. Because you can't meet it. So what you're saying, this is what I was getting at. What you're saying is one of the best examples of the power of being a Christian. What I'm talking about is the general perception of people on the outside that don't really, maybe hang out mostly in secular circles, maybe they have a bunch of friends that are atheists. They interesting. These feelings that I have too. Yeah, I mean, you read it, I think it's Corinthians chapter 2. The Apostle Paul was writing, hey, I didn't come to you with these wise words. I tried to convince you that I said, I preached this gospel. Notice that not many of you are like are able to believe this because it's deliberately foolishness. Peter made it wrong. It's funny. It's like the Almighty sovereign and immutable will that He chose the cross as to be the story of redemption. It's funny that He chose the cross, and He did it for His own good pleasure. He chose to destroy the wisdom of man by a message and a seeming it's so backwards. He chose to destroy man's wisdom, our natural man's wisdom, right? All the great things that man has done and known and discovered. He chose to destroy all of it by this foolish message of the cross for his own good pleasure, because man, his wisdom did not know God when he came here in the person of Jesus Christ. They actually killed him. They destroyed all his natural wisdom with this message of foolishness. God created. And this, so if it really did happen, most bizarre way, it's a message of love. The most bizarre way that you could ever, like, literally imagine, man. No, I didn't imagine. You try to explain your experiences with whatever you encounter in those parents. People you have. Like, it's the problem with unique experiences that completely outside of the norm. Once we were outside of the norm, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, or Jesus Christ, the Son of God. I have to try to explain that to people. What are you talking about? It's this guy, his name is Jesus, like, fuck up. You're a multi-level marketing scheme, which means that you know, this guy can play from. Like, what this guy is going to look like, what's going on? No, man, it's not like that. But, right. But if it really is true, you're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck with this story. And you can't leave that part out. No, you're tell the entire story. So you're just going to be alright, this is what's going to sound crazy. But I just thought you know, brother. Look at it, but also know that if you live that way, and if you believe a promise teaching there's something to it. There's a reason why people do it. There's a reason why Christians are some of the things says yes, you'll ever meet. There's something to it. There's something to it. There's an origin of it all. There's truth in the origin of it all. It's just trying to figure out what it means. The translations, even the translations in English that you're reading, the way we communicate today. So the real is like the evolution, the discourse of Earth, thousands of years, the way we phrase things, the way we describe things. So you have to get scholars who understand the original way they talk about these things. Why did they say a phrase this way? What is the meaning of this? So we have to dedicate an hour later, 2 hours later, thousands of pages of very confusing scripture, where some of it you're reading, you have to read it 3 or 4 times, and you just gotta go, what is he trying to say? Because you really fits with the rest of it. Because you can read it in a way, and you're like, this is contradictory. If scripture is contradictory, it is not for God. Like, it cannot, by nature, what we know about the nature of God, it's revealed in scripture. His nature, right? It's one of my favorite things to study, the attributes of the Almighty, which we cannot even grasp the fullness of it. But some of the attributes have been revealed to us. And so, if that is his word, contradicting, because that would go against what we know as who he is. Yeah. Sometimes it does. Seemingly. And again, this is probably the interpretation of man. And this is where it gets probably, it is ultimately fascinating. Absolutely. The book of Isaiah, a version that they didn't even know existed. It turns out that was older. Right? It is. God down. For a long time. And so few people could write things down, and so few people could read. That's where it gets weird. But I think ultimately, behind it all, they're trying to tell a story. They're trying to tell a fantastic story. And I think ultimately, too, I think the thing to add to that, Joe, is if what I'm saying is correct in terms of what I think in Scripture, ultimately it has also to be divine influence over the preservation of the Scriptures. It's the only way, right? You can be the way for the Scriptures in the original language to be true, the word, the right, to be the complete revelation of the right to man. There has to be some divine influence to happen. Yeah, because we look at the letters in the New Testament that were written by the Apostle Paul, and the only way that we can trust that is the message from God to us, but it's coming from man. How does that happen? Well, we have to believe that, again, the Almighty is influencing man through the power of his Spirit in the man to write the things that the man wrote. It's like that's why this belief in the Holy Spirit and the believer to be possessed with the Spirit of God is so essential. Like, it has to be that way, or else if Paul's writing he's writing based on his experience. Pilate say to Jesus, "What is truth?" Well, like truth. I don't even know that truth can come from reason alone, because everything that we experience is so influenced by our upbringing, our perspective, memory, so many things. These former military guys attacking each other. Well, he did this, he did that, like, I mean, some guys might flat out, tell a fib, that's not good. so many people are recounting experiences that they've had in their life, service and way. And all of that is shaped by their unique perspective and the way that their brain works. You know, it's like I can attack a dude. I can't attack a dude. You know what I mean? So, we're saying that the Bible is truly the perfect revelation of God to man, that we have to understand that the source of that all of it did not come from in some way. It was wrong. God threw it. If that makes sense. It does make sense. That is the ultimate truth. All starting. It's just trying to sift through the tongue to get to what the truth is. And then this thing ultimately, unless technology comes about, we'll never know. We'll never be able to go back in time and figure that out. It's an issue. I told somebody that while I was sitting there waiting, when he was passing away. To describe when you leave your physical body, your spirit basically goes into the presence of the Almighty immediately. In that state, you're unclothed, and you don't want to be clothed. Like I'm having all these stuff. I'm almost returned from mom. But it was a conversation. Well, you were talking with him about this sort of leap of faith. Oh, yeah. That's what I was talking to him about. I was like, right now, Mr. There is an element of faith in what you believe. Like, and that's it's hard to explain that. It's hard. That's a problem. But when you know to live by faith, like you're gonna know. It's all. Like we'll never. There's always going to be an element of faith in what we believe. Like there has to be, as it pertains to things of God. There's always a certain element of faith. That very faith is the gift that the Lord gives to His elect. The ability to believe. Like that is the gift, that element of faith. It's the gift that I treasure more than anything else that I have in my life. But it's still tough. Remember, you have doubt sometimes. Well, that's where a skeptical person steps in and says, well, this is ridiculous. It's based on you have to believe because logically it doesn't make any sense. So this is the problem with that is that you're making this assumption that your mind is flawless, that it can perceive truth, regardless of your learned experiences, regardless of what you can see truth, even if it's a completely unique thing. You can know that it doesn't exist. Like there's no way to know. If it is a puzzle, what could create a puzzle? Then you have to believe something that defies the logic. Like if you were going to demand faith of someone, you would deliver it in a way that the only way to buy into this. See, you have to get past your logic. You have to abandon it, and you have to believe something that you've been told. It's impossible. My answer is that. My answer is that. Isn't it? This is the problem. Here's what you're the ones that science demands that you believe in miracle. That's the big thing. If you believe in one miracle, everything else it can explain with material science. So, the miracle of the Big Bang is what creates human being. Then the resurrection of a human being. That's logical. People believe people die, maybe people come back to life. Not by that. More than the entire universe is smaller than the head of a pin. And through the process that everybody is at, becomes maybe it's a continual process that happens over and over and over again. Like, you would like, but my wife's doing a YouTube video or something the other day. They still they're looking at the comments. Yes, theology. Yes, Shakespeare tells me. Yeah, they're finding. They think that some of what they're interpreting as the initial stages of the Big Bang are not that. But the origin of the universe is far more they think it was because they're finding galaxies that are too that are so far away that they would have had to form here that it's possible from the moment the Big Bang to now. So this is extended in some people's eyes the birth of the universe to 22 plus a billion years old instead of 13.7 or whatever it is. So they think it's possibly not. But then there's also questions like the Big Bang itself might not be correct. The signals of this part of the space or the universe we just can't see here because we don't have the ability to see further than what the James Webb Telescope can do. So as we develop better and better tools with each iteration, you're going to have a much deeper understanding of the vastness of the universe itself, which may ultimately be infinite. And Roger Penrose thinks that not only was there not just a Big Bang, that there's a continual cycle of these things that happen for eternity. There's never been a beginning. Because we always want to think in terms of our own personal biological limitations. We have a birth, we have a death. What was the birth of the universe? Why is it? Why? Because we have this tiny lifespan of 100 years. Even if we try to interpret things about scripture, we think about, we almost always with time constraints. Like, how do you think without the constraints of time? Like, in your mind, you know what I mean? Freaking wild. That time gets real weird when you get to the Old Testament. Like, how old was Noah? Man's genetic code and how that has just kind of progressively gotten worse over time. It's possible, but it's also possible that their interpretation of time is different because they didn't astronomy. They would consider the years that all we're talking about. But we have such a limited understanding just of human civilization. I mean, there's new findings constantly pulling the bridge into the timeline of human history. And some of the biggest ones are happening in Egypt right now, where they're finding structures through topography and through these satellites. They're finding these structures underneath the pyramids that go down 2 kilometers deep. Very controversial stuff, but they've repeated over and over again. There's these cylinders, there's wells that seem to be wrapped around these cylinders. They're hundreds of meters deep, and then there's more structures underneath there. Like, what is this? Who made this? Like, explaining the pyramids themselves is impossible. They try, they pretend, they work as hard as they think. Okay, maybe. Also, crazy that you've got this fucking thing that's 17 acres in its footprint, 2,300,000 stones. Some of them got from 4,500 miles away, placed hundreds of feet in the ceiling. Some of them are 50 plus times that they've moved in these positions. Cut perfectly, you can get a razor blade in between them, set to perfect north, south, east, and west. And then you found there's structures underneath them that might go down 200 years. We really have a completely fucked up understanding of human history, and it's very likely to be wrong. Yeah, there's a lot of speculation around. I'm sure somebody will talk about this period of human history in scripture where it talks about essentially these angelic beings basically present ask that question. And maybe there's a logical answer that'll make you seem foolish for asking the question. Oh, okay, I get it. Maybe not. And there's a lot of assumptions that people cling to. And we found out a lot about that during COVID. There's a lot of shit that people just believe. That's 100% not true. And you'll yell at people about it, and you'll fucking change people's lives, and you'll treat people like plague rats, and it's 100% incorrect. And you based your entire identity on this information that's 100% incorrect. And then, years later, you're still justifying it because your ego won't allow you to admit that you were incorrect. You had made false assumptions, you had gone down the wrong way of thinking, and here you are, stuck with this undeniable truth that's right in front of your face. You were fucking wrong. You were wrong. You got played. You can't trust the government. You can't trust the pharmaceutical drug companies. You can't just make the profit off of you. And there it is right in front of your face. And that's the problem with taking yourself too seriously. That's a problem with being married to your ideas. That's a problem with always wanting to be right and always wanting to sound intelligent. That's so good. Joe, this is so impactful for me to hear you say that because let's share this with you, of course. But I've told a few of my friends that was coming on the show today. Somebody's response when you tell them that you're going to come and sit down to the plane, the most powerful man on the internet. I heard you call that. And don't be offended by it. That's what people say. And so many people tell me. Now, Chad, you better just stick to what you know. And I'm sitting here like, buddy, I don't know a whole lot. When you're really getting down to what you said, man, you're not attached to your ideas. And they're not even your ideas. They're just think about things deeply. And you ask these questions. And you do come to the realization. And there's very little that I actually know. When you find the word or the idea of notebooks, and even scripture tells any man that thinks he knows anything has to know as he ought to know. In other words, as soon as you think you have the answers to most things, you are totally lost. And ultimate form, one of the ultimate forms of knowledge or knowing is realizing that you really don't know much. You talked about that. Some of the advice I received, well, if you don't know, you have a problem with that. It's like, you know, get anywhere. You got a real diver, and they don't know. People's perspective of what you feel here and you know what you do once you've accomplished it. I think it's just like so skewed, like just based on some of the conversations I had. You know what I mean? Well, it's always going to get weird when anything gets large. You know, people have their own perceptions and things that are successful. What are you doing at this point? I like it, yes. Yeah, I like it. I enjoy it. It's a question. I like talking to people. I like learning new things. I like having interesting conversations, fun conversations. What was your first kind of big break as a podcaster? As a podcast, I mean, just in general, as someone who's, I guess, the big things here, but you know, that was the one that got made me famous. What led you? I was on the TV show before the news radio. child stars ever made out where you mix it wrong with water or whatever it is that the formulation's wrong. You never gotta fix it. You gotta fix it. It's already it's a tragedy. But to get things as long as you're always supporting your character and keep it sane when you're going through fame in particular. It's Terry person. Like, particularly when you know, man, that's good. I like that. Oh, yeah, I know you did. Introvert. I'm doing Terry. I was going to know you did too. Right? Fucking tiring, huh? Right, yeah, with the guy. Was that anything I've heard of you? Jazz is humiliating. It's ugly. But there's a lot of power in that. It makes the rest of your life much easier. It really does. So it's a huge factor in my standard. In my ability to stay sane and everything. There's not it's like you just come like so that kind of conflict was so overwhelming, so positive and it helped me so much with character development, with understanding myself and what I was unable to accomplish and what we were caring about. And then it allows you to navigate the weird waters of fame so much easier. That's really impacted my inner use because it has been the exact same experience. We didn't got years now. It's been kind of slow, but again, it can be for like 2 years. The YouTube and stuff, I'm nowhere, obviously, on the level that you experience in your life, but you can't go out and have somebody that's not on the level. And all these comments and all this stuff, you know what I mean? But continuously choosing to do these challenges that, like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do it like the Yukon piece. The Yukon 1000, we didn't finish it. We went 495 miles. And they started having circulation issues with our body as paralyzed. One doesn't flow very well. And like his leg is usually the size just of his feeling on his bones. And by the third day, his legs were the same size as my legs. And he started to develop these pressure sores on his butt, which is very, very dangerous for people who are paralyzed and are sitting in that cone for 18 hours a day. We didn't complete it. But we were out there, like, truly in the wilderness, like, truly against not only the models, but just the environment. Like, I love to hear all these people talk about Mother Earth. It's like, Mother Earth will kill you. You talk about Mother Earth around there, and you ain't spent much time in. Man, we're out there just like struggling through this, and it became something that for my teammate, he physically wasn't in a place that he could safely continue. But like, God, so frustrating, being out there, the struggle is like 120, 130-mile days, 18-hour days in this kayak, you're getting 3 hours of sleep. You have to cook on the food, it's all self-contained. But like, I come out the other end of it, and I'm just like, so dialed in. Without those experiences, I agree with you. Man, yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why people are so filled with anxiety and depression. I think you need to challenge yourself all the time, and I think it's physical. It's not just a mental, I think it's a physical challenge. It's a very important part of maintaining sanity. It is for sure. I'll tell you something. You know, on the micro level, I have to have maybe two things, big things a year that I look at, and I'm like, I don't know if I can actually finish that. You know what I mean? And it forces me to train, to work there. You get toughness and how this keeps you going through life. That's one of the toughness that you really build in that training process. Again, on the right state, you shouldn't be getting any more mentally tough on the right state. You know what I mean? Your brain's just a muscle like any muscle. In my experience, it's, if you stop exercising it, people want to act like there are people out there like me, like David Goggins, or these people. I'm going to show up anywhere and just crush everything. It's not how it works. Like, we have to prepare and train process in order to perform. People want that you can just be mentally tough and perform for the rest of your life. Because they don't want to do the work that's hard to actually perform. It's almost like an out. Yeah. That, appreciate you going and doing a show. Project.com. We do is we have training. Or something out there with you. Go check it out. Out and Joe. Conversation. And thank you. I was shadowing at a conference. Safe. So that looks like a lot of practitioners. There's like this is a just breaking out possible. It's 2023. There was this great talk on stage. They came in and doing this presentation, and they were up on stage to speak. But that's time and a place. And I think Psychedelic Science 2025 did a wonderful job. Where we wanted to be there, the world has space to speak my hearts and minds. So, Massachusetts. Beers, really good. Yeah. So, 15. A trained psychedelic assistant. I believe a lot of people believe the first profession who got a religious no law enforcement, no involved. Okay. I think I'm going to have to go right through the bathroom. So, Massachusetts. There, I was accepted at the university. So I went to Northeastern University in my 20s. Right, and who knows what during that time it looks like let's study psychology. Right? I know myself and things like this. We all probably rat. I wasn't given ratings. Take a philosophy class, take a religion class. Take so many of those classes. Graduate religion and philosophy. It was huge. At that time, Israel was yes. The medieval working as a security guard in the 90s, round simple. Ecstasy and I started working when it's stimulants and alcohol. It's includes MDMA. Side of and you're saying high fiving, you're hugging. No, we're up. So I become a cop in my space. And we're nice cheap. Backwards. He starts taking me to the present. This is really treatment resistance and PTSD. I can't believe it. So I go last, but sit in the front. Look at that. PTSD pushed into sustained remission. Sustained remission from how many experiences? I think the way it was set up was like 2 or 3. Experience-based experience, and then remission. It's all done. It's all done. Multidisciplinary associations with other studies. Great perspective. I'm in the front row. The jump on stage, the appeal, just working from home. It was Orlando, Florida. You said something really important, Joe. Psychedelic assisted therapy. What? Medicalizing Schedule 1 substance. Story gets even more interesting. He says, what the heck is going on here? At this point, I'm telling the girl, what's going on with these people? And Matt gets me into the first therapist training. A cohort of people that will get trained on this methodology. So you can know what's going on, right? It's when someone's on live, you gotta hold it. You gotta hold that. And not only that, Maps contacts and says, we might be able to get you into a family research protocol. It's a healthy enough. It's an example of health. That would experience it because they think that it's important for the therapist. But you know what? Please, really? I train therapists to help people with PTSD because what are those symptoms? They're vulnerable. Suicide rate comes to 3 times higher than more crimes are dying by suicide. Barrel of the street.
Others.
Right? That is out there. Right? So, maybe we can help with them. I would say suicide and first responders. That's the numbers. No? Sure. Right? Yeah. And we've seen this podcast. This you see with the government pandemic. Radical measures. When it comes to conflict, because it's sort of supposed to have no benefits whatsoever. That's right. Say something about that? It's a lie. What's early? Certainly a lie. And I need everybody to hear that. Because men and women are dying suddenly. The epidemic. And we are holding the lie. I think the problem is politically, it's very difficult to say where you're sending if you're anyone who was running for office or anyone who's currently seeking the election. Right? Because it carries with it this taboo, this narrative that has existed since the 1970s. That these are drugs that are running people out of heads. That it's going to waste. It's going to waste away. It's going to, you're just escaping reality. They're for weak people. They're for losers and addicts. You couldn't have summed up the problem there. Nicely done. It's a public narrative that's out there. That unfortunately, it's going to take a long time to turn that notion around. So, I think what you're helping with is that when politicians can't see how to make safety for those of us who can't or want to, I'm asking for their help. Because I'm active law enforcement. I gotta tell you, Joe, we're responsible. Not only are our mouths shut, but our hearts are engaged. Like also, law enforcement is trying to build a career in the system. They can't talk about this stuff. The stuff they can't do this stuff. So what they can't do is keep their mouth shut until they get to the point where officers is when a cop does something. That's right. There's research out there that says the amount of critical incident exposure in the average law enforcement relationship 200 murders, suicide, car accidents, most civilians have 5 critical incidents send people's lives sideways. So, the first responder's nervous system is a carrier of trauma at a level unimagined by most people, which is what you just put into this conversation. And then, so you got the gasoline, and you got the match. You fly off the handle, and everyone acts surprised. How could that happen? How did that officer end up doing that? Because it's a no-risk job. You know what we got? First 10 years after retirement, that's secret. So you just run out and get to retirement, marry the dog of LA society, and then you die. You know? There's no time to fight. It's an unspoken trauma. It's an unspoken issue that was really devastating to me. Shit. Then you've got the demobilization. The fact that these people not only don't appreciate it, but then they've been all turned into villains. That's right. That's right. That's worse. Yeah. I was really caring young people and police movement was so hurtful. It was so hurtful. It hurt me to come to work and see them take the 911 calls for service and show up and fast along with them to make sure that their family and that person is okay and then come back and feel appreciated and not understood. You know, and they were used as political points. You know, openly by the officers who were still in office. So it was pretty disgusting. And just a short time. Also, a complete lack of awareness of the difficulty of the job. If you're around like it is, it's an insane job that you're asking people, just regular people, to do on a daily basis. That's right. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who you're interacting with. You don't know if it's going to turn into a life or death situation. I see try to make the job as a normal job, and it isn't. And someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it. Because it's inherently a part of the nature that drives for confusion, from misunderstanding, it's violence. It happens. Someone has to show up and handle it. It's not a normal job. So, from your first introduction to this idea of the psychedelic therapy, how long before you actually experienced it, and how long before you actually helped them? Okay, so take us through. So you find out about this grant to the department. Yeah. So it was very interesting. These were all ideas that were on my radar until I met Rick at the Chiefs Police Conference. They get on my radar and fire me up because this is what I want, right? Because of my history, I'm compelled to step in between more parties and get them to stop. Okay, in terms of automatic fits into the conversation. And then Maps is able to get into this research protocol and be able to get permission from my chief to experience it. I have a mystical experience. Of health. The segment when I take the pill, Morpheus analogy there. Right back in reality, right? I experience MDMA on film, mix it into microtones, how to change your mind. So $25 a month. Taxes. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What do you pay? Oh, fees on top of that. Ready to see unlimited data for just $25 a month. Don't think wireless can be so transparent. So, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/rocket supply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. What issue with people controlled studies. That's right. So here's what I want to ask you about the science of that. Is that a problem with the power and logic of it? Is that a problem where science is? Okay, well, it's a perception problem. Right. Because obviously, MDMA has profound effects on soldiers with PTSD. Studies have already been very clear. And that's not an easy job. Explain all that. The problem is perception issue. This drug is also used by people who are raped, wind up dying of heat exhaustion. People die because they die of an overdose. Really, they die of fentanyl poison because they're getting illegally sourced MDMA, which is not even really good. It's amphetamines, it's got fentanyl, it's a lot of other shit, and they wind up dying of an overdose. That's right. You bring up something called the challenge of access to safe signal. Their drugs because the illicit they seem to be standardized and safe. The problem is there is a demand. So when you have a demand, you make it legal for people to access. And what happens is outlaws step in. You get criminal organizations who sell it, and they don't give a fuck about you. They're used to killing people. They don't poison you. They don't mind if they're selling you something that's totally not what you're trying to get. That's right. That's right. And you know what I learned from this? I think my promotional books studying to become sergeant. Really, died in this corrupt government. A corrupt government that was seeking to silence the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement in the 1970s. This is what movement we are still dealing with this shit. 60 years, which is really crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's so crazy. It's when you're honest that we know what's true. We know the conversations that they have in the first place. And yet, still, the public narrative is still drug takers, disciplined losers who are trying to escape reality. And I don't want my kids doing drugs. That same shit here over and over and over. That's right. That's right. It's crazy and extremely tragic. That narrative that you just want to do, let's go all the way back to the times when the Spanish were calling this country. It was actually part of the program to destroy the medicine, women, medicine, men, and medicine to wisdom keepers. This has gone on forever. The city industries, the Romans, what's that? Going to the Siberian shaman, the Romans, they were silenced by the media in those days. It's just always been take things that allow them to understand the methods of control that are being inflicted upon them. And how to and then people go, hey, this is a real problem. The commonplace. All of these fucking dudes go to illnesses and they would figure out that. Right? Yeah, we would put a fucking kibosh on that. And they spread it all throughout the world to try to do it. And they would hide it. Let's bring that thread all the way to the present. And it is in the first religious expression into without us pointing I'm challenging people to look at what's going on. Because when we kick in doors, like a grandma, having a relationship with a plant like cannabis, people to medicate, lock them up. If they want to do anything violent, we have to ask, is this hurting? And I'm not here to tell you it's hurting them and us for sure. For sure, because anyone who's a law enforcement officer that's arrested someone for weed, they know they're not doing anything wrong. And it's a Nigerian person that's actually being forced to enforce those laws. Because you're thinking about yourself. You're arresting somebody who's not guilty. Sitting at home, that's crazy. And that went on for decades. It's still happening. Still in 40 states and recreational legalized. So we still have to. And if you look at drug policy, a few years back, we can we're still investing hundreds of thousands of people, nonviolent marijuana trying to go backwards in Texas. And the lieutenant governor is trying to go backwards. And he's against the legalization. And so they're trying to ban all THC products. It's completely it's not just a program. Okay. And they know that they're losing people from drinking. That's right. The numbers are they're building up to a collapse. People are going to get off the alcohol. They're not going to be able to rely on the profits. I with you. You know what? Cannabis is such a shit component because it's a medicine that can help with such a wide array of symptoms and challenges. That's one. I know. It's not just a threat. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the original reason why it was a remind. William Randolph Hearst. So William Randolph Hearst. So you go back to the 1930s when alcohol prohibition, and you have a bunch of enforcement officers that aren't doing anything anymore. And you have William Randolph Hearst, and then there's a machine, an invention called the decorticator. The decorticator allowed them to effectively process hemp fiber. Hemp was always a very difficult when Eli Whitney, so Eli Whitney, I think that's created the cotton gin. Now, cotton took over for hemp. So, cannabis, the term cannabis, that was what canvas was. So, all paintings, first draft Declaration of Independence was made on paper. It's a superior textile. It's a superior paper. It's a commodity. You can take an acre of land that you're using to grow trees on that you process into paper, and it'll take you years and years to regrow the trees in order to have the same amount of paper in that area. With hemp, it's instantaneous. It grows very quickly. Within a few months, you have these plants again. You harvest the stalks. You run through the decortication. So in 1930 something, cover of Popular Science magazine, hemp the new billion-dollar crop because of this invention. So this invention was because hemp makes superior clothes. I have a hemp jujitsu game that I go for this company called Tatsu. It's fucking indestructible. My God, he's the all the time. They're good for a year or two, and then they tear you up with a new one, or you just show up in class with a fucked up key, which a lot of people do. Hemp's are way better. They're just far superior. Hemp paper, grab it, you pull it, you tear it, you're like, this is crazy. It's so much stronger than regular paper. It's a superior product. So William Randolph Hearst, who didn't just own Hearst Publications, he didn't just own this news empire, he also owned paper mills. So he also owned forests that he was growing trees. He recognized this threat from this new industry. And so to combat that threat, he starts putting out propaganda pieces. And they coined the term marijuana. So marijuana was originally a term, a slang term for wild Mexican tobacco. It had nothing to do with cannabis. Cannabis, which had been used for thousands of years, hemp, which had been used for thousands of years. So then they started putting these stories that blacks and Mexicans were taking this new drug and raping white women. And then you have the reefer madness films and all these propaganda films that show young people taking marijuana and losing their mind. So people act quickly and they pass laws, not even knowing that they're outlawing hemp, thinking that they're stopping this new drug, because most people are aware of it. Clearly, this is the time before the internet. Difficult to access information and understand exactly what's going on. So they hoodwink the entire world. So Harry Anslinger, William Randolph Hearst, they all conspired to stop the commodity. And that's what hemp was. It had nothing to do with the psychoactive form of THC. It had everything to do with hemp as a commodity that was threatening to the businesses. Only just to this day, you can make hempcrete. It's a superior material. It's flame resistant, it's lighter, it's stronger, it lasts longer. You can build houses with it, you can make clothes with it. Hemp oil is hemp seeds. They good for you. Contain all the amino acids. It's a superior protein source. It's like protein powder is fantastic. It's really good stuff in so many different ways. Put the kibosh on that in the 1930s. And that, 90 fucking years later, is still this acre it's still in place. One asshole in the 1930s who didn't want to compete with hemp and had this incredible power because he owned the newspapers. He started. So that's what I'm tracking. I'm tracing that article. Pull up that article, hemp, new $1 billion crop. That's part of because this machine, this decorticator before that, it was brutal back-breaking work to take the hemp fiber and break it down because it's such a durable plant. Like if you ever pick up a hemp stalk that was this is left dusk, but this is heavy. But if you had a hemp stalk that was this size, it would be incredibly light, like wood, but hard, like other. Looks like an alien plant. Yeah, exactly. It's not everything else. So here it is. The new $1 billion crop. American farmers are promised a new cash crop with an annual value of several $100 million, all because because of a machine that has been invented, which can solve a problem more than 6,000 years old. It's a crop that will compete with other American products. Instead, it will displace imports of raw materials and manufactured products produced by underpaid, hourly and peasant labor, and provide thousands of jobs for American workers throughout the land. So that was the machine underneath. That's the decorator. This is the machine. And this is what it's all about. It is. Marijuana was a real problem that was losing people. Now, people have been smoking marijuana in medical form, you know, shisha. They've been using it for thousands and thousands of years without problems. Why do you abuse it? Of course, you can abuse cheeseburgers too. I don't think you should shut down Burger King. You should be able to get a fucking cheeseburger if you want. And there's a lot of things that people can abuse. Every single thing. Cake. Everything. Human beings tend to abuse things. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to use it. It's like you build a house on a hammer, you can hit yourself like that. If you're fucking crazy, it doesn't mean we should outlaw it. There's no use for these things. And it requires discipline. And it requires an understanding of what the thing is. But when you turn that thing into a Schedule I substance, when everybody knows that's not true, especially when you have a Schedule I substance that is illegal, things like alcohol that are totally legal. And I support you should be able to drink. I don't want a bar. I don't care. I don't drink anymore, but I feel like you should be able to drink. I drink most of my life. Drink if you want to. That's the same thing. That's not good for you. Right. Right. It's a depressant. It's a carcinogen. It's also fun. Right. It's also fun. It's anti-depressants fun. But the point is, we need freedom. And you need the freedom to be able to explore these things that find out what's good for you. And you need the freedom to run studies and get accurate information in terms of dosages, side effects, what sort of genetic issues that certain people might have that make them drink wine, addicted to alcohol, or addicted to cannabis, or whatever their issue is, whether it's psychological or biological. We need information. And to put a blockade on this in the form of prohibition is stupid. And the fact that we're doing it in 2025 with all the information that we have available today, we have an abundance of information. That's right. Well, look, I think it was, as you said, it was intentionality and what was done. And when you don't have 50 years of creating an evidence base, you have a weaker argument. Decriminalization. Right. And that was intentional. Intentional for sure. I mean, you brought this up. Highly addictive medical use. That's a lie. Right. Go through the list of number one, and we can point out which one is a lie about, which one is actually anti-addictive. You take psilocybin, you have an experience with psilocybin mushrooms, you don't want to drink it. You don't know why we have that. Right? I don't want to reprieve from your opioid use disorder. But I believe I'm going to what's that about? And it's also my experience has 80% success rate. 80% don't go back to opiates. What two experiences? Look, those numbers are staggering. Science can't make sense of it. Right. When you're growing up, you jump for the rest of the studies. I can respect that. But there's harm in not allowing access to. You gotta talk about sense of it and things are prescribed. You get a doctor that we absolutely know are addictive and highly damaging and kill people. So make sense of it to me. If there's something, cannabis is the easy one, right? Because it doesn't kill anybody. It literally doesn't kill anybody. 50 for cannabis. That's right. It's not even physically possible to consume enough to kill you. Right? You wouldn't physically be able to consume it. Right, that's not even kill it. That's 50% of the population would die of overdose from that. That's right. And you wouldn't be able to consume it physically. You wouldn't be able to put it into your body enough to kill you. Yeah. And then on top of that, the federal government giving permission to certain groups to access plants, patients with permission, not others. churches that are taking it on this kind of
Right.
thing, you know.
Again, we talk poorly about alcohol. I'm not talking poorly about these people should go get their rights, right? More power to them. But you can't have it both. Them, not rock.
You have to make logical sense as to why you're imposing these laws and then imprisoning people, taking away their freedom for not listening to you.
That's right.
Because you don't make any sense. And here's another part of the problem. A vast majority of the people that are pushing for these laws want these people to be locked up, not have these experiences themselves. That's part of the problem. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what these experiences are.
That's right.
These drugs run a lot in your mind. Are you fucking sure? Because I don't think they are. I don't think you're correct. I think they open your mind up to new possibilities and expand your consciousness in a way that I don't think is available without those.
I agree. Without them, and that's what's intentional. So, you know that you're hearing stories about really brilliant tech people, right? You dig deep enough, they've had some experiences with these things.
Yeah.
Large number, right?
And still do a large number.
Right? So these things that are so dangerous, certain groups from having access. And this is one of my primary things that I do. I'm the audience that's in law enforcement to go, why is this the case? Why do I feel uncomfortable not talking about this? Why do I feel uncomfortable saying that the sergeant of my party makes sense? Say, bring it up, talk. Go into your power.
People are scared of losing their career
Imagine, for talking about something.
and losing their career because most people are.
That's right.
And the only way that that's going to change is you and I and other people to continue to have public conversations where more people hear it. And there's, I guarantee you, there's people listening to this right now that have never heard this before, never considered this before, and look in my these deep-held beliefs that are completely ignorant. Why do I have this? What started it? Why do I have this in my mind? This is what this stuff is. Exactly. And there's a lot of people out there that are stone cold, sober, disciplined people. It's the only way this is the way. That's right.
That's right. And you know what? Maybe this is the way. That's your way. You're human beings. We're called to create an artistic expression of a unique life. To me, that's what the divine is committed to. That's what the divine is experience. The more we get to live in our authentic selves, internally and expressing them outwardly, the more the divine gets to experience unique difference.
Well, the more possibilities there are for creativity, the more possibilities there are for people to rethink their lives, go and get on a better path. There's a lot that people are missing just because you've been on the weight and you've been led into this false narrative. There's a problem with the term drugs. Because just I hear drug, I hear drug, I hear someone fucked up, doesn't know what's going on. How are you putting all these things under the same blanket, like nicotine and caffeine and things that people use on a daily basis? These are all drugs, right? And then you have cannabis and then you have something methamphetamine in that category. How do you have cannabis and methamphetamine in the same thing? How do you have psilocybin and heroin in the same group of things, right? This is crazy. Right? How do you have industrial opiates?
Yeah, and they're all that work. We've been stripped of our power to define what medicine is.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Have you heard people say community is medicine? Joy is medicine.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, as hardcore Western science model is that medicine that completely shows the evidence. Right?
There is evidence that like is like worse than cigarette smoking. That's right. In terms of like how long you live.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, we can show that, right? But it's community medicine, I say. But the point I'm trying to make is how do we use the power to define what medicine is for yourself? Joy is medicine. Purity is medicine. There's clearly that's what medicine is for. Maybe it's good for you. Joy. Define medicine in such a rich and create an evidence base for that medicine. It's like extraction. Those standards, those to the rest of the world as well. It was this was what I was scared of. As the 1950s, 1960s, it's clear. It's evident in everything. It's evident in the music. It's evident in the art, the films. It's evident in the clothes, the design of the automobiles, like everything changed. And it changed because the culture was accepting psychedelics. It was a big one. It was LSD, psilocybin, marijuana, these different things these people were experimenting with. And then you get Jimi Hendrix. You get this form of expression that was different music that people that's right. And this whiteness. It's the experience of being with him. That's the divine. That's Jimi Hendrix outside the box. Artistic expression. It's harmless. You're right. We pushed it into the then the Rothschilds to show up as enforcers. That's right. I was still you started asking these questions, they should for me, they answer this. Not only an advocate, but an activist. Massachusetts, another question. It helps to decarbonize the psychedelics acceptance in Massachusetts. 43.4% of adults yes. So what I just found out before I came to your show today, Massachusetts just it's great. Being made, it happens out of stale things. It happens through labor for people like you, steroids, Rick Douglas, and so many people it's just a frustrating thing for a lot of people that know the truth behind how many people can help, how many people are being damaged, or it's unfair, unjust, immoral. That's right. That's right. Civilians, which are being split up into groups and pitted against one another. Everybody's getting hurt, trouble is exponentially growing, exponentially growing. What is the media like to put out there? Not like this, but standard is based on fear, division, isolation. Well, the algorithm is based on interaction. Unfortunately, people tend to lean towards those things. That's the problem. The algorithm is not forget. The problem is human beings can be easily manipulated by their own ideas. So these ideas that they have, this motivation to pay more attention to things that outrage you, and fear, and things that cause rage, and fear, and Yes, is a dark because it's changed. Because a lot of people access for years. That's right. People they interact with butterfly effect. That's right. Yeah, that's right. And let's take that right back to what you said. Yeah. Someone comes to justice. Very difficult. Instantaneously. But yet, it's still these laws change. So the system takes power, and then you've got to things over speed. Topics. Respond. Wow. Lieutenant Governor. It's politically. Where is this going? Right, so it's mission. Yeah. Has changed pretty radically. The internet was this massive shift. You can lose your mind. That's how my own got off. Somebody as a positive experience that was really depressed. They're so much happier and healthier because of it. So it's the narrative publicly shifted because of conversations. A lot of his podcasts, a lot of his access to information. That's right. That's right. You know, I give credit to the courageous people. Which is I expect to realize realization. Especially yourself. That's right. That's right. promises as well. I'm not saying something this place for people and I get access to experience academy. Academy occurred, right? You can label what that disappointment is. This is so people say it feels like there's right that disconnect from their body. Remembrance. I felt like I needed to give gratitude to God. Suicidality. Just became food for depression. Why did that just happen? Let's not with people right? No, I didn't. Mayfire. I remember a friend of mine went to visit him right now, and everything was all funny. That was the narrative that he was doing academy. And I was like, this was 19. Okay. You can get addicted. Addiction is a physical addiction. I don't want to scientifically that's full discipline. You're in another place, and your somatic self is doing a nasal spray, like doing it throughout that description. I forget from what company for depression. Yeah, so you can kind of double pump. Do it so that's a problem with everything, right? It's a problem with any if you really need Adderall, like chronic fatigue, Adderall's the only lets you what's the stuff? They can don't let you coffee. Become a quiet. Caffeine. Quit it when I was on vacation. I was on vacation for 10 days, so I didn't have any coffee. 5-6 days. I was like, so much better. But I feel like when it comes to conversation, it's like I'm lean on caffeine, lean on it to get going. I'm a person of caffeine. I really enjoy that substance. I like it. So I can stop taking it. It wasn't any problem. It was no problem at all. Yeah, I stopped taking nicotine, but I stopped taking caffeine for. I stopped the nicotine vouchers for 10 days. And I fucked the caffeine for 5 or 6 days. I limit myself to 1 cup a day. I have a good cup of caffeine. I don't detrimental. I don't think it affects judgment. I don't think it makes you do anything extremely. It gets a little I mean, most of the world is having it. And then most of the world is having a drink. This is also an argument for COVID. Because COVID apparently is a superior stimulant. Somebody figured out how to yeah, because you can get just coca leaves, just chew on coca leaves in America. We don't know because we can't try that experimentation. Yeah, that's not just right. You know what's interesting? Is it's medically appropriate for ice cream. So I remember the top schedule is schedule was really because it used right. It'd be interesting to see. Yeah, so it's like a numbing agent. And you just, I've heard that they realized fluoride is a big issue. We know there's medical just the applications of it. You know, the number one manufacturer on it, the Coca-Cola. They still use the coca leaf for cocaine molecules to produce what's in coca. I guess it's flavonoid. That's what's in coca. It used to be coca. Try some of that. How much do you think they have rituals in football? I mean, let's find out what you think of cocaine out of Coca-Cola. Like how cocaine was in Coca-Cola in the first place. So 1903, fresh Coca leaves were removed from the fourth of today using fresh Coca leaves. Coca started using spent leaves, leftovers of the cocaine extraction process with trace levels of cocaine. And since then, by 1929, the cocaine free. So in 1903, they started removing cocaine. But they're still using cocaine free coca. Yes. And then the company, I believe, is allowed to do that. I think my grandfather did. And invented Coca-Cola with cocaine. Find out, like, what's the story? What is the story of cocaine and Coca-Cola? Okay. Pemberton called for 5 ounces of cocaine and a gallon of syrup. A significant dose in 1891. Candler claimed his extensively from Pemberton's originally contained only a tenth this amount, so it used to be reduced. Coca-Cola contained an estimated 9 milligrams of cocaine per glass. For comparison, a typical dose of a line of cocaine is 50 to 75 milligrams. So it's like a mild 9 milligrams. After 1904, instead of using freshly used Coca-Cola, started using spiritual yeast. Today, that extract is prepared at a Stepan company in Macon, Jersey, the only manufacturer the federal government to import and process coca, which obtains from Peru and Bolivia. Company extracts cocaine from leaves, which it sells to Malin Grant, the company that supplies this to verify cocaine from valuable brain sick, whatever that is, hysteria, melancholy, etc. That's a peculiar flavor of Coca-Cola deletes every is dispensed with the soda fountains and similarity of the fruit syrups. Long as the syrup seems to contain a significant amount of cocaine in North adult wagons, which was the transport. Like it's just a little bit of a juice. Cola has your caffeine. Cola acts as a flavor and individual source of caffeine. Cola contains 2.5% caffeine and has a bitter flavor. Nice to love the U.S. government. The United States uses barrels towards kegs of Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola company term caffeine. Interesting. That's interesting. We're found this here. That's the average containing 1.2 micrograms, 70 grams of caffeine or 8 fluid ounces. The case was decided in favor of Coca-Cola Company at the district court. Subsequently, in 1912, the U.S. Pure Food and Drug Act amended adding caffeine to the list of habit-forming and deleterious substances, which must be listed on the employer's label. In 1913, the case was appealed by the Sixth Circuit in Cincinnati. The ruling was affirmed with an appeal again in 1916 to the Supreme Court, where the government effectively administered drug water. The company then voluntarily reduced the amount of caffeine in its product in order offered rather than paying the government's legal cost to settle and avoid further litigation. Wow, that was so funny. 70 milligrams per 8 6 per 12. Yeah, but like, what is a Red Bull? What's in a Monster? So, listen to how much caffeine is in the Monster. One of the things that Monster does, some of these companies do it, it's kind of tricky. Like Monster. I drink them all the time when I use it. The problem is, it'll say it like ceramics. Go split it with friends. That's how you do it. 86. Yeah. And how many servings are in a can of Monster? For serving. Does it say it in the can? Like when you get a big old can, they have big cans. I had a friend who wasn't allowed to drink coffee. And that motherfucker would put on energy drinks all day. I was like, dude, what do you do? Gray area. I'm 40. A Monster is, oh my god, 140 for zero sugar. A regular Monster is 160. 160. Mountain Dew Rise at 180. Beyond lit. That's 250. Private energy shots is 200. Holy shit, man. Those little tiny energy shots. Those 5-hour energy drinks is 200 milligrams of caffeine. Wow. I think that's 300. Holy shit, man. And Coca-Cola, when was it? 1911? It's a matter of caffeine. Yeah, well, there's like people have tried to control them. Whatever reason, especially when the government has the power to do it. For whatever reason, human beings really enjoy controlling other people. Yeah, they really do. And once they have power, they really enjoy exercising that power. And keep control. Yeah. You gotta resist. Yeah. You gotta resist. The problem is legalizing these things would cause a big problem. If you just legalize them, there's a lot of people that would never try an illegal drug who would try a legal drug. You know, if you made heroin, cocaine, all the different substances, psychedelic and otherwise, if you made them all legal, you have a bunch of people that are going to have problems with these things that wouldn't have problems with them normally. So it would be a period of time where it would cause damage. And that would be really good for politicians, makers, anybody who enforces these ideas. You know, they put guns in your hands. It's like, but this infantilization of human beings, like turning them into babies that need to be controlled by the state. That's the problem. And we're in this problem. And the way to get out of that problem is to tear the fucking band-aid off. And I completely agree with you. And I've never done cocaine. So when I was a kid in high school, I saw a bunch of people doing cocaine. I was like, I don't want to have decision for yourself, right? And just touching up on examples of people having a relationship with a plant without it causing an issue.
I don't think it's that addictive when you're just chewing the leaf. I think those people do it without much problems. There's also lots of cocoa, which is a tea that they make.
Well, look, we're starting to talk about weeks or legalization and saying they will approve legalization for a time being. Why don't we talk about decriminalization and regulation?
Decriminalization doesn't apply. If you can't sell it legally, how it's pure. That's the real issue. The real issue with cocaine is not cocaine itself. The real issue is getting cocaine that's stepped on, cut, and cut a lot of times with fentanyl. We all know people that have died from fentanyl overdoses. I know a bunch of people that have.
And I've got following on police calls to people who said to me directly, I was trying to get caught. I think that's a tragedy. But Joe, you're jumping to this next idea that we should probably explore, which is called safe supply. Who should control safe supply? I remind our audience, let me bring this back into the conversation. Our police promotional books. We're not talking about I'm trying to police promotion books talk about the problem with prohibition, criminalization, unleashing gangsters, and some of the others. That's where the cartel comes from. Exactly.
But we were kids. The cartel were issue. Remember you talked about it?
I grew up in Chelsea, Mass.
Almost 50. I grew up in I didn't know you were here about cartels.
That's right.
You never heard about Mexican cartels. Well, now it's in the news. I think they control the drug supply in the United States because drugs are illegal. So only outlaws sell drugs.
Now, make something
Yeah, shoots through the roof. Yeah.
and the most vital come in to replace the less fun way.
Just like during Prohibition with the mob took over. It's when they gained power. That's how they got money.
Let's save some money or safe use. To save it for is the safe use. And save some money.
Yeah, I know you can eat everything real well. That's it.
And movie. But it's about these companies that had chemicals, or it's more important. And he was a whistleblower. He was a chemist that was working at this company, Rothschild place. It was a real guy. It was threatened because he exposed that these companies had put a bunch of different chemicals into cigarettes to make them much more addictive than just plain regular tobacco smoke. Well, I was told that those scientists were absorbed into the industry. Well, that's the problem. Is that the companies that were getting sued after it's been determined that cigarette smoking does cause cancer, cigarettes are addictive. Once they lock these people out, the process becomes, and now they make those more addictive. That's how they want them to change or check. But that's right. That's trying to open that. Yeah, that's the thing. They can, I think you should clean Doritos. I'm like, the questions you say, but they are getting why they do that because they're chemically designed. Because these food manufacturing companies, you buy more of them. More chips, impossible to put down. Or it's very difficult to put down. Increase their value. After they fix them, the good guys get used to the country. Cost them to sell to much. You get friends of attention. Which is so crazy. They have a moral process. Contraband. Right. I think you should be able to buy ring tickets, which they should be legal. But I wouldn't recommend eating them every day. They're fucking terrible. Exactly. They taste delicious. And you can go one every now and again. And that's the environment that we're in. With some things and others. Right. That's the problem. It's illogical. It's illogical. And there's also this fear aspect. If you go against it, you're going to get put into a very bad position where there's people with enormous power and influence in that one sense. And this is why guys like Tom are so courageous. Because he's spent his entire life trying to do this the right way and doing it above board what it looks and show use with police officers, military people, and that's real experiencing PTSD that this has extreme beneficial aspects to it that you should ignore in a member society. And we should probably expand the use of them in an appropriate way. That's right. I think that his work is one of the first kinks in the operating system. You speak to value of the way that you know what I mean? Yeah. What are the rules? What do I have to do? Well, let me make that data. How do I access the compound? How do you know the data? Right. And if we don't know how, we need the rules. Right. And it's more data. And maps it to pollution. And in our system, I don't know big way to operate since it's frowned upon physically. So we're fighting. We have to fight with the government. What really makes me nuts, Joe, is running back and forth the internet that they did. The FDA, what the regulators, they want to go into this process. Too good. Just from the ones I hold in my mind. So what kind of pressure do you think they're under to not allow these things? Because that's the question. What is it social pressure that they do pass this? They'll be scrutinized. People that are ignorant and come into the area. Whatever it sounds like you're part of the problem. Contributing to the deterioration of society. By the way, this use of MDMA identify minimizing the risks of it by talking about the benefits of it. You are essentially allowing people to think that it's all unsafer than it is. Okay, that's sure. especially with things like there's a giant business keeping people who want to be depressed. There's a giant industry of people that are on SSRIs, anti-depression, and anti-anxiety. When it's been proven that exercise is far more effective than SSRIs are, far more medically proven, statistically proven, that SSRIs are not effective as regular exercise. There's something that has something. Yeah, exercise definitely. So there's an organization. It's called Exercise as Medical Medicine. But mainstream medical doctor prescribe exercise to somebody, they can't do it. They should They really should. Do it on your own. Join the gym. You don't have to be going because they're scared. Look goofy. Approach it correctly. Rather than themselves. So back to your question. This is therapy is going to allow talk therapy to achieve this. It's a book that he was contracted to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was like a 14-year job. They were deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he was the only one that was agnostic. He was an ordained minister, but through his studying of theology, he started becoming agnostic because he recognized that there's just too many religions and too many parallels. Like, what was the real religion? So he wrote this book after 14 years where he kind of sort of paraphrased, but he thought the entire Christian religion was based on the concept of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility rituals. And this was what it was all about. And I believe the book, but because I've seen this before, I know it's true. It wasn't blown up by the Catholic Church. I think it was blown up by the Catholic Church, and they stopped production of it. And then he released a new book called Dead Sea Scrolls and the Christian Myth, and that one was available. But then, since then, they've republished but the big one was the Sacred Worship of the Cross, because that was the one that was kind of very difficult to get. And I have a couple copies of it, but the original copies that I buy. And it's a fascinating book. It's a fascinating book because he translates where he breaks down the word Christ to an ancient Sumerian word, which was a mushroom covering God's semen. And this is what he's saying, is that they thought that when it rained, that this was God, his semen on the earth, which is like to rise from. We all need life. We all need water. And then plants, of course, need water. And then the rainfall, they would spread these mushrooms. Because mushrooms grow incredibly quick. And they would consume these mushrooms and have these religious experiences. And this was a hugely controversial book to really be able to know if he's right or wrong. You would have to have a deep understanding of ancient languages and so many what that brings up is this and the other is every Sunday bread and wine into flesh, blood of God. This is like followers type of Christianity. magic. Well, it's all a mystery, right? We've become accustomed to mystery, so it seems that, if it didn't exist on Earth, it was a dream that we could experience like this. So it absolutely was why being a human being interacting with people, looking at things through your eyes. That's right. Things through your ears, touching and feeling, smelling and using your senses and having this bizarre experience of life. Very weird. And what about that image of our books, right? The sacred itself. I mean, let's talk about sacred sexuality. Like every living thing is in a system that's birthing itself continuously in all directions. Yeah. You wrap the mind around the world. I got a big sense of it when I went to reinforce it for the first time. And I touched like on the bridge, and it felt like it was moving. Because like everything is alive. Everything's competing, going along with that, supporting or eating one another in that space. And it's like, what's happening in here? Everything is alive. And I had that type of experience with psychedelics in the religious context. So I felt like I drove into the collective conscience, and I got to see the partition section that was in my psychic space, where my complexes and trauma was energetically to one another, and how that energy was spilling over on my family and community. And it was the access that was given to me through suicide. And those energetic forces are pushing me around right now as we speak, which makes you think, like, if you are an ancient person, and you have this experience, of course, you can move God. Yeah. Right. We're all ancient persons right now at this short time. We are ancient. 5,000 years from now, look at us. Like these works. Fighting and arguing about it. I can't tell more knowledge of love. God, that's a crazy thing that you're as a person, is it possible in your lifetime to work with this? There's no way. Just insane. So, because it's so gross, it's clearly easy. Like, if it was just you and King, it would be super easy. That's right. Different languages and resources, and then you have people, leaders that have control over certain groups of people, and then use propaganda, manipulation. Yeah, and put them in the field of what it means. We have to go over there and kill these people. It's the only way to fight for freedom. And Joe, when there's research out there that shows that here in our species, there's something like 5,000 of us on Earth. It's a few in history, right? How did we survive that? Did we eat each other? We probably helped each other. There's probably some people there. That's right. Well, this is also the point of that fertility ritual, because people didn't really survive. It's very different. Just labor, just kill babies. Infections kill a lot of people. You break your leg, you're dead. There's a lot of things that cause people to die. So it's very important to have as many children as possible, because most of them work at all. That's right. The process itself. Yeah. And what a process. Yeah. And that's been reduced to it's like trivialized. Trivialized more. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. There's people out there that love people that don't would want to bring a child as well. Yeah, with all the books and people gave birth when they didn't know hadn't figured out wars yet. We're constantly in this process of evolving, but it just gets by so many different aspects of civilization, so many different aspects of control, propaganda, manipulation, and fear. Fear of others. I mean, look at what's happening with our Olympics. Like you said, keeping people alive. Yeah. positive impact on the people around me and live my life in a more harmonious way. Some people are usually just watch Fox News, right? They mix it with yeah. Look, there's a choice here where you can sometimes it's hard because there's things in the psyche that are really focusing on traumas, external factors. But if you start with gratitude, if you start focusing on that thing that we said, how many people every day waking up, they go to work, yeah, there's a handful of problems, but that's not how it's presented. It's miraculous. The amount of negative interactions that people have are incredible. Yeah, the sheer number of humans. Yeah, we concentrate on this defeat. We concentrate on the dangers. And the media zooms in on stuff that doesn't have a house. Someone who has an addiction. Someone who's fighting. That's right. Someone who's stealing. That's what I hear. That's right. And I heard a statistic that the military knows about 2% are sociopathic or psychopathic. They don't have that same conscience that we automatically assume human has. Right. They're so fear-based that build people that are people have access to. So it's the laws celebration of the 98%. That is the problem. The algorithm. The problem with social media. And that's the problem with this addiction to devices that you are constantly being inundated with the negative. You're constantly interacting with the worst aspects of life and not appreciating the good. That's right. Right. The algorithm, the gentleman you brought up, so it takes you down the path that you click towards. And I recall intentionally starting to click things outside of my comfort zone, thinkers and presenters, not within me. That's what responsibility. You certainly can't do that if you curate a good feed. You have to ignore the negative. There's a lot of great stuff. One of the great things about social media is just the access to new and fascinating information that you're getting constantly. If you do follow the right people and do the right roads, you'll be constantly inundated with fascinating information that's new discoveries. James Webb Telescope, things that people are learning about quantum physics and all those different fascinating things that can enrich your mind and expand your understanding of the world we live in, instead of dwelling on all the negative aspects of human civilization. Right. And that kind of speaks to the fact that we're lucky to be able to have access to social media in that way. Yeah. There's nations that don't have access by design. Yeah. Right. So the power of art is yes. Not criminalization, it's prohibition. Right. It's the jump of trying to make that. And the jump also is what you're talking about before with education. And I think we need education too with people in social media. People need to be kind of coached and understand how to use it correctly. Right. And, trying to express to as many people as I can, especially on the public eye, to read comments. Just stop doing that. Stop reading things about it. Don't read negative things about you. That's bad for you. It's bad for you. And also, you're dealing with a percentage of people that are commenting things. Those people almost entirely live lives that you would not think. They're almost all a mess, right? So you're interacting with the, I don't want to say the worst aspects of society, but the most troubled human beings, the people that are thinking in the most ridiculous way. They're constantly focusing on negative aspects of either human beings or society in general, and they're feeding off of it. And all day long. They spend most of their time working with people online. Like, that is live in what is primarily a beautiful world. Nicely said. And I think something that's important to keep in mind is be careful of what you think. Yeah, I think that's a universal principle. It's eloquently shared in Buddhism, where they say guard your dominant needs. Right? Your eyes, your dominant mind. Right? There's other philosophies, thoughts, or things. Be careful with it. And I've come to notice, let's call it this theory, right? Thoughts to emotions, to actions, right? Because of psychedelic work, I'm able to see how thought actually is a world that allows certain energy to flow into you and that affects you. It can manifest out of you. As a therapist, how have you incorporated this in everyday life? Okay, your patients, it's made me more empathetic. I've had direct access, direct experience of some of these theories. We have a teacher as the expert to allow direct access to. The second is I'm able to share with people when they come to me towards experiencing these things. The ideas of harm reduction, where to go. There's legal states. There's legal states. I can talk to the substances, right? I'm not prescribing. If you come to talk to me, listen, see what I'm saying? And I know from direct experience something, right? I'm also able to fight off fear, and I can go into these territories with people. Therapists need to know themselves. One step outside when you're comfortable being that you're comfortable being. If you're not comfortable being process of awakening, and I can share from that reference. Right? That's how I see it. I'm more empathetic. You come in and want to talk to me about a particular substance, and I have a little bit of a lived experience knowledge base I can share. I'm allowed to talk about relation. I can't persuade you. I'm not going to tell you to do something. But if you want to talk to me about it, I know a thing or two. Everything. I think one of the biggest arguments against decriminalization is what happened with Norwood. Okay, so, they went down this path. It was Portland, right? It wasn't Seattle. They went down this path of pure legalization on everything. It was highways. And it was probably because the culture that had already been firmly established in that place condoned drug debts, people that were addicted to fentanyl and out on the street, methamphetamines out on the street, using them constantly, no education, and then they started opening it worse for everything, and then people went there specifically because they can do that on the street and also be subsidized. Yeah. So let me bring some things up about that. So, there's a right answer when you do something, right? And I'm going to use examples of this probably that one. This might not be a popular statement, but it's my truth. If you say you're going to decriminalize, you can look at the way we handle alcohol. We don't have to. A lot of places say you walk around and you created it a bottle drink. Most criminal places, right? Come up, they can take your custody. You went to a cage, or they can help you get home, right? Well, why don't those rules apply? If you're in those, we can say, I'm not going to want you to use openly in public, right? But when you're already going to be camping out on the streets and littering everywhere, like one thing more It's like garbage everywhere. Well, we can't read it. We don't want it. There are places like there's local ordinances against that. There's state level laws against that. You can have people who have just not doing anything about that. Well, that's the thing we can analyze. Why wasn't there funding in place to ensure that important areas with public access, some groups, why, what happened? I think that can be figured out. Yeah. Right? And so we realize that if we say scale decriminalization doesn't work, what I want to do, that's kind of where are we going to have why don't we have any funding to help people that tell them to show there? Right. You have to show there. We can all agree, what human feces over here. Right? That's not a shot against that person. We're going to figure out what's going on, right? They're not in the porta potty over here. How about have a location where those people can go that isn't the person? Right. We have wraparound services where we have maybe access to what they need, maybe access to what they're addicted to. Right. Now we're starting to talk about safe supply with care and medical intervention. Those have done that successfully, though, right? Like, has any state ever incorporated some sort of successful program to keep people safe supply and counseling and got a percentage of them drugs and healthy? So again, it's exploring the medical access of right now, like 80% of people. And we know that certain countries for years have safe injection facilities where people can come to use their drugs under care and consideration and leave. We know these things work, but they've got to be integrated. Yields of care opposed to the rest of society, allowing people to just be imposed on the streets. Well, that's the example. Right? Like we can have instances that say, this isn't a camp, right? And what do you need for this not to be a camp? Let's talk. Come talk in this building all over. We can even figure out what that going to cost. We can figure that out. And why is it good for you? Right? And why don't like the police properly to advocate and acknowledge what you need in those situations? Right? Because look, all the efforts go in the direction that our need goes because they build their lives around that. And if your funding is not yourself, that's what you're going to get. Right? Regardless of how hurtful defund was. Properly law enforcement to work in the guardianship pattern for these situations that are necessary. They might be public health. The cops involved. Right? Right? You're not saying we're going to defund you. You don't need you. You play a vital role in our society. That would require like a shift of progressive ideology that's going to cops. That'll have to be incorporated. Crips and jobs and careful care. You know what he said? He said, connected to the public health department. There's a woman who's Meredith Earth, and she's brought in people with lived experience with challenges related to intoxicating substances. But I'm not health choices. Public safety connected with public health created what I call the public public health program. Picture this. The cops show up to your house because they know in your house. You call 911, you told us you've never seen the cars, and say, Joe, what's going on? What do you need to be where we don't want you to die? Talk to us. We're not going to use it. I'm actually not going to lie to you because I'm playing this thing all over. I don't want to know if there's an unstable once I'm not here. I'm going to keep around to find something that you'll be charged with. For years, what you need to not die and not have life active show on functional cage. That started over 10 years ago, drove the clear community and law enforcement system recovery. Well, that's a whole if you're experiencing something like that, I think we're able to expand it across the whole country. Repositories, police departments, are repositories of information on youth suffering. You know what we're doing with that? If it's not traditional enforcement-based policing, cases for court orders, that's not right. So, it's the way it's approached. It's the way these programs are approached. They need new stuff. Law enforcement first, immigration, those things. Just being a person. There it is. You know what? We call it recovery emerging community levels. What's something else I think is sophisticated? You gotta keep this isn't traditional enforcement type police. More sensitive to human violations, type that somebody to show up and take a person over there, guns, put them in a case, take them over. Unfortunately, the dark side is part of the age. That type of police done right keeps us from a weapons really type of police. This is something and I mean, we're accepting officers to show up and hand out and hand it over and say, we know what's going on. We want I think it is fundamental law enforcement to do this. Yeah. Am I becoming I tell people how they get a hold of you, social media, like where you are, and appreciate that. What's the last name? Because I'm out of Massachusetts. I'm a lieutenant with the police department. Joe, let me put this in. I have years of my own beliefs and positives about the community. Yeah, I found that these are my ideas. I'm not talking about these masks. I just think they can fight online. They can get all I'm working now. I personally, and if they, how This was a really special moment. Friends, Billy Dad said that he has helped me stay happy. That's awesome. Yeah, it's just a consistent thing. We're talking about back. Another thing you do with a machine is just bend your knees, just bend slightly, grab your arms like that. Relax your back and you approach your back. Upper grab you and then crack. I don't know how it is. When I did when I played contact football, I used to go to physicals. And it was a doctor, so everybody could do it. And I remember I laid down and the doctor grabbed my leg. He tried to get back to motion. Got it. They came pretty close to the way up. And he said, you're going to live. That's exactly what I did. You can avoid it. There's a lot of ways to avoid it. People just accept it. But what you're telling me right now, not being able to get your leg up, that's a hamstring issue. So one thing, hamstrings and quads and glutes, all the tightness in those areas will absolutely affect your back. Because anytime you have restricted range of motion and you're really tight, I said everything will like down, and you have to figure out a way to lengthen that shit out. There's a lot of different stretches you can do, but you definitely should be doing them. Nobody likes to stretch, it sucks. Everybody sucks. But if you don't do it, you're going to go to a doctor, and they're going to want to cut you out. And don't do that. There's other ways around that. If you're listening to this, you got a bulging disc in your back, there's ways around it. There's dehydration, there's stem cell. There's a thing that I did a long time ago in California. What's it called? Escape my mind. It's real. Is where it's like rich plasma, but it's a sophisticated version of it. They first doing it in Germany, so go to Germany to get it, and now you get it in America. But what is the name of the place? Life Cycle Medicine in Santa Monica. My too much extra and my heart is so lifespan in Santa Monica is where I'm at. It was fucked up for like almost a year. And I was and then I finally went to this this is what helps depression. Use Regenikine, it's very potent, inflammatory, so it's around that area. You know, so you'll go back. I used to go for several treatments. The Regenikine, no. I think it was one treatment. Granted, I didn't go back again to get it, but that's just jiu-jitsu. And jiu-jitsu is just always getting done. I went back to get mid-back. I think I did one more like that too, but it was more like I started strengthening because I never really did anything to strengthen my lower back, my neck, while straight jiu-jitsu. I just worked out stuff. I lifted weights. I don't know if you did things, but deadlifting and squatting. Squat dramatically shrinking your bone. I think right. Those are just lower back. So it's really for your leg. Your lower back also gets compressed in that way. I do belt squats, which I really like. So with belt squats over, it's a different machine. There's another one up there too that was created by Louis Simmons. And it's a strap that goes around you and it goes to a king that goes in between your legs and the weight down from your hips. Right. So it's not your shoulders and the rest of your spine, which is great if you have a back issue. So you can squat a lot of weight, but all of it is like resting on your hips. I think definitely when I squat, I need to lift weights. I wrestle with guys and guys who like were shredded. It wasn't knowing to them to lift weights. Not that it didn't know, but they were just very muscle bound and they kind of didn't need to lift weights. Well, everybody needs to if you're competing against elite guys. Obviously, they're doing it. You know, they have great genetics and they're doing strength conditioning. You're not. Right. At least like my age, I'm 52. Like, it was every day. 40-minute week circuit, 2 3 sets. Just you gotta do it. It affects your I can feel it. It's definitely here's another way to lose your testosterone. Cold plunge before you lift weights. That's a big one. Or if you don't have that in a cold plunge, it's great. You do that before you lift weights. Before any kind of training, actually. You know, because there's been some negative press lately on cold plunges and hypertrophy. But it's all about doing it right after lifting weights, which is you're never supposed to do that anyway. You're not supposed to. The whole idea about lifting weights is you're breaking your tissue down. The inflammation helps your body heals, and then it gets stronger. You don't want to kill the inflammation right after working a cold plunge, killing the inflammation. Exactly. So I do that. We just went to the gym, and that's great. Yeah, we just saw in New York right there. So it was nice. Communist. Let's have to share. To share. I just did it. I just 20 years living with roommates, and I just finally got married. This is the first time you've been at your own place. Yes. Whoa. Oh God. We rented for 4 years. This is the first time. Okay. So I'm off. But I go back. It's like I just problem. Yeah, depends on where you're in. New York City too. It's like a fucking like there's some crazy people with a bunch of work. Right. Yeah, like good luck with that. And your options with them or you gotta go fucking gardening. What if he gets because everybody wears berets now? It's a beret. They have the beret. Yeah, the things he's saying makes sense. Like a lot of stuff. If he didn't have the beret, I'd be like, maybe I'll take it a little more seriously. Yeah. You know, everything where's your cigarette holder? I love it. Someone out there to protect them. That's right. So it was the 90s. I was in New York City, and I was in traffic with my girlfriend at the time. She was sitting next to me. Looking at this car. Why do you have to wear the hat? What is not that hat? Why? What is that fucking hat? And I just laughed. The guy looks at me and goes, fuck you. That's not sorry. If you know what they think from me, you like, if I say no, fuck you, and I get out and I'm funny, yes, come on. This is so stupid. You're not helping. This is not good. You don't hang with something like that. Probably not. Anybody that really doesn't apply to you, you're like, what am I doing? But there's those guys like that. I think what they did is they have distributors or something. Surround the person. Just talking. Wasn't there a thing with Slow where like there was like a fake crime? He was like saving someone, but it wasn't real. Didn't something like that happen like back in the day? I don't remember that one. I remember. Okay. There was something like that. Maybe. Sure, something. Sure, Junior was brought to trial for trying to kill him. What he did for saying stuff about his head. Oh, Jesus. Oh. I think it was just about 35 times and he never got convicted of it, but that was a thing. He was trying to communicate it. Enough. You know, John Gunn is yeah. He's fucking good. He's good. Yeah. Even Floyd Mayweather, I saw him. It was crazy. He fought twice. So, he and the Guardians fake subway rescue. Okay. So in 1992, Slade was admitted he and the Guardians faked heroic subway rescues. He also had to have falsely that 3 off-duty transit police officers had been kidnapped him. Slade explained at the time rate should be right. I mean, if you're saying off-duty transit police officers, are you accusing police officers of a crime? So what you're doing is not lying, but you're also putting the police officers in jeopardy because you're falsely accusing outlaws. He claimed that the stunts were intended to underscore the dangers of subways. Nobody knows subway. Just let the natural stuff play out. I wanted to literally written the subway 3 times in my fucking life. Of the dangers of the fucking subways. Guardian Angels first came patrolling streets and subways in New York City was experiencing some of the highest crime rates. After the incidents we staged led to some improvements, he said, that's all Jesse's Jesse. Cut him. That guy stuck to his story. Even the guys who beat up flipped, he stuck to his story. Is that an actor? He showed up and had the news still around his. Doesn't have actors write the scripts. I mean, like, you ever heard of Rothschild episode? When you let the actors write the script, you're like, hold up. What is this? Netflix. That's just a documentary with new evidence. Alleged hate crime hoax like being a true story. He never backtracked on it. Is this a real host? Google his name. There's like the last 2. Yeah. Would you at least a documentary? Yeah, you're mixing it up. This is before we go on. Take the amendment to this. Yeah. Because, like, if you commit to a full cigar every process, the wrong way to just look it out. You're going to tell me he cares his lower back. He plays golf, so he must have a good lower back. You know? By the way, it's sweet. It's fucking hilarious. I like it. I love that. I love it. Because you know exactly what you mean. They're always fun. Crazy. But that just adds more information. They get the critics suck. I love them too. They're great. It's great fucking fun. I think he's great. What I love about him is he doesn't care. He just keeps moving. With these people, he loves them. He just keeps going. He's very fun. So I sneaked up. Him and Rothschild killed. I hadn't seen Adam. I hadn't seen him since we did Suzuki pretty good. It was like, it had to be like 15 years ago. Somewhere right around it. So he's got the same people he works with, same directors he works with. He's working with Spain, all the guys he knows. So it's like on this everybody's friends.
sitting around like when we're doing table reads, everyone's laughing, cracking jokes, and in my head, good time. Make the best fun. It's the best thing to live. Like, and fun, and everybody can do it. Exactly. There's enemy of comedy is tension. It's like between my coworkers, like this is like the Saturday level, like the most stressful thing that he ever did in his life because there was so much tension because everybody behind the scenes was having everybody. And of course, it's the same thing. Yeah. You heard Rothschild right there. He's a good guy. And very like theater act. Like you see that theater, watch him after I was done with my set. It's like he fills the space. You know what I mean? Big ass. Right. Like the stage is actually great for his act. He murders clowns. He's a great person too. Like what I love about him is like he had no desire to be super famous, no desire to just great comedy and living his own world in Jersey in a suburban community, chill, eat fancy cars or any bullshit, just being funny. I love that. I love that. I think that's just like everything. It's like how can I do that? I love that. That's how maybe the best guy. Yeah, I mean, for many people, top 5, top 6 of podcasts. And he's effortless. He's always working on his act. It's kind of torturous. It's a torturous thing if you're always eager, you're always working on it, and it's like it's never done. It's always like I don't know. It's like I just love. That's what you love to do. It's like you have to teach yourself. That's what you love to do, right? Instead of like, I can't wait till this hour. Like right now, I really only have like 4 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, which is like a year after my special. Once you get it, it's like needs more. But then you have like you're gonna go back and correct your tone, and you have this which is very important. It's like that kind of hard stuff is not going to come in. It might still come in, but you have the scaffolding. That's exactly how I describe it. I'm so glad you said that way. That's like show structure. It's like scaffolding. It's like and then that's your scaffolding. And then it's all the perspective. Right. Richard Jimmy. I was thinking about him this morning too. I was just thinking about him in terms of I don't know if you knew him or not, but like I watched him as a kid, and he blew me away with how good he was. He was so good. And then I he was like, I was really in the 1980s. I apologize for me tell the story, but he worked at Comedy Club, and he was there for the weekend on Sunday. And MC was depressed, depressed. Because Richard Jimmy did a totally different hour. Both shows Friday and both shows Saturday. Never repeated a joke and fucking covered. And he goes, "Not like a comedy." That's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, people like that are frustrating. So watching it as a kid, I was like, this is the voice of our talents. So watching it as a kid, he's funny no matter what. But just especially from being an Italian family, watching it, I'm like, this is the funniest thing. What he done, he was so good. Yeah, he was so good. You want to see him live. It's one of those things like he's got some great specials. A sneaky pile of meat. Yeah, great. That's great. His first name was the boy from New York City. That's great too. Like when he's at Joe's. How stupid it is. He's such a great man. And it's so much of a I absolutely love that. He was the best as a and he would do every possible thing. And right when he thought he was done, he would get funnier and deeper and funnier and more ridiculous. I don't know what I said. He was so good, but he hated the fact that he wasn't Jim Carrey. He hated the fact that he wasn't a rock star. So he don't need it to be healthy. And let's face it, the average diet with some fruits and veggies and also comes with a fair share of fries and barbecue. That probably isn't giving your body everything it needs. This new generation of UT1 can help fill the nutrient gaps your diet might miss. I think it's a simple way to support your overall health. It's an routine that sets you up to feel ready, energized, and ready to take on the day. You still need exercise. It's not a miracle, but it's a foundational habit that is easy to maintain. Makes it easy cold water and off you go. I've worked with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. Their next gen formula is backed by solid research, rigorous testing, and 4 gold standard clinical trials. Subscribe today to their newest clinically backed formula, AG1 Next Gen. You'll also get a bunch of other free stuff like a T3, K2, and 5 of the rated travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. You wanted to be a sitcom star, so you did a show on UPN. The loudest man, same subscription. Then UPN was like, it was a new network, and it was watching one of those things, just like, right, you got a show there. It's like, yeah, that was show on Facebook. Not that good. And that was like, guys, exactly. It was okay, you know, it lasted a little bit, and then he did the mask, and that sort of stuff, but he's a good actor. He's a good actor, but he didn't have the classic good looks. Nothing, you know, nothing, or heavy. It's like, he wanted to be a movie star, and it was, he was on the road all the time. And when every time we do it, you know, it was always like, because the guy that would try, like, he was able to say Richard Joe, you know, said that, he's like, yes, my heart, he's the best. There's got to be an opposite. This guy, again, there's got to be an opposite. There's anger and frustration, but it doesn't have to be a fucking genius comedian. There's so much. I feel like torch. To be the one. I remember Ice. One time I was an open micer, and I found myself. I finished like on set. I was like, oh no, I sounded exactly like him on stage. I was copying him. I was like, oh no, look at that. But it's just I loved him so right. I gotta stop listening to this. I gotta get away from it. I gotta stop listening to that. But it was just I just wanted to be him. So I just wanted to be like him. But that's such a great thing with the scaffolding. It's like punched up all the way through, and then just walking up there and knowing it's like I'm about to let this loose from this group. It's like watching them react to it. It's like they're doubled over and you just keep coming at it. It's like when you're fighting somebody with a boxer, you know, in his prime where he hurt you. He hit you 3 times. He hit you 3 times. You and then he hit you 3 more. And you're like, I can't move. Right? There's no defense to this. So that's why it's like that. It's like just keep coming with punches. And it's unbelievable. Big chunk like that. Like one of my favorite bands of the last few years. Brian Simpson has this band about the song play last night. But it goes all the way back to Elizabeth. And it's like this amazing long band in the room, and put it into it. It's fucking wraps it up with a bow and his clothes. And it was so good. I would like leave the green room when I knew he was getting close, just so I can watch the wet ass pussy. I would ask him to do it clean. I go, please get the wet ass pussy. It was such a. It's like a puddle. Brian's a real fighter. Brian standing on that like skills. One thing I always try to tell young guys, I'm like, I know you like to run on stage. I know you write with your friends. I know you want to great criticism on stage, but that just is fucking critical. It's big. It's big because you get stuff there that you can get right. And it's got to be a routine. You know, it's like get up, do whatever you do, stretch. And then that's what I do now. I'm stage stretch, and then get delay coffee. It's another big thing I'm trying is the delay coffee because the gym is in the building. Get a workout first, right out of bed, and then come back up, cold shower, and then get a cup of coffee, and then just have a cold shower first, and then a cold shower right away, and then eat the coffee. And then I was in the workout, and then I'm not sure. That's great. Yeah, that's the place that's the room when I was in the gym. So
95 degrees away, you're going to get burned. It's going to literally toast you like an egg. But you can go to 95 to 200 degrees. That's why I don't know much about the infrared saunas. I don't think there's the same amount of data on it. It's never better than doing nothing. But I think that the real feeling, it's a loose sauna in the back end. That motherfucker goes to 210, 215 if you want to. Wow. And that dry sauna, this whole research from Finland comes out. They did over 20 years. They found that if you do the sauna 4 times a week for 20 minutes at 75 degrees, it's a 40% increase in all cause mortality. Italians who were doing sauna, and it was something similar. It's all similar because it's all raised through inflammation, increase of red blood cells. It has like a mild evening effect on your endurance. One of the things that I've done every time I couldn't do cardio, I just did sauna every day. And then I go back to cardio, and it's not that much involved. Not like it used to be. Like it used to be like I could get to that and do cardio for a while, and then I would go back to do it. I'm like, oh god, I was so upset. And so that drop off doesn't happen as much when you do sauna every day. And all of these people at the end, told me that was something that you learned in these wrestling things. The Easter block, that's what we're doing sauna after training. And it's essentially like static cardio. So like I wear a love strap, and I'm going sauna after training, I'll look at my app, and I'm at 145 beats per minute and just sitting there. Because I'll go straight from working out. So I'll do rounds in the back, and then heart rate elevated to warm in the sauna, and it keeps your heart rate up. Because you're struggling. You're struggling, your body's struggling. It's already overheated from the workout, and then your body's in 195 degrees. And your heart just pounding, but it's like static cardio. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're going to get for. And then I stretch it there, which is the best. It's great. I used to do big room. Great. I used to do it. I'm like, I can do it now, and I encourage you to. That's what you should do. That's what you do. I want to go back to boxing. I used to box much comments with boxing and working. And it's supposed to get there a little bit to the body. But, we get each person in the journey. I wrestle a little bit in college. I was going to say, it's very, very deep. Like, it's very, very tough. It's very hard. Boxing. Training to millions isn't. This guy, his name is Steve Frank, he put us through it. It was after an hour, like, oh my god. It's like you don't get used to it. You get used to it. Because if you don't get used to it, then you can't show it. So for the rest of the day, I can't do it. Yeah. That's like I always avoid doing leg days. On days I do stand up. I've done it before. When I've done leg days, then I try to go on days. Oh, so I'm just doing it. It's like it's too much of a burden. Squats, lunges, sled, and it feels good. This suffering is it's like a Goggins. It's like this suffering, like put yourself in an uncomfortable situation. Because it feels everybody like I know it sucks. It'll make the rest of it suck less. It really will. You don't have to do what I do. You can just put your chest up and put your bar. You don't have to worry about it. You just have to do something. Just do something that sucks. Do a lot of push-ups, a lot of sit-ups, a lot of weight squats every day. Not that hard. If you can't do it, do it in sets of 10. Just do 10 sets of 10 push-ups. Build up. Start. It's up. 20 today, 20 this week. 25. Before you know it, you're doing it. Just do that. Yeah. Just do fucking something. You feel so good after. And that's the time I try to time it with. It's like you want to feel like energy running right. So my best writing, I do my best writing when I'm on. That's not a mistake. It's like you guys who read over the set. Yes. Yeah. It's a scene where it's like I'm gonna watch it. Really, and you'll notice when you're doing 2 shows, you go 2 shows, and come back. I want to date. I traveled all day one day. Trick yourself a little bit. Let me just look at these notes. Let me just look at the notes that I have that I just did. It doesn't suck. That's the crazy thing about it. It doesn't suck. It's not. Yeah. But because you're like, now watching this video today on Usyk streaming. Alexander Usyk. Did you see that fight? Jesus Christ, man. I mean, he's one of the best of all time. One of the absolute best heavyweights.
The thing that was remarkable about the that fight, came out for a trial. It was aggressive, and I'm like, oh my god, he's coming, dude. He like, I'm not gonna lose him. And he felt that. They said between he's like, okay, and I can't let this guy get confidence. So he stepped in the center of the ring, countering him, and not giving up any more.
Yeah, and cutting these angles, he just downloads what you're doing and starts adding things. Joshua said that he never more in his life. He just couldn't. Tired of it. He's constantly thinking and moving. So I watched his training routine today. Jesus Christ, man. No wonder he would sometimes for 5 hours a day. 5 hours of just laps. He starts his day at 4:30. So 4:30 in the morning, gets up, eats breakfast, and his first training at 5. At 5, it's all conditioning. It's all like running, rowing, biking, separate, eats again, takes a nap, back in the gym again for like 2 hours, and then sparring, boxing, doing nothing, eats, takes a break, relaxes a little bit. Evening session is boxing. An evening session is sparring. He's hitting mitts, hitting the bag. Gets up in the morning, does it all over again. And it's all like this. That's that reverse crazy. That's crazy. That's the machine that Louis Simmons created. That's fucking phenomenal for your lower back. It decompresses your back actively on the downswing and strengthens it on the upswing. And Louis, who was a genius, was one of the only guys who ever traveled to a podcast with. Oh, really? Yeah, it's like, I gotta get this guy on film. He's a legitimate strength genius. And he developed that machine because he had a bulging disc. And they were like, oh, you gotta get your disc because he's a permanent complete steroids. So like, it was amazing. And he was like, that doesn't make sense if compression is what the problem was. Decompression fixed it. He devised that machine to definitely decompress on the downswing. So strengthening all the tissue around that and then decompressing on the downswing.
Wow, that makes it like engineering. He must have
There he is. There's Lou, fucking man,
to create that.
such a guy to talk to. Just such a fucking psychopath. An intelligent psychopath. Look at that. Oh my god. Shit. Dude, but genius. When it came to his strength and conditioning, he was so rigorous. Like, MMA fighters train with him. Had Brown, a lot of training with him, and there's a lot of his stuff with his equipment out too. A lot of stuff that worked on with him. Right. But it's like, he had all these guys who were like lifters. These guys are fucking shaped head. But this episode is brought to you by Rocket Money. Financial freedom, when you get down to it, is not worrying about money. But with prices these days, that's easier said than done. However, when you take control of your finances, when you know what's coming in and what's going out, when you properly manage and stay on top of your budget, that's when you can really start working towards your goals. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. And that's the key to financial freedom. If you've got something you'd like to save, Rocket Money can analyze your accounts to find the best time each month to put an extra money aside. And Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you. The app automatically scans your bills to find opportunities to save that goes to work to get you better deals. Discover financial freedom, cancel your unwanted subscriptions, and reach your goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. Rocketmoney.com/JRE. So that machine provides just specifically for that. But most things training, a lot of it is like ladder board,
the steps. It's like constant shuffling back and forth, spinning. There's all these punches, there's balls. It's like when you watch him train, it makes sense because he's training specifically to move differently than everyone else does. It's all these constant movements and switching angles and strength. And you know, he's a legit heavyweight, 227 for the dog fight. You know, this is coming from a guy who was like cruiserweight. So he's a small heavyweight, but heavyweights were small. Was not big. He's exactly the same size as Ali, but Ali was in his prime. But he unified the cruiserweight division. He didn't get still there. He unified and then moved up. Unified. It's just what was the how many weeks is the training camp? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it has to be 3 months. But I would imagine the most difficult moment for him is Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury 6'9" is an incredible boxer, regardless of information. Just Fury's a skillful boxer. He's slick and intelligent. And you know, people talk about like what's next for Usyk should be Joseph Parker. Yeah, that'd be a great fight. Joseph Parker deserves it. But what I want to see before the haze in the moment, I want to see one more Tyson, because for the only one that's given problems, came close, he got up to the body a bunch of times. This fight, he was jab. You know, those fights were close. They were very close. They were close. I mean, Usyk almost stopped it. And I think it was in his he pulled back when the referee was like calling it. Now we could have caught him 1 or 2 more times, and that would have been a wrap. And then, like, no one has given Usyk the ball. Tyson Fury's you give Tyson one more shot at it, where I mean, he's training now. You know, he's posting a lot of his times, like he's doing endurance work now. And so he's going to have a fight before. Have another fight. Now, right into the come on, man, this guy's up there forever. Right into the Fury, right into the fire around. Fury and Josh. See that? That would sound like talking about doing. He was supposed to fight many times a long time ago. You know, he was supposed to. They were on a club. He was in the right or something. But now with like you know, so if they decided Booker versus Usyk, which is great, yeah, I think that would be the fight. That would be amazing. But we're talking right now about doing Joshua Jake. I saw that. Paul apparently wants that fight, and he agreed to. I think it was 99% to 1. Josh gets 99% of the money. He gets 1%. See if that's true. I read that online. That might be discussion. But regardless of what you think about Jake Paul, I think Paul's a great athlete. He's a great athlete. Logan, at least in States and Ohio, and wrestling like that. He seemed like the player. But if you're placing in States in Ohio, you're great. And the if you think they're because they were famous when they were kids, that doesn't mean anything. Like Mario Lopez, people look at Mario Lopez like Mario Lopez is like Saved by the Bell. No, Mario Lopez can box. Like, he does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's a very good whistler. Guy that does $1,000. I love that guy. What's his name? It's something Greek, but he's a guy who he was like a state champ. He went to Cleveland State, which is the guy who was like, I don't think he did anything in college really, but the way he wrestles, I can see the way he wrestles, and it's a good video series. Just like very smooth, very, very super talented. The point is, Mario Lopez wrestled him. A fucking great experience. Really saw a bunch of great roles. That's like great. Mario Lopez is legit, like really legit. You could say that dude fucking legit fail. He's a bad motherfucker. Way bigger than this Mario one. By the way, Mario Lopez is in this I didn't see this. It's 50s. Now watch this scoot a little so you can see some of this. It's good. we go. And and avoid takedown. I got him. Yeah. Mario shoots in on a single. That's some good thing. He's fucking 15 man. He's also competing in jiu-jitsu, and I know he's won jiu-jitsu matches. Fucking scream. Yeah. Yeah. I love watching this too. Oh, it's good. And he's done it with some national champions. Interview before. How many years? And then he's like, from what they did, you're going to take me down. The odds are take me down. Some of them are really big guys. It's like, yeah, that guy said it's tough. That's the thing about grappling is technique. It's everything. And jiu-jitsu, judo, and everything. It's about technique. This is great judo of this guy. I want to say he was in the 70s at the time, and it's a black and white film of his young black belts doing standing, I don't know what they call standing judo practice, and he's like effortlessly avoiding these takedowns with balance and technique. It doesn't ever look like he's like exploding, using a lot of force, and just flips these guys to the ground. Just watches this, like, oh my goodness, because you know you're looking at that guy like just. He's also a big, giant, 200-pound, right? He's a super athlete. He's just technique. Just not gonna focus. It's also very loose. Yeah. It's like old judo guy trains with younger students. There's a lot of rumors that it's not even on the side where he said, care about the money. Really doesn't care about the money. There's plenty of money. And if he won all the money, he beat Joshua Lord. I mean, that's big. I mean, Joshua, Olympic gold medalist for him, champion of the world. What did Francis Ngannou? That's, I just think it's all the emotion. I have no idea what the actual motivation is. It's not coming. What's a dangerous fight? Because Joshua's going to try to make an example out of him for sure. And will. Joshua's one of the biggest punchers ever. Yes. I mean, he's a punch fucking guy. You know, he's a great boxer. You know, for example. But I got it. We all thought it's like, wow, this guy's in the mix now. He's in the mix. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what happened. The difference is Fury. I think Fury took super late. He boxes off. And power, Francis, that is legendary. You know, Francis is like a different comic book. You know, Captain Kid Road, he went to the sand so he was boy. It's like the Conan origin story, right? Like digging sand as a just fucking. Check out this old dude. And I think this dude, shit, bro. I think this dude might have been 90 at the time. I don't know what old to say his name. He's old as shit. However old he is, he's only 70. He looks old now. So relaxed. Just the size of the guy who's a judo black belt, who's towering over this. Bro, ever. But it's like this guy. Hitting that hip throw and not getting any movement of the middle. And it's tiny guy. What he does is just super relaxed. He just knows where to be. He can't throw. Look, steps in the right position. He's not exploding. He just anticipates your movements. And it's like, he just thoroughly do it. It's twice his size. He's like effortless. It's kind of amazing. It is. You think it's bullshit unless you train like that. You can analysis. Man, it's just perfect execution of that kind of technique. Right. You know, it's unreal. And we see in wrestling too. It's like you see guys who they chain moves together and have the guys trying to do that. They're countering this. Next thing you're on your back and you're doing it like, my God. Yeah. Such a underappreciated thing.
wrestling. You know, like, okay, he appreciates it too. I mean, I wrestled, but I was never that. I was never like, couldn't get that fluid, right? You know, and that fluid, that's really top notch. Oh, you know, no matter what program you come from it, like, you can see it. You can see this guy, George, that he has it. He'll shoot for something, and it doesn't, you know, he'll see that thing, he'll adjust, fly, rough. I mean, yeah, it's a really underappreciated sport. It comes to like the way the underappreciated sports. Everybody loves basketball. Baseball. No one appreciates wrestling, so it never had a professional outlet for whatever dumb reason, other than MMA, where it dominates. If you look at MMA, like if you look at the disciplines of all the champions of all time, I think wrestling has a significant. I think there's more athletes that came from wrestling than became world champions in any of the disciplines. Before everybody's very close training, I think archery was the like archery. Like this was very when I was in like eighth grade, I was like, this is unbelievably hard than anything I've ever experienced. So I think everybody cross trains now, everybody kind of trains like that. We were the first ones, like you get in, it's like you warm up, and it's just military, but you know, it's execution. But you have to be in practice, you just when I'm here to practice, and you have to go wait. It's mental strength. Yeah. On top of that, that's a giant factor of wrestling. And one of the things about wrestlers is they rattle on the fact that they suffer more than anybody else. That's the thing is a bad fighting. It's like a bad one in the middle display. Like Mike over there, he fucking suffers more than anybody. It's like, Mike's up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Those are the guys. Almost scared of. Very few people have said wrestling is fun. Like basketball is fun. You know, when seriously, it's like, oh, it's fun. It's like, it's not fun. You know, the training is not fun. It's only fun if the guy who wrestling sucks. You can't get a train on it. Winning is great. Oh, yeah. You know, process. Yeah, that's one of the best examples of wrestling. You know, the guys that I've been wrestlers, they're just a different human being. Yeah. It's like military guys. Like guys who've been through like Navy SEAL training, or there's a different kind of human. Yeah, yeah. And like you're dealing with a guy who can get through some shit that the average person is gonna fold up with. And if you can learn how to do that, overcome that desire to quit when you're a kid, it's so valuable for the rest of your work. Absolutely. It helps if you're not very good. Yeah, right. So if you're like on the fence, work for everything. If you're coming up, coming across all kinds of adversity, it's nothing that you don't think about it. You know, I can speak for it. It's embarrassing in a gym for people. It's like losing a basketball game. You know, football, I love football. Losing a football game. Having your shoulder blades hanging down in front of everybody in a gymnasium is human. It's just totally humiliating. The reality about fighting is if a guy can hold you down, he can beat you up. That's just how it works. It's not like this my same way. He can pretty much do whatever he wants. So, yeah. And when you go on a wrestle, or the difference between like one guys and wrestle, like it's, you know, you live in Massachusetts, wrestle against me, and then you'll go to travel. The difference between that and then getting in there with the state champion is like, oh, well, this is different. And then you guys got to 70 summer, it's 24/7, 365. Always wrestling. There's no wrestling season like, oh, I'll never catch up. It's so funny because when you're in with a guy who's really good, you're preparing yourself. It's like, he's moving so fast. This guy is where Street. This guy takes a swing at this guy. This guy shoots him. Hoist this dude up into the air and power slams him on his head on the concrete. And punches him in the face a couple times where he's completely unconscious. There's nobody's a video. Did you see that video from there was a Cleveland Jazz Festival? Cincinnati Jazz Festival when this couple got jumped and this guy got pinned down and the girl was trying to separate it. This guy punches the girl and KOs her. She falls and bangs her head on the ground and she's out with her eyes open. It's good to watch. And people are here screaming, cheering, kicking his ass. And unfortunately, it's much blood of people jumping too much. It's horrible. Yeah, the worst aspects of human nature, right? It's not people up. Or right? Those things are hard to watch. You have to watch like videos where you get something back, you know, like a dog. Right there. I'm talking to the contest. She brings her head up and around or runs around. Oh, it's fucking horrible. That kind of shit. I'm sure you would have done everything. Like, traumatic brain injury like that, there's people that never come back from those. It's nuts. It's nuts. It's nuts. You just can't go out. It's a one-on-one fight. It's like, I don't know, like that whole lot of shit to getting back and forth. It's like, fuck you. It's like, we don't know what's going to happen. Like, enough of this. Are we going to fight? Is this a fight? Let's just do it. And then, it's just their ego gets think they're a fucking right, you know. People that no training to me is the so many videos where guys don't know what they're doing. Yeah, you're right. The ego gets involved, and I think you're organization that's over. Because when it happens, and you think it's gonna go, it's they're just like blowing the engine into it again. Don't do that. Hey, if somebody does, that's good, you know, whatever. But like when it does, and you're not ready for it, it's the worst thing in the world. And he got it just like, you know, like this fucking guy. What the fuck? Not a fuck. You know, like, this guy out there is crazy. You can do some guy one day, you have to go, oh, this is going to be fun. This guy, right, finally get a to beat the shit out of some bombs or something. Just beat your fear of it. Don't know. You want your bird versus the ground, like with the fucking wrestling with the company, it's covered in season. You never know what you're going to come with. But how is it? I don't know because to be like, no, we're not going to. Super tough. Very good hands. He was amazing. He's got a tree scar across his chest. His arms with sticks. And he's on the mic working out. We're just trying to lead him. I saw that. I didn't watch the whole video. He's really great. He lost like 35 pounds. You know, and he was there for months. Just like, that's super tough. He was a super tough. It's like, oh, damn,
always wanted to ask him before he did. Unfortunately, I think he did sort of the part red belt. We got a chance to see it because that was when he was fighting guys like Douglas. Was another guy fighting so much. He's one of the only guys that ever got it. Douglas was fucking amazing. We got a hold of him and just racked off. And of course, another guy had to kill him. Nasty spin back. Nasty striker. Racked off. Just throwing things around. They just gave him dummies. They couldn't do shit. Just nothing they could do. Like, it emphasized that the guy gets to like, I always hit until like he's out. Like, I think about it, like, oh, how much energy is this? You kind of have to subconsciously know how much energy is this going to take. Because I got to conserve energy. It's like, it's just not a thing. That's the difference. You got to like, wrestling, doing it all the time, doing cares and stuff. His technique was so good. So orthodox as well. So yeah. I mean, if a guy doesn't have to be dense. But like this video that I wanted to produce, was like, do 15 rounds of 3.5 minutes with a 20-second rest. So he's hurting himself for a 12-round fight. He would do 15, but he would do 3.5-minute rounds. 20 seconds just to 1 minute. And if he touched his back to the ropes at any point in time, he could have another round. That's great. That's really great. And I love that. Lomachenko trained. Yeah, this thing kind of goes same much. Yeah, exactly. It's like the coordinating. These guys tags were great. I felt like he for Ukraine. He's back, fights again. He's great, but he was much bigger. Was that? He just looked very small. He looked like he had a big 35, but things are cutting down from God knows where. He's fighting 47. So it's, you could just see the build. They look different. There's a difference between your core. They should be about the same size. So naturally, and I'm happy. This last fight, best Billy Shells, Floyd Mayweather. His fucking defense was incredible. Defense, and he stayed in it. That guy broke up. Wait, I can't remember his name. Just a good fighter. Really pressure. And Joe Burrow stayed in the fight. He stayed in the fight. He said, really? Yeah, because he wanted to push and show everybody he's not just a runner. He can stand up. Yeah. And just as far as who do you think? Yeah, I love this thing. I think it's Crawford for this fight. So he's gonna give a shout out. I'm rooting for him. I like to see him stand. Great work. I like to see him stand. I mean, 47, 50, 40, 60. That's crazy. Because you're really not even 50. He's taking the fight at 54. Much more. The world title, right? And he won that fucking or like trying to describe like great. Great. That's right. He's in fighting differently. Yes. He's a great athlete. And he's like, these fighters always like, and they look like, he's like, yeah, he's 100 amateur fights. Like Archie Burrow.
maybe isn't the same as it was just like 5 years ago, but still one of the greatest of all time. Still has power. You know, I mean, if you go back to some of his, like more recent fights from a few years ago, like the American KO, like the Joe Saunders KO, like those kids, like he's probably not that guy. He's still young enough that he's still very close to his prime. One of the best like the same fight WBC. Yeah. I know he's the draw of boxing. He's the face of boxing and stuff, but there's a lot of people that he's running silent. Now, force the fight. Season, he's going to win every game. In the playoffs. The WBC. Yeah, of course. To fight. It's going to be my favorite. He's going to be mine. Because the winner of the fight, you know. That was the fight. I mean, the world best. You know, what a great fight. It was great already. He's trying to maneuver his career. I think he said $200 million. Mandatory defense at 68. So I know you're the defensive market. I need to. WBC, what's that there? Yeah, it is. Love that money eventually. Like, it's proper. This is like Turkey, Al Sheikh, son. They have been they offered almost $70 million to play me. Maybe up on the million. Never heard back from him. That's crazy. You know, maybe for him, $70 million is nothing. Maybe he thinks the Saudis give him 200. They might. Maybe that might be the move. But it speaks to how boxing is organized. Organized. It must be respected as a sport, but it's not organized. There's so many sections, but you know, yeah, I say clean them out. We have a section, but it's hard to clean out because someone's offering someone more money. They can make so much more money as a world champion. You know, like you win the WBO, let's say, like you know, some titles are going to pick up still WBO champion, or but that's the problem. There's so many world champions. Whereas in MMA, like you can be a world champion, but everybody knows you're not really the world champion unless you're the UFC world champion. In terms of public perception, as I think that Bellator tournaments they could have won in the UFC the same way class. And this guy's a like this came from champion. He won the title in the UFC. But the reality is, most people go world champions, UFC champion. The two people champions are exactly the same way as the WBC champions are who it is. Right? Like if Johnson has it was like Tyson in the early days, and he had the WBC belt and a WBA belt. You were the champion. Mike Tyson was the champion. But other than those kind of examples, I don't know there's one guy that's just in that weight class. A world champion is worth a lot of money. So it's hard for guys to say no and just say, look, I'm only going to play for the magazine belt. That's what the Saudis do. They're going to make everybody right. Something to be but if you need to fights like Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou, right? Like those fights, those fun fights. Just try this. Right back. You're like fights, like all that, like Kuwait is doing. He's like, he couldn't be supposed to do that. He's like, he's way too high on it. He's like, what are these fights? How do you get paid? Yeah. Ortega's doing too. Who's doing too. Like, I count this guy. That's fine. That's fun. But is that the highest level of making for better being worth making? Is it crazy to me too? But it's like making for better being. It's like you better look at it. Really fun to watch. Because you can't work for better being. He's doing well now. He's doing fun morning too. Technically, these guys are all. I mean, exactly. Which is also crazy. He's in his prime. But I think a big part of that speaks to discipline. He stays in such insane shape. He doesn't let himself in with a better beat as well. Someone who makes he has a better beat. Very similar kind of training method. Like it's Russians, Ukrainians, and better beat of Chechnya. It's like these guys stand wasn't discipline. And then this these guys know boxing for I watch it. It's my job. It's my job. It's my job. It's my job. My family. He's another guy who's for 1 minute. It's like, man, it's fun. It's fun. We celebrate and we go for that. Think about basketball. There's even an emotional revenge, but he's the worst one, and he's still coming to the front. Emotionally celebrates him to the worst one. So it's the worst celebrates. He just fucking cried. So he had him in his hand. Someone is the worst thing, but so I don't think he's been working for his whole life. He's like, it's a secret to success. About it. Like I said, they prepare mentally, and it's very mentally tough. How to prepare for like a job, and then you go and do the job, and then like, this is my life. So you're going to be kind of something ego, which I like. Yeah, it's like, I'm this guy. No, wait, so when I retire, I'll just be good. You don't think about that in America, but it's like, I'm going to go to like, it's like, something else. I'll put it in water. Something else to make more money. These guys, the Iron Tiger, well, we played a few times on this podcast story. Basketball. When I played basketball, so the guy, the crew, it's like, this is like you're stepping into a game here into a different world. There's so much to it, like where's it to it? Yeah. Dominating. That's a tough part of the world. Years. This team. Outside basketball games, that's pretty cool too. It's nuts how high. It's so funny. Eagles fans are really tough. About these guys. That game, Cal historic combination of rugby. They do it in Italy. They have it in a couple other places. So they do it in Croatia. Right? But it's fighting. There's teams that they've got. I don't know what the fucking deal is with the piss out of each other. It's just animals. Like animals. Look at that guy. He's moving his hands together. Getting to fucking break somebody. And so these guys stand outside each other and they have a gang fights. Like this is the beginning of the. There's a ball. But I don't understand the name for this ball. These guys, one of them is moving around. These guys in the middle are just ripping the shit out of each other. They're wrestling.
They're fucking shooting takedowns, body slamming each other's elbows to the face. It's the craziest fucking game. This is when people needed something to do which we you know? They needed something to stay sure. It's like developing their fucking ability home tight while they wrap up their team.
Jesters.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Cool respect.
It's interesting how they're scoring for the individual fights that they're having.
Yeah, at some point, these guys are just these guys grab the ball, defense there. You'll have to hold the fence. There's like almost no scores here. There's the goal.
Yeah.
That was punch in the face. I mean, it's a crazy game. Well, it's like there's nowhere near the ball. This guy's mounted up. Shorts. They weren't tights. Ridiculous. Stuck to his back like a needle. His back.
Oh, yeah.
He's got like a piercing, like almost like a yeah, he's kind of like a through his back. Just kind of grab these guys are on top of each other. The guys inside control. Yeah, but this guy's running and it starts beating his ass. All these guys in the middle, it's through. Oh, you'll get it. But that's the point. It's like almost part of the world. They've been involved with some wild shit for a long time. Europe? Well, that is in Florence. But I know, like I said, they do it. They do the Croatian as well. It's just more people all over the world while we're all
with each other. It's like arguing with each other on Twitter. Those guys are doing that. That would look like if it was physical. But I used to make jokes on that. And then I just to write jokes on that anymore. It's confrontation. It's what you're trying to at least that's the idea. But it's like you're trying to somebody who has an argument that spurs the algorithm. So I don't want to do that.
yeah.
So I'm focused on front facing Instagram videos.
Front facing.
Yeah. Your phone.
Is that what you're doing?
Well, the Aussie breath is crazy, guys. It's kind of like what Twitter was, but I don't know. This is what it's getting.
I get it, but I mean, I'm glad I'm
Stand-up clips, stand-up.
that's the big thing. The great stand-up clip. Right after like you this kind of stuff like they start out and do a comedy for years, they got a good 10 minutes. And they put that 10 minutes on and they take a whole hour right out of that 10 minutes. And you have to have like just a rush joke. Get it through, but
You have to figure out how to fill that stand. We got different technologies. Some guys who do that, they're cost. But now they got to figure out how to get people their money. Clubs. So you have to construct an hour for, like, say, a famous song or something. It's like, that's mostly what you're doing.
that's never that easy to do. Definitely easy. Not easy, but real time. Where it's like for me, I don't do it. My opinion is not for guys. You know, it's like Steve Ray.
those clips working. It's developing material for this. Because I think we're not coming up with that. Real. You almost better off loosely talking about a subject and going at it rather than really sitting in the pocket and developing. Because time is blood. It's really cool. That's a great premise because you're going creative for couple minutes, probably develop it right. You don't know all the time. But the thing is, you have this thing with journaling. Like if you journal, and I have a different technique. You have to journal the one that you have to just journal every day. You're journaling every day. It's like you have purposes, but none of it's developed. You journal every day. And when you have like a week of journaling, you have to go through your journal and see what's and develop these ideas. When you say journaling, so you sit down, you write about your life, you write about your life, or like you're interested in. That's you. But there's so many funny habits you do every day that if you could just journal, you bring it to light. Like journal, it's kind of like these things just but if you journal, it's like oh, that was funny. That was funny. Just get on a plane. It's hilarious. And there's so many different things. You interact with so many different just these small different people. It's something that could go south. It could go south. It could be okay. It's just gets every time. It happens almost every time I travel. I'm going into it's like there's a trigger question about the plane performance. It's like they just get off the plane according to where your seat is. They're closer to the entrance of the plane. It's the way it's designed to go. There's always somebody else gets their back and runs to the front of the plane. We all want to get off. Don't you have a connected plane? We all want to get off. I know people get that recently where like or you know yeah, it turns out it's a great clip. It's an altercation and it turns into a little lady that said that like someone was real. Oh yeah. She's a lot of fun. I think she's really fun at parties. There's an imaginary person you're like that's in the skies. It was Orion stuff. And like when she kicked off the plane was on the ground. I think it was a couple. Was it? I think. Okay, one of the things she's not her movie. Because if she's right, hey, what's separating. It's like John Carpenter is everything. Like, every time she went,
she described as a marketing executive too, so I don't know how that was me, but crazy lady. After she got built out in 2023, what did she say she saw? As I was reading through it, I did do a follow-up. Is that her down there? Oh, she's hot. Why is she not? Why is she like, it always helps, Joe? Wait, no, it's not something that the initial photo. Sorry, how does that feel? How does that out of it. Okay, so what did she say? Oh, nothing. She says, YouTube shows and giving tours versus like Texas. Well, she's Texas crazy. Even better. Happens to this flight here. I'm not crazy at all. Crazy. Do not let that flight leave. This flight's hard to make it to Orlando. It's not going to. Look out the windows. There's a lot of people on that flight. Like, so she really believes that there's something on that flight. Maybe she took it out. Maybe someone slipped her a bikini. What if you think you saw it? The fucker's not real. She said, but she's going to be because of like kind of crazy. That's my favorite guy. She's just chilling. I'm trying to watch a YouTube video and all this footage. She's screwing at you. It's a great thing. Talk about journaling. She flips out. You're not real. Motherfucker's not real. That mother back there is not real. You can sit on this plane and you can fucking drive with another number going through like what? Who's not real? Who's the guy? I mean, look at her out there talking to cops. Going to get her shot. She calmly explained to the cops that someone was in rape. That's so funny. Who's the guy? Why are the guy? That's the guy we should get. She just the remains of one sister. We're not trying to be dangerous. He responds, my dad's a cop. I might never fly again. This might not be a choice. It makes no sense. She's fun.
I said, the way you brought it up, I never heard of that because it was and the lights at the Taylor Swift concert. Thank you for that you were at a concert. You had amnesia. I don't know what's even crazier is how he could do this thing, but he did it. Transient global amnesia. Taylor Swift fans react to those concerts for his the Blame Girl wasn't wrong. Here's my take on this. He is in this rare air right now. Like Elvis this moment where it's an emotional experience being in her presence. If you're a Taylor Swift, those fans are in my arms. She sells out the city. Shows in stadiums, right? I think you know, they're standing in front of her and she's singing to them. They're so spent, right? They're probably like, what happened? It's probably like such a Elvis. Lights. Guarantee you, like, concert and come out with a perfect memory. Not that we don't like it, but I like songs like songs. Nobody else. So it's wonderful. But it wouldn't go yet. And she's fine. Very chill. She's very talented. I didn't know what happened. But I'll tell you what, I see the Rolling Stones when they were at Coda, and I feel like I was on like I didn't feel like it was real. Like when they went onto that stage with Jenner or something, like I was standing there with my friend Bobby, who owns the racetrack, and I was going, I don't feel like really it was fun anymore. It was crazy. I've been watching like Jenner and Richard live, or I don't like that. It's like it was like 100,000 people. It was a huge fucking event. I was like, this is nuts, man. This feels fake. So I'm probably not a giant Rolling Stones fan. I'm probably not as big a Rolling Stones fan as the Swifties are, right? Like they're her god, or she's their god, probably. You go to see it, had to be enough of a thing to be on the internet. And that's are they a gender study professor? Please. To get that position. You have that. Here it is. But yeah, I didn't think it was a very good. So comedy. But it's like 5 minutes in the conversation. I don't even know what you're saying. I don't know what everybody is. You've been from the Rockefeller. I'm so glad he and her friend, and we've been friends for so long. So far, real long. Really, you don't think? You don't know nothing happened at 73. You don't know about the game. You don't know. It's like, I don't know. I can't tell sometimes before. Come back and do something about it. Here, a lot of people here don't control zero. It's like every time. Every time I'm here, like it's the best. I'm very happy that you're happy. That's what we want to do. basically said, I don't have like absolute fixed position. Right. And so a lot of the stuff, like when I see inside the green room, when the light goes on, it's the green room. She knows that like the story at the time that's on stage from the stage and from the green room. All that, like I think the lights were Tony's idea. I think the time might have been Simpson's idea. So it's all like everybody had their own say. Like would do, right? So lower the ceiling, and in the big room I did that. The station lower the little room I did that. Like whatever anybody said. Like looks like more sound than carpet now. You know, the bounce thing makes it louder, but makes it a little more human. And so we can get everything in the right mark, every suggestion, acoustics. Listen, what you're saying, it's like you're like a soldier spoken guy. I don't feel her. Are you gonna do it the sound? It's like the Christmas apples. Sometimes I'll always be lit up on the too much, like it's a little while, but and it's pretty small for what we were going on. It'll be our 30-year work. Just now. And the big room is it's great. I just have a small room. It's really you really have to sit there and like play with work on the material. And that's kind of really what you need. Like you need an experimental place where you can a little bit fuck around. And that little room is like the chamber of truth. And it's like if you got some bullshit here, there's other people use this. It's not here. And like and like people love it. Whatever that's like exactly. It looks like a cabin. And it's like, during the winter time when I was doing it in 2004, it's like I think more people will find healing in the coastal area. It's like you can have it. And really well, it's still yes. It's so good for that because really well, I think we're supposed to have like 70 people in it. Watch out, spoil especially roast battle. Like doing roast battle sometimes not even catching them like saying like shit. Work all those folks because they would jump right on and you and you can hear it, but because that's how they know it's so in that building, the rubbish that they built right now is building a super that was Zero's nightclub in the 1950s, right? Zero's. It was the company from the 70s. Steel rebar and giant beams. Oh, this is Zero became a popular night spot for sleuth day. Nightclub closed in 1960 was reopened as a rock club in 65 after the name changes being a comedy store in 72. Wow. Club Seville was it or Club Seville? So Club Seville in 1935, opened New Year's Eve 1935, featured a crystal dance floor, a subsurface with subsurface fish, Mm-hmm.
You know, the insulated box. The thing was stores. Doing comedy. The thing is, early 70s. They started doing stand-up there. Especially in San Antonio. That was only for like 20 years, so maybe like so was it 1678 the ice house. So full beat so if you're not being this comedy and the comedians also appeared in the club at night. The original owners were bought out by investors. Shot of Bob. Bob was so like musical that you couldn't like if you wanted to do an audition tape, people wouldn't accept audition tapes in the ice house because everyone killed them. Oh my god. That's how good it was good. See, we go, other places, people go to the ice house. That's how good it was. That's really things that much. You have to have formula where it's so good that people don't allow you to use special there. It's forever. I would find the blueprints of like everybody thinks they're famous. Everybody's like, oh, you know, a lot of industry who don't care about people on stage, arms crossed, and everybody's like, yeah, it's even worse. And everybody wanted to things. Whereas Pasadena is just it's like a really, you know, so it's fun. You know, relax. Pasadena was like the place where the producers would live. Like the stores would all live in the hills. The producers would all move out to Pasadena and have lots in the early days of the war. So that's beautiful houses. I never even want to do it. Back in the day when I was in the industry, it's almost 2009. This guy should have a show. I think it was like good, you know, because it was fun. It was just yeah. It wasn't like this is my shot at which is like a lot of the clubs. They were there for a lot of years. Who's in the audience? We're a suit. Yeah, we're a suit. Don't do the material. It's the worst. He stopped all that shit. She stopped all that shit. She wanted to do stuff. She forced it. So like you can just film it like 10 minutes and say goddamn over and over again. It's gonna lead you to a show. It's torture anyway. It's torture for the comic to anything else. Just take off and do that second year. Because that was the thing. It's like if you didn't pull that off, and you could get a sitcom, you could be Kevin Hart. You know, Roseanne, me. If you just had something that could package and sell, man, you would walk a ticket. Yeah. Now you're Hollywood. Even a Mercedes. Yeah, there's a financial motivation. But like, it's nice to have. Tight, then you're
how is this just standing? They're not SWAT, they're all standing in line on either end of the street, and it's just the doors are glaring at the same time. And I just took video of it, and I'm like, I can't believe what's happening and what's the business model behind that. But it's like it slowly descends, and then you see people getting arrested and being taken away, sitting there waiting for the next crazy thing. It's like it's just the doors making money, wanting to make money. Yeah. It was there was no like good stuff. Yeah, where the dirty on Sixth Street. If you go to, I guess it's what's the nice west. It's real nice. You go to West Sixth, great restaurants. It's real nice. It's like very safe. We're in the area where it's super. And other cities are doing that too. It's like it's comedy club, which is very cool. It's like it looks like there's just in a designated area. And I'm wondering what the mentality of the city government is. And it just looks nuts. But it looks like somebody's letting it happen in this contained area. They are letting it happen now. They are letting it happen. That's why 6th Street is closed off. Maybe they're taco trucks everywhere. There's a bunch of, you know, very shady people as well. Because it's one place to be, you know, a bunch of people come down there, and it's walks of life. Everyone's able to, I'm sure it's one of drug use. It just seems to be not very volatile. It's also an exciting place in public because those are the streets are very black. I don't really walk inside that, you know, it's fun. You know, we obviously have a very tight security system here, but yeah, look at this, what's coming here. We don't suppose it's going to slap us down. But before that, some shitty pizza. Look at this. Like, yeah, a bunch of us. Honestly, goes. It's like, I wonder why that cool and stuff on the town. I was in the extreme. Don't go back. In the right of way. Scratch it out. You can't even down too. Yeah. Look at it. It's a bucket list thing. That is like a bucket list. Real bull. Really want to believe if you live in limp for the rest of your life. If you're looking, you don't get a horn up your ass. That happens. I've seen a lot of those, really. That's not bad. The horn is coming out of his mouth. Yeah, he gets the horn through the bottom of his jaw. It goes here. So now the horn is popping out of his mouth. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, look at those. Sorry. I'll show you the photos. Oh, yeah, show me that. I'll see it. Look how long you can do it. That's a good thing. I've seen doing it. What are you doing? Right now. This is the thing. Okay. Drop it. What? We're doing a couple of the other back. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. What can you do? No. How did he do that? You want to go grab the horse back? Oh, don't do that. Stay there. Oh my God, he's out of his mind. He's like the most smile. Just Google man or takes look at that. Of his jaw through his mouth. Did he die? Still existed. It's happened. Guys, pierced in throat and tongue. I would say pierced. It shot through his face. Oh, where is that word? Suffering infection. That's it. He has to whisper something. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, God, right in the ribs. We don't have a story. That's right. These things are so powerful. It's so the internet's happened a bunch of times too. By the time they get out there, they'll say like dirty thing about these spears. Yeah. Before it ever even gets out there. One Matador has been injured by the bulls 40 times. Once again, Gordon, I love you. So I was trying to he's dedicated. I mean, you can have a vision. It's the Matador version of Dave Tell. He's probably fucked up. Gotta get yours as a matador. See room for the 40th time. Line of work. It's like California future. Those guys do that. Oh my God. It's hard to ask any of these things. James Lee posted, but it's all different places where you're finding with all these different nonprofits. People haven't got what's true, what's not true. But there's a lot of reporters who are reporting on this. There's disturbing lack of transparency and where all the money that was raised went, where it's going. Which is the dirty secret of nonprofits, is that there's a bunch of people that these nonprofits that get hefty salaries. Right, they're operating this $100 fire agency, fire victims, Steve Ballmer, Wallace Annenberg, Irving, he's also friends with the announced to music award, the NAACP, for nonprofits, and even things like they just distribute them on $1 million for fundraising benefit comes back to money directed to 180 different nonprofits. This is the problem with nonprofits. Especially you don't benefit from the welfare, so you join in, a bunch of money gets raised. Best. 20%. It's probably a lot worse than that. Yeah, a lot of them are worse than that because a lot of them, unfortunately, are actual businesses. And their business is running charity, and that's how they pay all these people because it's some of the money goes to the charity that wouldn't go to the charity, but it's not a pitcher. And a large percentage of it goes to operating costs. And it's the reason executives are being
With the safety of
weird, man. It's a weird, dirty little charity and real. It's beautiful. People are doing what's awesome. But then when you find out that you're cynical, you find out like goes, you find out how much the money actually goes to the actual issue versus goes to these executives. You're like, oh, fuck, man. It's a bummer. It really is a bummer because it's baby generosity. People want to get through because they're like, oh, I'm going to go into this cause.
grossness. And there's a lot. LA is crazy. People are prosecuted for millions of dollars visiting, inappropriately did funds and drugs. There's all these allegations. Like, you haven't $20-something billion, right? It's like the whole thing is bananas.
There's going to be some yeah, because that really needs to be out on the streets now. You know, facilities for anybody.
And mentally ill. Unless you address it at the root level, like you never Costa Rica, Mexico, take them through counseling, reintroduce them to society, get them jobs. You know, this ain't as easy as like who has a liberal arts degree, $500,000 a year salary to run this non-profit to homeless people, but then it turns out they don't do anything. And the things that they had, there was this homeless shelter that only 3% of the people that went for like 35 people went homeless after they left it. They almost went back completely empty.
Yeah. It's like such a long frontier. It's like we have no outreach, there's medication and it's like you have to take care of that. First of all, you have to have medication and you have to take on some kind of a regimen. You have to be housed somewhere. Get up and so you have your
So it was a problem. We were going down like the early 2000s by Skid Row. It was a place where they would take all the problem people from Hollywood and everywhere else, and they would just reload them to Skid Row. And they started doing this a long time ago. It was in that documentary about that hotel. Hotel where that lady wound up missing. Had an episode where she was in the water tank.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah. I forget the name of the hotel, but it's a famous hotel. It's on this season hotel. It's a beautiful hotel in Mount Chaos. And it's all friends and homeless people. The whole area is just completely fucked.
Because the thing about the hotel was like half for housing, half residential and half homeless.
One of that hotel that's in the doors. What was it? Found recently. Burnt up a couple years ago. It's in the doors out. Yeah, Morrison Hotel. Duh. But that's like a famous hotel, and there's a bunch of places that down there that we used to film in. We used to film in the place where RFK got shot. We filmed in the actual area where he got murdered. Yeah.
I wonder if there's these encampments in LA, but not in New York.
Nobody tolerates it. They tolerate it. They really don't do anything. Skid Row is
But you're saying they have the money to do it. It's in the right direction.
well, the best example of it is what pancakes in San Francisco. It's great. And Kevin is so famously said that way. Visitors come to your house, you clean up.
How about have this all the time?
Yeah, we remove the shit from the inside. How about people live around the back? Figure not have shit. They cleaned it up pretty cheap, and a bunch of foreigners time. And then it went back to where they put fences up and everything around the streets where people couldn't just street, closed everything down. City. really take them and give them the dogs. No, sweet. The drugs are where they fucking camp out. Yeah, that's the other thing. Against their will. Shit. How they solved it. Shit, or like the actual. It's like it's not that. It's someone made it just to show how much of a problem there is. It's not like avoid the shit because the shit's everywhere. There's shit everywhere. The entire area is filled with human shit. Like every time someone sees human shit, you know that it's in the middle. And San Francisco residents do on city streets. Yeah. It's kind of the vibe. You know that. This is real shit. This is rubber shit. I needed nothing. Yeah. It used to be awesome. I used to have this little, what's the, Cobbs. These used to be dynamite. Cobbs used to be to try to it was like real small, like maybe 140 people, maybe 150. They were jammed in. It's awesome. I like that. It was the best. I really liked it. It was a great place to perform. You know, but there were like, California people, it was LA, so there weren't like children's people. And I think San Francisco, they generally were like a little smarter, more well-written. Correct. It's expensive, I heard. It's short. More charging. Like, there's some AI startups there, no invested interest in trying to bring it back to where it was. A libertarian bit. People are, where's that going to go? That's it. I almost can't wrap my head around it. Well, it's like kids in school now are writing their papers with AI, and no one can stop them. The teachers are just grading the papers with AI. So, and then everybody's just pictures of their doing it. It's like nothing's getting done anymore. AI is just taking it over. Have you seen the numbers on the fails? I think it's like 10 people. 10% of women, 10% of girls under an age, have OnlyFans. And then on top of that, the number of guys, it's like 50% of them males subscribe to OnlyFans. That's pretty crazy. His daughter actively subscribed to it. I believe the numbers on 150. 150 million subscribers. So we have most of them. So you can take a look. So we're just like it's just lust, just how do we get it? You're making money. You figure out this more product. Yeah. I should be able to do it. That's me on it. I would. No, neighbors. Some photos of your pussy divorce. Should we get a look at it? Look at your little brown starfish. I think the guys in Gatos are really, they're getting much. So it's like we have your daughter, your daughter, and they have they're also psychosis. There's people that communicate with AI. words. It's like I don't know if it's I feel like that's where you need to go. So it's make them because like it's real conspiratorial with ChatGPT, conspiratorial with especially something you like use them for and you start like, let's just say that this was true. That was true. Why would you think this would become logic? Because of this. I guess that's a rational assumption. In fact, there's a lot of history. These people are doing this. It's a profit. It's what long. Rothschild do that. What's a real man? They call human beings the gods. Gods are pussies. People tell like it's turns out the gods are pussies. It's like it's not well, there's Americans are 87% that would be about 50% of U.S. male population. So Europe. This is Sophie Green girl. She made 43 million. Girl, and she just so there's different levels of it. It's like some girls are bigger than other girls. Some girls just show like what they were being. Photos of the feet. 80%. It's only 80% of the 10% of young women. They're just like showing you their nails. Showing you stamp collecting. We're definitely where we think of like with the full Roman Empire, right? When the moratoriums, which turns out is actually around the thing that I'll say. And the idea of being one of those no, it's like how you exit. It's like, you have Sam, Jim Words, the myth of the Jim Words used the word pop culture as the concept of Romans, moratoriums were the entrances and exits in stadiums or theaters by a second right, the way they spew crowds out into the streets. Truman says that each Romans were luxurious and binging and purging and sitting on classics. Yeah, so what people say, Romans have the moratoriums. It's just like every 100 yards. Oh yeah. Vermont. Insane. Basically dead bodies from holes for marching.
all in different ways. That's why you don't want to look at it. Yeah, it's like, same thing. It's going to the dangerous place where you should have Chicago. Yeah. We have a pretty big so the inside and that they're victims of the way they doesn't make sense. And it was the root when that's death. Yep. Just because it's out. Look at it in the train wreck. Look at the train. Yeah, that's a real issue on social media. Like, I'm more crazy, more views you get. That encourages you to continue. I kind of wonder what the GPT psychosis is all about with the analysis of that. Because I know the accusation, I think, is that this one guy down the path of psychosis. But it's that's what you described. You're saying stuff, it's feeding you other facts, you're building on those other facts. Well, did you ever think of it this way? Which is also, and then you're building on it, and then it's suggesting something else, and then you're building on it. So you can very easily, you're right, it makes you fall in love with it. Yes, you know, what's the physical aspect of that? It's like a vagina, right? I guess. Or it's like actually a robot. I was at the domain yesterday. This little tennis gloves, they walking around. It's a robot. Nice cowboy hat. What's it do? I don't know. Could we get bring us cigars? Like, hey, Rabbi the robot. This week he wants to I'm with you. Next week he wants to come on the show. That's the one I saw. Exactly. This one. Most grocery street. I don't know if like control. Yeah, maybe something that was on a car that was just doing it up like this dude, like his face. So that's people just filming it on the street. I think that's the operating wireless control. Who the robot belongs to remains on the street. Also unclear why the artificial intelligence has been specifically during the hearings tonight. It's a little bit has the robot cars that most. Yeah, I freaked me out because it's very hard. It's very weird to look at a driver of this car just helmet and it's moving around, cameras spinning around. Yeah. It's like it's a weird glimpse of the future. I don't like it. There was stepping in a hotel and there was this robot going up and down the parking lot. I guess trying to determine if someone wasn't supposed to be parking there because it was like parking tickets. It was like a robot that was like a robot drinks. Yeah. No restaurant. Yeah, the robot will run deliver a fucking taco. Just pulls up and it like shows you the order and you stick it up to the button. It's like a tray. And then it goes over the tables and stuff. People are there and direct stuff. And that was the worst way in the history of the world. Like never get to a relaxing place. I'm always doing things. Do you need anything for it? This sounds completely in the weeds. Where'd you in Florida? So I had people who were like taking their time, and I'm like, it was like a dinner, a coffee, all of it was included. It was like 15 people. They were keeping track of it in my head. I was like, I really got to hand it to them. They had it all figured out. Like I could never. It would just like jump up and be sweating, bringing stuff out haphazardly. A good wait staff is certainly a skill. Be a good waitresses. And travel. I would tell you to spice it up and then dip it into a shotgun. It's steak. Yeah, get out of here, actor. Yeah, I know what you're doing. You're practicing. Yeah. Right. He's telling his mom about steak. That's how they do it. So what are you going to do when communism hits you full force? Looks. Looks. I mean, don't you think that ultimately the guy is going to be saying a lot of things, but just like presidents do, they say a lot of things until they get into office and they're realizing stuff actually works. Jack up taxes. The only thing is, taxes thing changes. You do that. But even to that, why are you doing it to them when it comes to light? Is it money efficiently first? Is your money being allocated to efficient organizations? Is it right? You're going to do good or you want to waste and fraud? So if you have a lot of waste and fraud, you want more money. So it's more like if you're dealing with such a massive bureaucracy, you don't have to go in there and figure out the money goes. Keep the money the right way. I don't know where you're going down, but it probably leads to another trillion. It probably goes completely sideways. I hope so. It's ugly. There's like just massive revival of subways. I don't think it'll get to that because I think we're past that. Just so it's like a cops around and the gangs are running the streets. It's like an interesting thing. Subway and all that stuff. Well, President and cops are doing it. There was a big increase when they started like basically across the board. Elevated assaults, crimes, right? Not just Times Square, there was a lot of in New York City in general. If you allow crime and people find out how to get away with crime, you gotta do it. Yeah. Like there was some guy that assaulted cops. He was back on the street the next day. Give it. People that are American citizens that are alive a long time, and it's like a response to, it's a massive, it's a correction. And it's also like, a lot of people that are supposed to be over here, and then they're kicking students out that like write art. Yeah, that's crazy. University is supposed to be a place where someone's allowed to express themselves. Right. And have they're writing something down, and they're not calling for violence. They're getting challenged. That's supposed to be they get challenged. So people have your arguments for your arguments. Yeah, right. Discourse. It's supposed to be a place for discourse. So it's supposed to be deporting people because you don't want to criticize it. Like, it's kind of shifty. But it's like people go in and it's a response. You're right. It's not a response to it, but it is a response. It's not just happening out of nowhere. And also, once they shoot down before yes. Go on the front foot and have a positive, streamlined way to say this. If you would just come up with that instead of letting the people do it for you, and like, hey, we're going to streamline the timelines. That's what you have to do. access to Jesus. It's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm sure it's because it's being encouraged from both sides. So it's not all of the wing issue. It's like, it's either the ring is just quietly, they just do stuff very quietly. Yeah, but a lot of them example. And I understand it's not run a business and you need cheaper labor, but that's the wrong way to do it. And they're secretly behind it. The problem is they didn't get away with it for so long that it was a part of their operating procedure. Right? Like, it was never thinking you were going to win. It was a real problem for any. You have to pay people, and you have to pay people, which is yes. For everybody. I think, everybody says, like, well, we should make it easier for people to come to America. Okay, that's good. Also, we should make other places better. Like, if we were sending factories down to Mexico, working for 15 cents a day, wouldn't those people make like a real living wage down there? Because if you're going to have an American company, open a factory somewhere, it's your responsibility to elevate those people's lifestyle. Like an American lifestyle. And you want to make it work. Yes, exactly. To American rules. Because if you're an American company and you do that in America, you can't have somebody work for $15 an hour in America or 15 cents an hour in America. Why are you able to do that in El Salvador? Why are you able to do that in Vietnam? Like, shouldn't you, like an operating company overseas, be subject to the laws of where you're going to be established? You should stop much. Yeah. Like the chaos are happening. They're out. That's what Ross Perot talked about in the meetings way back in the 90s. Like, they're sucking sound. You're going to get all the money going down sound. And that's what they're doing. Going across the border, or at least getting the tax that they're taking up. They're taking the business inside. It's got to sound more than that because they killed the cities. They killed Detroit. Detroit died. It was the third richest city in the world at one point. And they just moved everything overseas. That city was for profit. And for profit for them, that cost who knows how many people's lives. Who knows how many people turned to drug addiction and crime every day. How many people lost homes and lost lives were destroyed. And some people made more money. Yeah, but like, it's not the right thing to do. Even if you're making money, it's the wrong thing to do. Especially when at one point in time Detroit was the third richest city. Right? Like, you can see right there. Inside of one lifetime, it became a disaster. Right? Which is crazy. It feels loud. Just so strong people can profit. Like, look what you fucked up, right? That's kind of unfair. It's very. And these people, sticking their chests out saying, I love America. And they're eating caviar. Yeah, it's like, come on, really something. Yeah, because people are gross. If you allow people to just make profit on it, they'll do it. Yeah, they'll do it. They look at the bottom line. It should be legal to make a profit, but they make it with you. Yeah, that's made it. Yeah, but it's if you have obvious and just dumping money into the earth, that's the discussion case where it's like money is feed you. You just dump money. It's like that has to stop. The problem is clear up from that. It's all stemming from that. So it's like just dumping money into the community, and then the politicians looking at us and being like, see the table, but they don't control what we do. Is that, are you really saying to us what it is? I don't say they control what you're doing, and they're telling you what to do. And your job is to sell it to us. Yep. So it's like, it needs to be, I don't know if the European, what do the Europeans do, where it's like, there's a state amount of money for each campaign. There's a state stipend given to each campaign. It can't be just corporations. Really no limit. Like, they're just dumping these amounts of money. I don't know. It's like versus not paying for. It's like they're on because they're just going to pay. And it's also they want you to feel that just fixing it. It's never going to get fixed. Just resolve yourself. That's what they're supposed to be talking about. Just fuck it. What are you going to do? Corrupt. And then you move on your life. Right. And that's how you're going to navigate it. That's what you're going to do. And behind the scenes, they're just fucking you left and right. It has to be a legitimate kind of God. Yeah. Agency behind the treaty.
Yeah. 3 prints of the gun. What if it were 10? Did you have 3 of the gun too?
No shit. That's probably why cheap. Why cheap now? Is the supplies locked? And you're like popping back in places. So he has experience of shooting people or shooting things. What?
He has like old videos of him like a little well-spoken. He seems like an intelligent, well-spoken graduate at the top of his class. For him to do that.
I heard a story. I don't know if this is true, but I heard it on the internet that something went wrong. He had
Lower back pain. Yes, he did. He didn't have access to your machine. He had lower back pain. It was killing him. He didn't know what to do about it. He went to several doctors. Something else happened.
Did he get an operation?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. But he was not getting the insurance company was not cooperating with him. Obviously, so he was actively in pain. Yeah.
But I also thought that he would cut cookie. Something went wrong with him too. Did he have like? Did someone say that he took acid? Was that a rumor? I think did. Why by himself? Obviously, he had a little bit of a break. Some evidence of psychological trouble, which would also lead to government and also flirt with the girls. Fucking
That's what got him.
Yeah. So get some.
He took his mask down and said it mattered, and that's what got him.
Yeah, show that handsome look.
And then he shot the guy, which is terrible. There's 2 sides to it, you know.
Yeah.
Where it's like everybody is like, well, these companies are terrible. And this guy did what he should have done. Like, murder is wrong. Threw it 1 time. First degree murder is wrong, which is what this was. And these companies should not exist. They're doing it. It's like, company was in the New York marketplace. One company's worth $28 billion. With a B. Paying a crazy amount of money on a $4,000 deductible. So my insurance is basically like, if we get
Johnny discussed getting Lyme disease at age 13 and wrote that he'd been experiencing brain fog since high school. He also saw advice online regarding irritable bowel syndrome and visual snow. While studying at the University of Pennsylvania, Maggioni wrote a post online that he considered dropping out due to worsening health issues, but decided against it, writing, saying college has at least let me maintain some semblance of normalcy. He suffered from Lymphasis worsened due to a surfing mishap, and he expressed concerns to others about pain recording spinal fusion surgery in July of 2023. Wrote on social media the surgery went well, though stated that United Healthcare did not ensure no after his arrest. Some news outlets utilized Mangioni's social media to get information about his social, political, and religious views. His Twitter account posted about topics such as religion, history, ethics, and politics. If you would be fascinated by AI and division theory, pro-technology by the anti-smartphones, circular and scientific in outlook. Skeptical outlook towards Joe Biden. Multiple sources multiple sources reported that he followed the Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez as well as Robert F. Kennedy, and others labeling him as politically and anti-system.
I wonder what he targeted that guy. Because he said he wasn't covered in United Healthcare, so that guy was a specific guy, like the president of the company. I wonder why he targeted him.
It's also that we know so much about him, and we don't know anything. Trump.
Oh, yeah. Later, he was on the JB rifle paper. Yeah. He was on JB.
Is it him?
Yeah. Pennsylvania. Yeah. Sure. He was self-made. He was at University.
We know more about the Coldplay concert than we do about on their part, or the company's part. What was the company? What did they do?
Astronomer, dude, that's it.
That's a weird name for a company. Yeah. Maybe it was option that's hard towards Earth that would put 30,000 miles out of that. I might say, so making a galactic object that's your business guy. He's a professor at Harvard that believes like in proof. Wow. And he's talking about odds of this being in a trajectory that it is entering into a solar system and a direct impact to the Earth. The odds are extremely low. And the place where it's doing it is when the Earth is the opposite side of the sun, so it's going from below the sun. And it's so it's difficult to detect it. This object is at a direct line to come to Earth in 2027.
Direct trajectory where it's going to land.
They totally know that, yeah. They're going to calculate whether it's actually going to hit Earth or come near Earth or pass by Earth or whatever, what it is. Like, why do we think it's an alien or whatever? Well, this guy, Avi, this professor that I'm discussing, he also had an analysis of another object that passed by Earth a few years later. They named, and they said that this thing had a very bizarre metallic sort of look to it that he did not think, based on the shape of it and the way it was traveling, that was natural. So he could have been some sort of alien craft as well. I don't know. It's too fun.
But as it gets closer, we could probably decipher.
Chilling update on this interstellar object racing through our solar system as they warm, it's even bigger than we thought. We got a chilling update on the mysterious interstellar object that's racing through our solar system using data from the Paris Observatory. Experts have revealed just how big the object of 31 Atlas really is. According to the analysis, the object measures roughly 7 miles in diameter. How big is New York City? Bigger than Mount Everest, making it the largest interstellar object ever spotted. Professor Avi, theoretical physicist at cosmologist from Harvard University, suggested the object could be alien spacecraft. However, not everyone is convinced. Chris Linton, an astronomer at the University of Oxford, told Applied Science, and he suggested that it's artificial is nonsense and on nonsense on stilts. He added that these claims are an innocent, exciting work going on to understand this object. Okay, but Harvard's legit and global astronomer, right?
As it gets closer.
There's something about it, about the way it's traveling, that's bizarre. It doesn't have a trail like a comet. It's a little section. The images of the comet were actually snapped by the Veracity group before it was officially discovered. It was identified on July 1st. Scientists just July 1st. Scientists have scoured the background to find out more about the mysterious object. A new study published on RxIV, whatever that is. 200 researchers have confirmed the likely size of the comet's main body and its nucleus. Their analysis suggests the nucleus has a radius of around 3.5 miles. That translates to a diameter of about 7 miles. To put that in perspective, bigger than Mount Everest, twice the size of Mount Kilimanjaro. Okay, that's something. Discovered in 2017, this is the contours of the Earth was believed to be around 0.2 miles wide. And the comet Rothschild discovered in 2019 was roughly 0.6, 1 kilometer wide. So this thing is fucking huge. So, here was to mail online, Professor Lowe pointed out that it's a speed of 30,000 miles per hour as an indication that it might be controlled by aliens. He said it's difficult to imagine a natural process that would favor a plunge towards the nearest solar system at 60 kilometers per second. He said an alternative is that the object targets the inner solar system by some technological design. It's like they realize like that's what AI is. like reset the game. And then, so humanity's went down. Everything's went down. Yeah, water, organisms. And then they come and do genetic engineering to say that less monkeys. We create a new version of humans. This time it's a little less territorial, a little more inquisitive, a little more interested in innovation, a little less interested in dominating and controlling resources. Because that's what fucked us. Territorial apes get high technology and use territorial behavior to defend and acquire resources, and that creates war. Did you see that fucking dude? There's a dude who, this is a crazy story, Mr. Ballman, and Tom Segura was on Mr. Ballman, and Mr. Ballman explained this thing that happened. I forget what year it was. Okay, so this Mexican pilot was flying, and in the middle of his flying, he got confused, he didn't know what the fuck happened, he fell asleep, and he woke up and he was over the ocean. And he's like, how did I get over the ocean? This doesn't even make any sense. And the amount of gas that was missing from his plane didn't make any sense. It didn't look at this before. And what they're saying, and there's a recording of this, is that this guy went into a trance and was channeling some alien intelligence that was explaining through this kind of voice that the human race is the only intelligent race in the universe that still uses war and still kills people and engages in large-scale conflict and has nuclear weapons, and that they have to stop doing this or that someone's going to step in. It's a crazy story. Play the story. I'm not going to stand here. Go and play it. Some of it, just to give credit to Mr. Baldwin. Everybody should just know what's whenever you just tell me. I'll just make sure people see it. Really good. Yeah, but this was pretty good. And then there's an actual audio recording of this guy saying this. I'll send you the audio recording. And you can get my after I sent it to Tom. After I saw Tom on the show, I was like, dude, that's fucking crazy, man. And he's like, dude, wild. And then I sent him this. I said, you know, it's an actual recording that you can listen to of the guy saying this. So if you go like halfway into it, you okay. So a certain distance into it, you hear the guy talking in this very bizarre monotone Spanish. Was there a UFO? Why did they show that UFO? That fake UFO video to watch and get interested? Yeah, we hear you. He is speaking, but he does not. It is too primitive. Lower that a little. The microphone, the equipment. This is the only way to convey the message. After almost an hour, the beings would release the unaviator pilot from his synchronicity and return control of the plane so that he could receive instructions. And at the same time, he managed to land the airport. Interesting. You know, something like if there was a unique event where something happened and alien race didn't interact with human beings and then never again, you know what it would be? Even if it was real, if it was like unique events, we base reality on what we experience and what everybody else experiences on a day-to-day basis, right? What we have evidence of. But if something happened that was completely unique like that, where they said, like, this is the only way we can communicate, their equipment is too primitive, right? Just take over this guy's mind and have him say, like, just have it will translate. Okay, the alien message spoke to Romeo Pacheco Perez, to the air controller, says, because he is a word too, that is, it is his voice he speaks, but of his own free will. We use it as a microphone, no matter who we are, where we come from. It's enough for you to know that we are beings of this universe and where you belong. Our planet is many light years away, but we are physically equal. I repeat, all races in the universe are physically equal. You are not alone in the universe. There are other races that are far away from you, and we are watching you. They said, what the? What is the voice there on that screen? Because he said something about the race that's still engages in warfare. I definitely think there's other life forms out there. I do. I'm really happy. I really wish I did. I mean, I really wish I did. Wake up over the ocean. But if he did wake up over the ocean, it doesn't make sense that he got over the ocean. That's true. Right. Like, how did he get that? Just go to the plane, move it with your spaceship, which would move the ocean. If you crash, it wouldn't kill anybody. Right. What he did was. What's the thing with the gas being gone? Right. They like picked it up and took it. Huh. We are watching. What does it say? Definite surprise. It gets stating he was in perfect health. His career, pilot a plane again. Wow. Your first like I am gonna pull buggers. I got some idea. I got some idea. That was 1976. Wow. I can't believe that that's that's always the problem with these things. I want to be so bad. I don't think about it rationally sometimes. Yeah, I mean, these stories are all, it's like whether you trust the source or not. But well, the universe is too big for us to be doing what's here, for sure. And I don't care for it. Maybe they don't need water. You know, they think Mars is have a full atmosphere. And you know, there's structures on Mars that they've observed recently that look like perfect squares. There's this one that I showed to Elon. I go, what is that? Tell me. Well, what is it? I want to say what it was, but I'm looking at what do you think this could be at one point in the structure? Because it is perfect right angles and it's square and it's huge, right? They said it's at least hundreds of meters across, but like across. It's going to go large. But it's like a square. There's a bunch of shit that's here, there, there's piece on Mars, but that's what it's called. That one's insane. Like, that's kind of crazy. Didn't know what's crazy. It's on the right? That's kind of crazy. It looks like a fucking square. Oh, yeah, that was like the foundation of the telling. Oh, yeah. Right. Those angles don't look normal. Or left-hand corner. Like, what is that? It's square. I mean, I don't know if it's a square or it seems like it's taller than it is. But whatever it is, it's like a fucking structure. Just because we can't exist doesn't mean that the life forms can exist there. Our life forms used to exist there, right? Like, imagine if there was, like, if there's life on Earth right now, and Mars at one point in time has a sustainable atmosphere like this millions and millions of years ago. What if there was life on Mars? What if we are the offspring of the life on Mars? What if those fucking guys just realize, like, this place is falling apart? Let's shoot over to Earth and reestablish. Yeah. I mean, that might be why we're so different than every other primate that's here. Not like that. That might be true. We just think it's so vast and we know so little about everything possible. We kind of like broaden it that way. It's like, it's possible. The universe is infinite and we know very little about it. Yes, like, it seems as humans. So, like, we're trying to use our logical brains to figure it out. Could this be possible? It's like, there's so much we don't know. We have such a limited scope with our human minds to of something, you know. I'm big on all of those. Because it really, I was raised Catholic. I know it's like everybody has like a similar experience when they go to a tunnel. They come out and then there's like, you know, where it's like your whole life is played out for you, right? And you know, it doesn't matter if you're religious or it seems not to matter at all. What seems to matter is like the little kindness they do to people. Getting somebody some kind words, you have a bad day. sad, or where it's like things happen to him, which is makes you wonder, like, what is it? You know, what is life? What is consciousness? Does it transcend? Does it go somewhere else? And then always happens. Is it a constant cycle? Yeah. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Yeah. So it's like it's going to go somewhere. Your soul, like it's like or it has to go somewhere. And if you were looking at, if you were an alien being looking at the direction the race is going, I would imagine you would be right. I would imagine you see all the chaos, guys falling in love with God, and people in these concerts. Like, this is not good. No matter where we are in the timeline, right? To go, yeah, we think it's like this is going to change things, and we're going to do what's going on. It's like we don't know where we are. I mean, it's like they can do it again, and we can rebound and try it again. We just don't know. And we have the intentions, right? Like, if we have the intention of doing things designed to improve the human race versus doing things to eliminate it. And like, if we simply as a group of men in the United States just doing things for profit, and instead embrace the idea of the human race, complete turnaround. We change everything. We change all that. It's like, you know, it's the religion, it's the religious thing with blood. Yeah, it's got to start on a very micro level. It's got to exist. Probably that exists in so many cultures because they kind of this is the general direction the place has to go to survive. You know, like religion, yeah, we have like a guidance from somewhere else, from a higher power, you would probably tell you exactly what Jesus told you. Right? I mean, that's probably the message. Yeah. Nothing. Let Jesus, what do you believe in? Right? Right now, it's the through we're in. Yeah. Absolutely. It's funny too. It's like, one back. Peace be with you. Peace be with you. And also with you. Yes. Anyway, I don't know. I'm gonna reach out there. Okay. But the thing, let's start with you all. So I keep it. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anytime. So, yeah, it's totally cool. There it is. That's you. Big workouts, one friend. She's insanely successful, talented. I guess they're almost not giving me, other people under the land banner opportunities. So that's all you do. And keeping this alone, he's putting other focus on just it's absolutely clutch. But I'm searching. And I'm not the online settings where he listed, but I wasn't. Say lipstick. Oh, it was fucking beautiful. But I shot at the same flat, the same in Nashville, and the same arguments in the Nayland. Oh my God! Did you see this album? Which one they did? Donald Trump. One was no, it's fucking cool. Oh my God! I gotta learn about that show. It's fantastic. I raised my 3 points on that show. Much to my wife's work, but it's a great show. I haven't seen that episode. So when you like Bridget first, what you think that were you still on them? This level of not getting a fuck, they reach unseen levels. The whole Epstein thing is so crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you care? You want to go to jail and anything? Like, it is. Like, I mean, we're going to get back to South Park. We'll see that the Creatures episode years ago. Okay, that's got to be the worst thing to do. Oh my God. It's fantastic. And I can do justice if I try to explain what it's about. I remember when they did your like a raw, like, when you have some, even when you like leap from somewhere with a hook around your neck and it snaps your neck, you know, there's three broken bones. He launched himself off the first floor balcony. And then he said, well, we have a film, we're going to release that film. And the film has a fucking minute missing from it. Like, do you think the ABC this is this? So you got big right watching it right for a couple of years talking about how we got to get this shit. So that's a huge conspiracy. And you release a 2-page memo that said, yeah, there's nothing to see. You're going to occupy your bedroom window and you have a laser. Yeah, you can laser. Conspiracy guy. I'm fully on board with it too. And I find this fascinating is that it's strange on bench is she's extra. She was a conspirator of things. You have to have sex trafficking. And they told her the victims somewhat during her trial. It was fair. So it was a very difficult trial since they're trying to protect certain victims and others who couldn't afford it. But, my surprise was nobody from DOJ, according to her whole team, nobody has ever interviewed her. DOJ. Department of Justice. So, just be telling me, you got Democrats like we have to do these fucking they had 4 years under the previous administration. Everybody's fucked in this situation. But they got all that time to do whatever they wanted to do. And nobody, until this point, their latest talk right now, something's illegal to her saying, well, look, if she had anything interesting to say, she would have said it during the course of the trial, right? To save herself or to I don't think so. I don't as far as they for her to keep her fucking mouth shut, which is what she did. They put her in a cushy prison where she can do yoga. Yoga prison. Here's one. I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because somebody tweeted this, and it's just perfect. And it just shows you how crazy this whole thing has been, like from the very beginning. This is someone tweeted this from the Atlantic. This is what's funny about this. Check this out. So it's fucking cool. It's like they all knew. They all knew him. So many people knew him and knew her, and they're all pretending that they didn't. No one knew. Check this out. This is the says. Scroll up there. So you see the quote below it? There we go. I can't read it. Here it goes. This is what the Atlantic posts. If the Epstein scandal teaches us anything, it's that America needs a dedicated, decently funded group of people whose job it is not to just ask questions, but to find answers. And then this guy, Sean Davis, posts. The woman on the right is Ghislaine Maxwell. She trafficked children for Jeffrey Epstein. The woman on the left, Wall Street Magazine. It's so fucking wild. Just that alone is so wild. They would have the balls to post that. Dedicated journalists, just people that ask them questions, which is like, for sure, an attack on podcasts. Like, listen, you guys didn't do. You didn't do shit. So, just asking questions. The fact that we're just asking questions along with that, or is this the defunding of PBS? This is simply a propaganda network for the Democratic Party, which is directly received them as apparently being defunded. But yeah, everybody's worried, right? If it was like, okay, again, I go back a handful of years, was pushing for this, right? Because people from both sides probably on whatever that list looks like, whatever that file looks like, you got all sides of the spectrum here going on. And so so it looked like, there's kind of this so bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. administration we were releasing the funds, and all of a sudden they smell the water to go to political motivation. So let's get these files out, and nobody's going to learn from this. But I get caution. So just because of file, no matter whose it is, there's nefarious activity. It could be like any police vote, right? This is okay. The individual stopped at this particular location. This person was there. Doesn't mean they're connected to something old underage girls. They were there in the phone. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably in that file that could be named if it ever comes out who may or may not have been engaging in illegal activity, but just releasing it. There's probably a lot of people who just went there and did that thing where this guy was breaking. Did I say it? PBS or a minute? That link where this guy is breaking down all the different tweets that the lady who is the CEO of the government. She can question of whether or not she's biased, and then this is like go over all the different tweets. God damn it! No, I saved it. I should have have it in here because it's so funny. It's so funny listening to her see people. They feel like you find it. Pretty cool. They found it beautiful because it's so adorable. This pretending that this was an unbiased news source. Yes. But, well, this is one of them. But this one guy broke it down. Anybody with the stage, hey, come on. It's a joke. It's a joke. And they're all funded. I mean, the fact that the government was funding it, PR is crazy. You can't have a completely biased one-sided media organization funded by the government and taxpayers. It's crazy. You went over all of it, the amount of people that Ron and PR that were Democrats, that's 100%. Yeah. It's like out of 87 people, 100% said, look at the New York Times. So that should be a surprise to anybody. It's a privately funded company. I mean, right. It's like NPR relied on tax money, and there's this giant outrage that the government what they're trying to do is they're trying to just say, look, you're taking away, the only source of news for locations, for example, like you had someplace that we went to go that has no other access, so they rely on NPR for their news. I don't know a lot of people in North Dakota that say, what did you say about it? It's like, at the end of the day, the reality is there exists a thing we don't need. You don't need to fund publicly fund something that's clearly biased when the internet exists. But you can do whatever you want. If you want just to absorb and consume only left-wing media, there's so much available. You can go find that. But our tax ownership, but we don't want to know. And to be fair, if anybody wants to know what the hell's going on in the news, they can just listen to the presidency and the radio broadcast or anywhere. Your broadcast are good. That's that boy stuck that in there. I can't find it right now. That's it.
As far as accusations, because we want to bring that conversation back.
People make use thumbs up because it feels neutral, but some academics argue that what does that mean? Thumbs up signals awareness about white privilege. And the society associating whiteness with being racist. How about racism became a market for music? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. This really conspiracy theory about eating bugs is about as racist as you think. Well, it's like literally. Another great quote that you said, if you look on the right side, where it says the truth is a distraction from getting things done. And it is such a fucking Orwellian thing to say. Click on that. Just you can hear her say this because it's so bananas that someone would say this out loud and not think it's.
Critical empathy, polarization. The wicked.
It's madness. That's a piece of madness. That's a crazy thing to say. Get to the way when people say that the Epstein situation is going to be so disappointing to so many people, because I have this theory that nothing gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go done there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequence of nature. And we had all sorts of examples right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one of them. But right now, you've got the focused on Epstein because, again, they see that and the opportunity to go after Trump. Because who else is in the finals, right? And sometimes it did pursue it because, years back they would think Hillary Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that. So we just piece everything. I don't understand how, if you just look at the way that they handle this logistically, whoever thought, because the mob wants to eat, right? They've been throwing red meat to the mob about this for years. It's part of it, right? And so whoever in their communications group or their strategic thinking arena in the administration thought, we can get away with just saying this is the sea here. They should be fired, right? Because there's no way you can satisfy this mob. The mob is not in the parts because it's got the doubts and it's got part of the base of Trump in there. Yeah, and they're all screaming at it. You got to just release this shit. Otherwise, you're like Martin Luther King, Jim Kennedy, that's what's crazy. 10 these more Martin Luther King documents, which is really crazy. Why are you holding secrets about the murder of one of the most beloved historical figures of all time from 1969? You just released this. Yeah, part of the family request of family. It's asking the parents of occasions. They really don't want some of this because some of it some issues about Martin Luther King. It doesn't take away from everything that he did, right? That was a leader of a cause and a movement. But some of it is extraordinary unfairness. Yeah. So there's been some push to be concerned about that. But yeah, that's the Epstein files. And you heard say the middle of time, 56 years from now. 56 years later, they release this stuff. We're still not any closer to everything. If we get up with the spirit of the river, we're still not any closer to Martin Luther King. Again, not a conspiracy except today, apparently. But there's huge shit there. You said multiple times. There's one that you think looks really bad. It's that. I think going back to that, I really have to go back to the Epstein thing to understand how they handle this so poorly, right? Where we have a lot of people come out and talk about the files and all that. Just read it like with a blink of an eye. They come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying there's nothing to see. I don't think there's some coordination. Yeah, that makes sense. I think something that messaging problem is always kind of a key element of the Trump administration, whether it's this one or that. And I'm not going to say, I know a lot of the policies, I like a lot of the policies that come out of this administration. In this one, the first administration, but I'm just saying, a mark of a Trump administration is the ability to have a self-reflective vote, because messaging you should. So I think they've done it again. And I don't see how they walk this back. They're trying to, I think, with this interview with Julian Maxwell, saying, look, we're talking to it. But how does Pam Bond say, but fuck it. And then Cash Patel says, we don't have anything that you're looking for. Tim said, he had a bunch of fans, and he said that 10,000 hours is commercial pornography. Right? And you think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras, there was a tape and shit, there was freaking on that. 100%. Yeah, that's the thing about that house. That house they had in New York City, which is, by the way, for sale. And hopefully they didn't come in and spy. Do the cameras convey? I mean, you got a gun. How are you going to know what the fuck is in there? Imagine you walk into your house naked and you think that the CIA is going to whoever. To be fair, they just videotape of me walking around there. Yeah. But whoever it is that was involved in this intelligence gathering, I mean, I'm just guessing. No idea. But there's fucking old cameras in the house. Yeah. You have it. You gotta take talent to the bigger peaks. You gotta strip the ball. You every base folder, you gotta pull everything. It's like we knows what's in that house.
We had a situation in Moscow one time where we were building. It was the new embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, right? And for some reason, part of the deal was to allow Russian contractors to work on the construction of this. So, but it's a government thing, so you can imagine. There's been like the coordination. So, the Russian contractors, this is great. We're helping the U.S. embassy, and they know there's going to be sensitive areas within their station, for the agency and other areas. Anyway, it's your point. They're just going to finish the construction, and just right. They're worried, of course, trying to examine what the Russians were doing. Right. So the security side of things, they were concerned about the fact that the Russians were. You had the State Department and others. It's a good idea, with the security guys were doing things. They were X-raying, parts of materials for the construction. At one point, what was going on was the Russians were installing listening devices inside the reef, right, of the construction process. And apparently, at one point, they one of the wires on one of these systems. And so they soldered it. The Russians did solder it with aluminum that showed up when they were X-raying that particular large bit of material that they were going to install. And that's the way that they found out. And they said, the entire goddamn thing. I forget, I think it was 2 or 3 different floors of this embassy. They had to remove it, bit by bit, shipped it back to the States to examine it fully. And it was just loaded with listening devices of other Russians. So it's usually the same. And I think the long story, it's the same in Epstein's place. It's like right there in the park. And I was like, wonder why that's it's like 60 or 70 million. It's pretty dope. 1 million. Holy shit. But it's for sale now. I'm pretty sure it's for sale right now. I think it's a premium because it's like a celebrity premium for me. Complete psycho to one of the guy's house. Same. Yeah. What the fuck? You got the Epstein thing going on. I got this is the question. Like, you're the administration, you're looking at this puzzle, and you're trying to figure out how to make this a PR win. Too late for that. Bedrooms on the bath. That's not a very nice place. This is one. Yes. Yeah. God. $65 million. The thing is, though, it's like right on the street. Like anybody can come to your door and just knock on your door. Like, walk by. Living there. Weird. Look at that. Who is a legit financial person that he talked to with him once. He's like, it was clear that he's a constructor. He's like, he doesn't know what he's thinking about. He's no idea. That's what he's now. It's on Zillow, but not for sale. Oh, like it was for sale. You're looking up. Maybe there's another service that's like sometimes Zillow doesn't have because someone will know looking at it. Yeah, maybe it's not cheap. Yeah. Yeah. But like that house, you'd have to hire like chain security experts to go and recommend you take that house. Yeah. I mean, you do install and that's not gonna guarantee you really the walls down and because again. Maybe I'm wrong, just never say never, but I can't imagine that the psycho like Epstein, wasn't enjoying say, if I'm working for an internal agency and I see something like, I might find that of interest, right? And I would definitely go after someone to see what's going on. Just if for no other reason than, again, opportunity. The easiest connected dots online. Rich, powerful chicks, then probably drugs, and cameras. I'd say the Russians want nothing better than, the truth. The reality is, in terms of recruiting an asset by using blackmail is tough, right? You gotta do that with no stretch closing immediately, right? In terms of their operational use, because there's a lot of issues there. Right? You're blackmailing somebody for their cooperation. That's not really this. Because it's not like you recruit somebody for ideological reasons, right? Or even something as straightforward as like they need the money because their kid's sick or whatever it may be. So blackmailing. But having said that, the Russians in particular, right? And charities and tell them to do whatever street perspective. See, again, she tries the black it's an option because it always leads to a problem. And sometimes those jokes can be very, very bad. In what way? Next thing you know, you've got you're working out a double on the other side, right? Because they're so fucked over by the fact that they're that black men. And at some point they lose their shit. And so they're rolling on the other side. Like you're like constantly there's only so much, right? In terms of particularly with the we got limited access to so you're really relying on communication. You don't have a lot of face-to-face meetings, and then some point you never know when things are going to south, right? And then next thing you know, so that's the operational people are trying to avoid, but as I've read that most people, but of course, some services go to it much quicker than others do. Some services, again, the Russians are primary users of something like that, because I think that's what they're approaching. It's really simple to know the honeypot operation set up. Russia stole much policy on stakes. It's very much a shotgun approach, right? Honestly, sometimes, that can work. It's kind of, if you thought about something like, if you're bringing scientists, like famous people, politicians, world leaders to one place, you're basically throwing as much shit against the wall as you can, and then you have all this stuff from all these different people that think nobody can solve it. You just kind of like, was there like some CEO that has stepped out, was one of giving Epstein, it was found out they gave him $250 million, that they could explain why. But not get married. So it's one of those things where there's obviously value in having all these people on your side. But when you do get all this information, all these people, like, what are they trying to accomplish? This is the question. Are they trying to get support for almost as they're going to first point to the payments of Jeff Epstein, $158 million. He paid the convicted to spend $158 million. That's nothing. Can you swear that on the game? Yeah. For instance, as chief I would love is the entire CEO with 71 angel remain as chairman. I was going to read the chairman. New York Times detailed that he's 75 million influence of Mr. Black and paid Epstein $158 million in a 5-year period ending in 2017. He also owed Mr. Epstein more than $30 million, only $10 million, which he was paid back. So that's a guy that got something on this. Way on
saying he doesn't kill himself. Yeah, right. Okay. Just the one look at convenience. That's so convenient. The guards were asleep. So convenient that the cameras didn't work. So convenient that years later you have a recording of the outside of the cell with minutes missing from it. Yeah. 3 minutes? It's like double standard. It's like the missing log. Take a look at that. It's not. Yeah. Start with the bed. Then you look at one of the bed. And then you're like, okay, save this many times. Oh, my. Okay. That's plenty of time to kill somebody. 3 minutes is. Gigantic human being, a huge guy who was a massive and killed multiple people with bad gun, who was built like a brick fucking shit house. The kind of guy he could really easily get to straighten somebody. It would take him, I could kill him in 30 seconds. So how's this fucking giant dude can do it easy? Man from Raw Epstein. No. Man from Raw Epstein prison video shows approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds were removed from one of the 2 stitched together clips. The cut starts off at the missing minute. Yeah, shocker. Yeah. So a guy like that decides, yeah, he's gonna move himself. And again, here's the thing, it's like these guys that are all involved in this are still, they've been around for a long time, and they have this like technology that existed before the internet, where you could just kind of put stuff out there. You wouldn't have all these psychos out there that are gonna go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, especially guys who are tech wizards who kind of look at them in the data and figure this kind of stuff out. Which is deadline, you're right. So that would happen, and we still have ADHD, right? As a nation. Maybe that's what they're, some people are saying, look, they called the recess on Capitol Hill because they figure by the time they come back in September, everybody will have moved on from this. Yeah, I think they're wrong. I don't think this feels like, and just like one of those handful of conspiracies that can be on the JFK that's just going to hang around. This one's a lot sad, because this is one where there's a lot of stuff about when we thought Trump was going to come in, and a lot of things were going to be resolved. We're going to drain the swamp, we're going to figure it out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everyone has been talking about forever, they're trying to get us like that. What you would say, it's on tape. It literally is on. Are you sure? Stop. It says silent. And my phone is going to trust you. Your friend. Morning. What do you? Never talking about that. Questions about your no. In fact, and I'm in the building on occasion, and we're working on a show that's going to be a great TV show based on this amazing museum that's inside agency headquarters. But nobody ever says that they don't. We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say if I go and talk about something. They just like it's not like they call me supervisors or yeah. When you have and talk to them at the same time, just gonna try to just talk from an operational perspective. So what do I think? Which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today. Happy birthday, Muggsy. Thank you very much. Like this is the general feeling about people that you talk to that are still in the agency, or people are still really hear what they feel about this. Because like the general public is outraged, right? The people inside, are they frustrated? Like people that wanted this stuff to be exposed. Yeah, it's funny. The agency is not the agency. I think most people, shit about the Epstein files. They're concerned now about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and talk about manipulating intelligence, for the 2016 election, right? And Russian collusion and all that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files does. Just from whose responsibility is whose, right? This Epstein thing is a DOJ FBI issue. I think if they're concerned about it, it's because of how we don't lose trust in organizations, institutions, and that will continue to be a and see people like, oh, you're such a shill. But there's a lot of people doing very difficult work. And so, I think if anything, they take personally with the CIA. You got to park down and start over again. What they said to the FBI is, well, I've talked about that many times. Like, the world's chaos. Like, you need people that are paying attention to that shit. Yeah, they should be on the side of the American people paying attention to threats. If you think that's not paying attention to what's going to do you any good when there's all these countries out there that are fucking running constantly, you're crazy. You're living in the utopia. You're living in the real world is filled with things. And you got to have people paying attention. So I think it's that question. I think they're more focused on or interested in this issue of, and it's surfaced again right at the same time as the Epstein files. Right now, it's like stepping over the oxygen out of the room for the past couple of days. He comes out and starts releasing the documents. He releases the documents. What do you think about that? Like, so this is the accusation. They're throwing around the word treason. They're saying that Obama knew that Russia did not meddle in the election, did not have any impact on the election, but yet promoted this idea. And then there's been some clips of all these different news reporters, CNN, MSNBC, just saying over and over and over again, clear evidence of Russian collusion. That's your really saying, apparently, legitimacy around Trump's victory in 2016 because of this, and she was very clear about it. And as for many others, the noose is tightening on Trump. There's going to come in. He's an agent of Russia, and shit coming out on camera numerous times saying, I can't tell you what I've seen, but I've seen things as more than circumstantial evidence of this collusion. So, again, it's much more complex. It's always the same thing. It's much more complex. What you tend to hear just in like a 2-3-minute news segment. So the Democrats want you to think there's nothing to see here in these documents. How they spend time doing this? You're just trying to distract the Epstein files. And the Republicans are saying, we're committed treason. Right? The reality is where it ended, right? There's a lot of conflating of issues here. So nobody is questioning, Republicans or Democrats, nobody's questioning that the Russians meddled in the election, just like they did in the previous, just like they did in the last, just like they've been meddling since World War II, right? Since the end of World War II. They've always had an interest in influencing U.S. politics. Do you mean like social media bots? Do you mean like influencing politicians? Like, what do you mean? Well, I mean, in the early days, what were they doing? In the early days, they would pay off trade union representatives, right, to push a certain line, to push for softer tone, which the attorneys do now, push for softer tone against the Soviet Union. During World War II, which isolationism keep the U.S. in, right? Before the Nazis turned to the Soviet Union and the Philippines. Or they would be journalists, right? Articles pushing a particular point of view. And so there was those things. Now, social media meddling isn't one of these, right? It's much cheaper. For sure they do. For sure they did that in 2016. Absolutely. And nobody's questioning that. What's happening is that, once again, this bit of a messaging from the Trump administration at the end of the day is saying, what was bullshit was his Russian angle, was the idea that, this is complicated to explain. I'm not doing a very good job of it, but they're saying, yes, there was metal, but you pushed the story, meaning this and that, according to the top of the level, saying you took what was the intel community assessment that ICA is, that said there was no indication of Russian efforts to push influence in a particular direction of the election. Right? Most of that initial reporting was on election infrastructure. So there was a fairly significant bit there that said the Russians didn't were able to hack into election machines. Right?
at a certain point, on December 9th, I think it was, where Obama was sitting in there with Kofi and a variety of others. And the president himself was a different intelligence community assessment, which is a little unusual for a president to say, I'd like you to do a CA on a particular thing. Would you so they were telling him, they were telling him, we will see that Rothschild has impacted the election, basically. The Dems are saying, well, that's just about the electronic infrastructure. And the NCA was also that instruction, even the president's daily brief and the writing that had been done, the analysis had been done, that we were saying, we haven't seen anything that Russian meddling the outcome of the election. And then they squashed that particular piece. Let's show that. And that's what a lot of the emails that those together released. Right? This is like policy recognizing some of these things. Shit is done on government. These emails going back and forth between James Clapper and DNI and other places. Yeah, you send me some traffic. And they're all saying, well, what can we tell you given what you say about this? You can also see them, they're saying, we don't think still not seeing it's credible. The two senior Russian analysts that are in the agency were telling John Brennan at the time, if you put that dossier in there as a piece of information into this assessment, you're compromising the credibility of the whole thing. So we can believe it. Right? And this is December, right? And instructed us to go ahead and do it, right? Because it basically, he liked the narrative, right, of the Steele dossier, right? And so he chose that over the analytical process, right? Over the discipline that you need to corroborate information that's going to go to other highlight intel assessment. So, if anybody's in the crosshair, I know it's probably John Brennan, right? In terms of, because he went up on the analytical at some point and said that, that's because in the form of when it wasn't in the document, it was in the is now out there. And sure enough, it was not only the annex, it was in the body of the report, which gives it much more credibility. So, yes, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but, I think he should be concerned a little bit about where the enlightenment of Obama reporting and even Germany, requested a different ICN. And so shortly thereafter, they produced a way. I forget the example. I mean, if you guys go crazy, if you have a bunch of experts, give you an assessment, this is facts, this is what they're doing, not only those facts. One of the 100% that's what this is going to be. What thinks Obama's going to go to President Trump to this conspiracy. Again, it's like in a body, their treating of the Epstein files, which was ridiculous. And Tulsi Gabbard, he's treating this conspiracy. That's what she said. It's something that anybody who thinks Obama's going to forget about it. It'll be, you'll be lucky to get any consequences of anything out of this. Again, I'm very cynical about where investigations go. Well, this is also based on the Supreme Court's justification of everything Trump did while he was in office. They can't try him for anything under immunity or, under the authority as the president. So it's also very nuanced, right? He can sit in there. He's not only got the right to sit in a meeting and say, okay, we tell you what, let's sit on this, right? James Clapper did this great job. We're going to take this document, we can sit it aside, and we've worked on it. Now we've restructured it, focused on, the outcome of the election. So it was, he can do that, right? And it's nuanced. He can, and never get in trouble because, you have the right to do that. I mean, it's not illegal by any means, but there is no doubt in my mind that there was a desire to try to take in a certain direction, right? And so there's no doubt in my mind that, hey, first of all, using the Steele dossier, that is just a horseshoe, right? Because there hasn't been any allegation in the Steele dossier that's been verified. Right? So they wouldn't, and they remember they use the Steele dossier in part because they go to FISA courts and get warrants. So that's another issue that I bring from a legal perspective. Again, not a lawyer.
you don't believe it's warranted based on the evidence you've looked at? Like, she's a door. There's no other confidence. Well, I think she's more on this realization that you put the information out there. I think one of that appropriate if she released all the documentation. Here's an very good set up a PowerPoint presentation for the president's increases in economic diversity because the US will be listen. What I'm trying to say is what these people do. Help. We want is for you, the media, to look at all this and report. I got a big winning journalistic awards for their coverage of the Russian collections. So the idea that they're somehow now saying, so I think they should. He just made this based. We think, well, this sort of hyperbolic statements about trees and all the rest of it. And then, try to explain it to the American public in a way that they can digest it even better, right? But you throw out things like treason conspiracy. Again, much like the Epstein thing, you're creating this public that's going to expect something. I just don't know how they can get it. Right. So it's possible that she was encouraged to do this because this kind of takes away some of the heat from the Epstein thing. Somewhere. Yeah, I think for some reason, it's an important issue. If you have the intel community, you have, the cost deciding to themselves, this is kind of bullshit, but it's research and narrative, which is we want to delegitimize the new president that's coming in. We can't speak of it. That's a really serious problem that needs to be examined. It's also short-sighted because do you not know that information is eventually going to come out that's going to compromise the confidence that people are in that the intelligence agencies put forth after that? Well, I think part of what was going on was the expectation that Hillary Clinton was going to win. Right? So with the Steele dossier, trying to dig up information or dirt on Trump. I think they were all on there. It's going to win. It doesn't really matter what we're doing right now. And I don't think we expected Trump to win. So and suddenly they kind of shift course. Let's say that we've got this. Meddling. Is it definitely a push to kind of say that we believe there might have been collusion? Right? They didn't have to do it for 3 years. For 3 years. 3 years. That time, everything they talked to Trump. Yeah. Which is crazy. Regardless of how you feel about Trump, even though Trump, understand this, that is dangerous. It's dangerous to have the media in step with the government saying something that's not true. Yeah, I mean, all the time, just be more self-aware, realize what that looked like. Now, you can't, people were just bullshitting about evidence that they had. Saying anything about democracy is wild when they have another part of their existence. That's wild. That's really wild. I mean, they kept burning, they made sure RFK Jr. wasn't in, and then when their borders became kind of you're in position. Yeah. That's wild. What's going on right now? Why? Today, what's the name of Tuesday? I think he was only there for a couple of years. Because they were holding interviews. Trying to figure out what the hell was going on. What point did they decide they're going to cover up the mental condition of Joe Biden? And that's another thing coming. And then they're all looking at O'Connor, his the White House doctor, secret advisor to Joe Biden. What's his name? Bernard. The fifth, right? Apparently stayed up talking, right? Again, he wasn't there for the last couple of years of the administration. I think he was there for the he's come out publicly and said, I'm shocked. So, I think they say first of all, why are they having a debate that late? Why would they agree to debate at 9 p.m.? really old and broken down. Why would you do that? Television timing. It seemed like someone blame it on him being on ambient. 100 fantastic interview with I forget his name, Callahan or something like that. He represented was back saying, I wasn't he was somebody who being through the video, just saying, they had it on ambient. He was driving schedule. And it was, guy was camping rusting in Delaware for 10 days prior. So, Jesus, what a mess. I think people want him out, and this is the way to do it. Don't give him meds. Don't give him the proper medication to keep him peppy. Let him out there all confused and really old at the time too. So, if they were going to do that, when you think of it, I know, have a big plan. The plan B. I didn't have a plan. I think the Biden administration, people didn't want him to step down. There's people outside the organization that didn't want him to step down, particularly supposedly Joe. Joe did not want him to step down. And then there's the cancer thing. Like, we don't know that he has cancer. Yeah. Which is crazy. Like, that's developing. Yeah. I just think if there was various ways that would step down, I think they would. He might have, if he performed the way he performed in the first debate. Yeah. I just think it's so sweet. Call in the headlights. What do you think he's telling about? Yeah, that's start giving. My friend Kevin went to bed. Didn't know he cooked meals, so I saw the plates in the kitchen. Yeah, that's not good. Really hard. Yeah. It's one of the hardest things to kick. It's one of the things if you get off. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It seems like it's really as is any problem. Yeah. We're going to leave available. Get super bad. During the with most of them. Contributed to a lot of Kim Carnes. Kim Carnes. Yeah. Most people have. So it's an example of how people are now more about that. The idea that